Hey, we're live. I don't know if I've been recording for the last 5 seconds, but we're live. Welcome to Painkiller Already, episode 252, with our ever-professional starts. Kyle, take it away.
This episode is being brought to you by 100% Food, a nutritionally complete smoothie in a bottle. Just add water, shake, and enjoy. 100% Food is probably the best way to start the day. And, of course, my favorite sponsor, MeUndies.com. We want to let everyone know they're co-sponsoring this episode, and they are changing up the underwear game like no one else. We'll talk about both those sponsors more later in the show. But first things first, I'm sure, Woody, you have somewhere you'd like to steer us.
On the spot. I have, my first topic's not funny. And
I think first of all we should say hello to Shane.
Oh,
Shane,
yeah, let's do that.
Thanks for coming on.
Let's do that.
Sorry, it's not you that we forgot. It's very regular that we just jump in, start talking about things, and the person sits there for like half an hour like, am I supposed to pipe in? Or do I get like a 20-minute segment here? Or what do I do?
And I usually say this before the show starts, but allow me to embarrass you in public. Well, usually the best guests just insert themselves in and, don't be shy. Be rude.
Hey, everybody, my name's Shane Faison. I run a self-defense channel. Sort of like that?
Yeah, you're doing great. Yeah. Fantastic.
Also, lots of interrupting. Lots of interrupting every opportunity you get.
Yeah, so you run a self-defense channel.
Yes.
What are your qualifications to teach us how to defend ourselves?
I am a Golden Glove boxer. I fought in Thailand in professional Muay Thai. Did Muay Thai from 15 to 20. So about 5 years in Muay Thai, black belt in Taekwondo, and then just street self-defense. Taught at a UFC gym for a little bit, but,
You
all
have
that
experience
stuff.
with street self-defense? Like, have you been assaulted or attacked where you had to fend them off?
I fought a lot when I was a kid. I'm, proud. It's an accomplishment to be able to say that I haven't fought in probably, 4 years in the street. So I really pride myself on the fact that, or being able
That's
to...
not a major accomplishment. I bet most people... what's your streak for not fighting in the streets, Taylor?
Oh, I've never fought in the street. No, it's different. If you're good at fighting, it's an actual temptation.
I know I'm always getting pulled back to those streets. I'm feeling the pull, right? It's just calling to me. Get out there. Fuck somebody up, Kyle.
Every
Go
time I'm
back to
at
your old
PAX.
ways. But I fight it off, just like the cocaine addiction.
Well, no, Taylor's right. I mean, I'm hitting the heavy bag every day for an hour and teaching other people and watching videos all the time. So when someone gets in my face, and that has happened as recent as a month and a half ago, someone got in my face. My first reaction is to throw a punch, or something like that. But it takes more energy, more effort to not.
What punch would you throw if you were going to just sucker punch knock this guy unconscious who was in your face and you thought was gonna, probably escalate things? He's a drunk guy at a bar. He's bigger than you. Want to. What's the first punch you throw?
If his hands are down, I always say, don't throw a punch to throw a punch. Look for what's open and then figure out what angle punch gets there best. So
He's
this side of his face is open.
Come on, bro, right here.
I would say my best punch is the left hook, even though I'm right-handed, but just that, I'm so used to throwing that torque from that stance.
Do you feel
But then like a Three Stooges style eye poke so you can escape?
Right, there's always that. Step on the foot and poke him in the eye.
You never
But
know.
then there's this defense.
Exactly.
So.
You never know when you're dealing with a fucking slapstick master, and he's
Right.
There's always a counter.
But then you got that, yeah.
Oh, a counter to the counter.
You got to do one of these. Snap real quick, and
Are you gonna put that resisting fighting on your resume? Like, graduated from here in 2013, haven't fought anyone in almost 5 years on the streets. I also haven't stolen a car much.
Do you ever fantasize about it? Do you ever fantasize about it in totally inappropriate situations? You know what? Here I am at Target, and I think I can beat everyone else at this cash register.
No, honestly, I do.
You're in the 12
I'm not
aisle.
proud of it, but I'll admit it that yes. I size people up no matter where I'm at. As soon as I walk in, I'll be on the bus and I'll be like, yeah, I could take everyone on here.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful with bus people. They're unpredictable.
There's so many street fight videos that happen on a bus.
Bus folk are a hardy lot. They come from different shops than the rest of us. They're traveling around the country, getting into scrapes here and there. You never know what they might have picked up from state to state. They're like traveling kung fu masters. That's what Kane was. If Kane from Kung Fu, if he had existed in modern times, he'd have been a bus man.
That's true.
Why would he walk everywhere? It's silly.
It's very true.
And
So do
Chiz
you
isn't
feel
even here to
confident?
defend his comrades.
Oh, I like it better when Chiz isn't here. Chiz is a bus person, whether we like it to admit it or not. He's just our bus person. Like, he's bus people.
So Chiz is, I guess you could call him the producer of this show. He's like the agent, and he finds our sponsors and helps a lot behind the scenes, and sometimes comes on camera. And there's a vocal minority that fusses at him, but
I have a solution for that. Can I throw this at you? Because I listen to the Howard Stern show all the time.
Go on.
And I'm not into copying someone else's shtick or their whole formula or anything like that. But one thing that I see done, across radio programs is they've got a guy who's not a host. He's not in every conversation. He's just in the background, and he might even be a Google fact checker. If there was just someone, I feel like if Chiz were on these calls and he was just in the background, and every time we have one of those silly arguments about the circumference of the Earth or what the gravity is like if you're near the core, or whether the core of the Earth is molten lead or solid lead, he could be back there and be like, actually, it's solid lead. And like, I feel like that would be cool for the flow of the show. I'd like him in that.
I would love. Imagine if PKA Facts became reliable. That'd be a whole new thing, right? I'd be like, Bernie Sanders wants a 95% tax rate, and he'd be like, actually, he said he was
100%.
okay with 90, not enthusiastic about 95. And then just to get, because Bernie Sanders and internet people, which is our crowd, and Bernie Sanders, they're the same people. And he later said that he didn't propose a 90% tax rate. He's actually hasn't come up with his tax plan other than it should be progressive and fuck the top 1%. That's paraphrasing right there.
Yeah.
Did he win that debate? Did you watch any of it?
I
watch
watched
them debate.
Yeah, so Kyle and I did PKN during the first half hour. Kyle went back and watched a YouTube video and caught the first hour. I caught what is it, 2 hours long? I caught the last hour and a half. So I missed the first half hour.
Yeah.
But I feel like I watched it.
I feel like he performed very strongly, and while Hillary had the same confidence and flow that she's had for the last several decades on stage, like she's a polished performer, she had all that, but I feel like it was the same old bullshit. And when she got asked tough questions, and there were a lot of tough questions, who's the gay guy from CNN who's the gray hair?
Anderson Cooper.
He was great. He was really good, and he didn't make it a bullshit. So he said, she said, kind of like, let's get the candidates to fight bullshit. He asked him directly on topics, and when they tried to dance around he's like, well, in all fairness, I'm sorry, Mrs. Clinton, but you didn't answer the question. What I asked was blah 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 blah, and he would kind of keep them on their toes. So I like that a lot. But I don't think I think Sanders won it. Honestly, I was very disinterested in that tall, skinny guy. Mm-hmm. I was entertained. I'll just say that by the ex-Marine guy,
Jim Webb,
who looks like a South Park character. With
I think Jim Webb hasn't recognized that he's moved up a shirt size.
Somebody needs to tell his ass. They need to let him know he's moved up 4 neck sizes.
Yeah, I think
he's got a George Costanza, like bulbous melon with this huge fat rolly neck.
You know when you see guys getting heavier and heavier, but it's all in their gut, so they can perhaps they're testing the tensile strength of the button, but they just lower their pants by a couple inches, show their butt crack, and let the gut hang over the top and front. Yeah. That way they get to sort of stay with their old size. I think maybe he's doing that with his shirt size. Like, he's testing the tensile strength of just what kind, like, how much, like, the shirt is straining to hold in that massive fucking, like, thigh that connects his head to his chest. And
if you couldn't choke this guy out. There's no way. Like you couldn't choke him out if you wanted to.
I'm sorry, Shane, you're gonna have to triangle that fucking neck because your arms aren't long enough.
Yeah, that's but I gotta say, I guess Sanders won. I felt like he was always he stayed to the issues like we thought he would. He didn't get into a bunch of bullshit. I thought he probably scored some of those zinger points whenever instead of going after Hillary, he defended her on the emails. He's like, I think we've heard enough about your damn emails.
That's huge.
I think
That's
that
the line of the debate.
I'm hearing that his initial statements, when each candidate introduced themselves, and unlike the Republican debate, which was really quick, they had like 20, 30 seconds to introduce themselves. At this debate, they had 2 minutes. So you really got to lay out your platform, and his 2 minutes is going pretty viral on Facebook, I saw. So I guess he's the winner. Everyone's saying he is, except for CNN. But we're back to the same sticking point. Just like in that Crowder video we watched earlier. It's like, well, how do you pay for it though? Like, everything you say sounds great, and I think you believe it, and you seem like such a nice, kind old man. But where does that 18 trillion come from? Where? And we watched the video, and just paraphrasing the video, they said what, 600 million a year from our military. If we just got rid of military, multiply that by 10, we're at 6 trillion. And if you tax every bit of the income for like the first top 5%, I think you get like another 600 billion a year or something.
Trillion.
Yeah, over 10 years, 6 trillion.
So the 18 trillion is over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
So if you cut the military entirely, according to this YouTube video, and it's right there on the internet, so it's definitely accurate and fact-checked.
Facts.
6 trillion could be saved by cutting the military down to 0. 6 trillion could be saved by taxing the 1% or 5%. I'm not sure.
I think it's now. Keep in mind, it's taxing the top. It's either the top 1 or 5, but I think it's 5, and the top 5% were
and it's
people who are
at
making
100%.
100%.
Yeah,
Take
yeah, yeah.
all their money, and you expect them to keep working and producing. Okay, so you really do need that military still there to hold a gun to their head. So I don't know how you pay for that.
And that was 12 trillion added together, right? 6 each.
2/3 of the way there.
Yeah, we're 2/3 of the way there, and now we just need to step up the taxes on the rest of the people.
And according to his fuzzy math, we'll call it, that they would just save about 5 trillion over the course of 10 years through the streamlining of all the other social programs. That he would just do it so much better, it sounds like, that he'd just save you 5 trillion out of nowhere.
And there's an argument to be made for the single payer system. Like, I don't know how much. Here's the deal. I pay something like $1,600 a month on health insurance, right? You know, I'm self-employed. I pay for it all by myself, etc. If you told me, like, all right, Woody, now we're going to have government health insurance. My question, like, I wouldn't really be pissed off that I'm paying the government for my health insurance. I just want to know how much. If they said, hey, same doctors, same plan, basically we're not changing anything here, but now it's single payer. So you pay the government and the government pays the doctors. I'd just be like, all right, is that more or less? So when he shifts to a single player plan, it is noteworthy that you do get to stop paying for health insurance.
Well, you're still paying for it.
I'm sorry, you stop paying a private company for your health insurance, and it comes in taxes, right? That's the idea, that we'd have government health care like Canada and the UK do, but they pay for it in taxes. I still pay for it. I just pay some insurance company.
Who do you use?
I get confused by it. It's like Blue Cross Blue Shield or something. I think that's who it is. But isn't there like?
I think that's who I have.
I could check out my bill
That's
pay.
that's who like you're covered by, but I feel like I don't think that's the insurance company, if that makes any sense.
Right?
I feel like you would pay Cobra, and like they would give you insurance through Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So Cobra is a plan that allows you to keep your insurance through like previous employers.
That's after you get let go or you quit a job. They have to provide insurance for like 8 months or something, right?
They have to provide access to their insurance program, right? So like after you, for example, when I left Cisco, I think I liked the plan I was with at Cisco. So for the next 18 months, I just played what I used to plus the employer portion and stayed on their rolls.
I really need to beef up my my health insurance. I feel like we're about to go do some stuff with some people, and one of the guys I was talking to is they call him Mr. Explosives. He destroys things for the U.S. government. He does research and development, and they'll send him stuff that they want destroyed. And one of the items he has in his little collection that he's planning on destroying is the ejector seat out of a goddamn fighter jet. All right, so you could mount this.
What a sweet gig! And to think Bernie Sanders would take all that military money away. No more Mr. Explosives.
Right? So I'm talking to him, and I'm like, what if we put me in that fucking ejector seat and we mounted it at like a 45-degree angle and aimed me out over a lake? I'm like, what's the trajectory like? And he's like, well, first of all, bro, you're going to be pushing like 6-7 Gs. I'm like, done, no problem. I got that.
There.
That means I won't even have to be awake for the landing. And he's like, second of all, you're going about 500 feet up in the air. And this isn't just a few rockets. This is a whole rocket system. You got primary rockets and secondaries, and they burn at different rates. And then some take over at like afterburners or something. And then you come down in a parachute. I was like, okay, you got me. He's like, and there could be spinal injuries. And I'm like, Spinal injury. You had me up, even through unconscious and 6 to 7 Gs. You had me on board, but then he's like spinal injuries. That sounds kind of like spinal compression or something that you could get. But I was totally up for that until then. That sounded like so much fun.
That would be the dumbest way to get spinal injuries and have to roll out into the next FPS Russia video. Hello, I am Kyle. Not Russian.
Oh, I've had that chance for
So
years.
foolish.
I've always said that. All right, so if I break an arm or a leg, instantly we make a cast gun, right? The next episode is the cast gun to make a laugh at that. If I have to be in a wheelchair, we mount guns to the wheelchair. Whatever, there are backup plans for these scenarios in which I'm injured in some way. Okay, like I have video ideas based around a crippled version of me. Don't worry.
I just for a minute ago, I checked out who I write the checks to, and it said Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. So it seems to
Okay,
be.
fact. See, if Chiz had been here.
Yeah, assuming he has access to my bank, which is an issue.
Do you have any contingency plans for other injuries, like amputations, things like that? I'm sure.
Machine gun, leg for a machine gun, right?
Yeah.
Like
Like the machine gun doesn't work that well because I feel like you're always cramming the barrel full of dirt
gravel.
whatever
Plus,
you-
it's not really easy to point. Like machine
not
gun
that
for a forearm. That makes perfect sense. But what are you going to sit down and shoot somebody? This just seems you got to get off the X.
Yeah, I think if I lose a leg, then I just want a real good artificial leg to continue being bipedal and all. But maybe if you lose like the left arm or something, then I could see like putting something else on there, like having multiple attachments or something. That'd be cool. I'd like that.
I don't think you'd like it, but it would make it less.
It almost
less
worth
unbearable.
It'd almost make it worth it. Would you give up your left eye if it became a laser eye but now you saw now every time you look through the eye, it's like only the color red, but it's a laser eye with like a power of let's say 1,000 watts. 1,000 watts is fucking
1,000 watts though. Isn't that what your laser was?
1 watt.
Wait,
Okay,
is
so
it
1,000.
like
Yeah.
Are
A
Cyclops
million
or whatever?
milliwatts.
Anytime my eyes open, it just shoots a beam out.
No, it's completely conscious. Like you look at something and completely conscious, just like snapping your finger, you can direct the laser beam wherever you want.
Now, if I shot 1,000 watts at somebody, would they be like they touched a stove, or would it really injure
All right.
them?
It just
So
kinda
I'm no expert here, but based on what 1 watt of laser power does, I could only imagine that if you glanced at somebody with with that much power, it would like burn them severely and ignite them on fire almost. I feel like it'd be an instant. Like,
Say no
terrible-
more. I'm in.
And I feel like a constant stream would kill a person. I really believe that.
Shane, I have a plan. I think I can fuck you up at this point, Shane.
I was just saying. I was thinking, who needs self-defense when you got that?
Yeah, talk
Done
about
deal.
sizing up the line at Walmart. You got everybody with your laser eye.
No, that's too risky. What if I have a big sneeze on an airplane and
come?
take the whole thing down?
Are you like every time you come, it shoots? You're like, that's the 5th girlfriend this year.
Why don't you ever look at me during?
Because your face is in the pillow.
You know what? I would do it for not 1,000 watts. I'd want like 100,000 watts. I don't want it to be like if I keep them right in my line of sight for 3 minutes, they can start to singe. Like I want it to be like, boom, just immediately vaporize.
I want to do other stuff
But
too.
if it's too powerful, then it'll go through your target and then through the wall and then the next door neighbor's house.
Yeah,
You're right about that,
whatever.
but people are liquid targets. I feel like that'd take a while. I want to be able to take out tree stumps and start campfires. This
As long
sounds.
as it was fully cognizant that you could choose it, because that Cyclops guy has the worst ability ever.
All right.
Yeah.
So maybe we need more power. So
How
this
was he born?
laser. How was he born?
Yeah, without just tearing that up.
Developed later in life. So I think this is a 1,000 watt laser.
I sometimes look at my own nose. I think I'd have a whole different profile if I had laser eyes.
Just kind of carved out.
Just cut out one side of it.
So I see that this is like this guy's cleaning engine parts with the 1,000 watt laser, and it seems to strip everything off of metal.
I clean my opponents.
Should
Yeah.
we watch it together? All right, Shane, this is how we do this. You click on the link and you pause it at 0. We call that queuing it up. I, slowly but surely,
Done.
transfer over so we can all see. And then I'll say ready, set, play in a moment. I'm still waiting on the OBS. There we go. All right. Ready, set, play. Oh, this thing looks cool. Why don't I have one of these?
Not strong enough. Needs to be stronger.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
I will say that thing's like an inch wide. If it was more concentrated.
Exactly. Now, with your eye, you'll be able to control that. You'll be able to do a wide band and clean the sidewalk, or a narrow band and pierce a hole through your opponent's heart at range. What if you did that? If you just put like a tiny hole through his heart from long range and then just walked away.
You could just roast someone alive in 16:9. Just
Ooh, I like that.
You'd be a really distinctive wound. They're like, this is fucking Kyle again. I know it.
Oh, yep, it's the laser burning killer. That's him. There he is, right there.
It's weird.
Up it directly at him.
There's only one gun channel left on YouTube. What is this, Kyle, that you're linking now?
Oh, so this is a homemade. This is something that you could do with.
Oh, I know this guy. Well, I don't know him, but I've watched his videos before.
Well, he makes good videos, and he makes one hell of a laser shotgun here.
Do you want to watch it for 2 minutes?
Let's start it at like 35 seconds. I think that'll get us right into the fun part of the video.
All right, I'm queued up at 35.
I am. So this is only 40 watts.
Oh my God! Please tell me he kills this butterfly with his laser shotgun.
I hope not.
At 35 seconds, there's a butterfly on there. All right, are we all ready at 35?
Yep.
Ready, set, play.
Dangerous is an understatement for this thing. There's no
Holy
good
shit.
reason for anybody to own something this powerful. But because it wasn't illegal for me to build, I decided to build it anyway. Alright, let's start with something
I like his
easy.
attitude.
Here's some paper with a close range lens.
All right, I can see if this is 40, then 1,000 maybe has. It's cool.
That's pretty impressive. Like at minute 11, he's like igniting the whatever that is.
Here's
Yeah.
some black powder.
Your video's playing through your speakers.
A ping pong ball.
Me?
Someone.
Mine's
Oh,
muted.
I apologize. I have two videos playing simultaneously.
Ah,
Made things sound weird.
throwing some stones in that glass house.
Some flash
But
paper.
yeah, that's pretty neat. I don't know. If it's only that strong, it wouldn't be
piece of
worth it. It would
wood.
have to be
No, yeah.
upsettingly powerful for you to
Agreed.
sacrifice an eye for it.
How
Yeah.
much?
Like, ludicrously powerful. Like, maybe a
10,000
million.
watts. A million
Okay,
watts.
so what do you want to accomplish with your laser eye?
I want to be able to rob banks, kill people from miles away.
You know-
Miles.
Miles.
You might- Can I make you an offer, Taylor? How would you like a variable power laser eye?
See, that would be good. Like, I could make it so I could light a candle from across the room, or
Like all
next time
romantic?
the Blackhawks win the Stanley Cup, I just glare at Chicago from here for half
But
an hour.
your cataracts might hurt your eye, your laser at that point.
Yeah.
They're
I
never
would
winning.
like that a lot. I think I would definitely trade my left eye for.
Wait, you said the Blackhawks win again, right?
Yeah, if they win again, I'll just glare at Chicago for a couple hours.
I understand. I
Huge
translated it into like
the
when
whole
St.
city or
Louis
just the Chicago
wins,
hockey team.
and that's where the cataract thing came in. Like you'll be.
Just their arena.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to kill a bunch of innocents, you know?
I mean, Chicago. Come on,
Yeah, there's nobody innocent there.
let's burn it off.
Yeah.
Did anybody see the new Fallout teaser trailer? It's a minute long. It's
I
it's live
did.
action, but it's been like digitized in some cool
Oh,
way. It's,
I was just about to compliment the graphics.
that's certainly not the game. It's beautiful. It's live action with some sort of an effect overlaid.
Yeah, they made it look like a 2025 video game or
All right,
something.
can I be honest? It was a poor trailer. They did a bad job. They had the right idea, but it was bad. It was bad. They did a bad job at it.
It looked a little boring to me. So, in terms of, like, I was interested in it only because I'm interested in Fallout 4, and I think if you're predisposed to liking everything Fallout 4, you might disagree with Kyle there. But if you compare it to other great trailers, like what Destiny did or what Halo's done,
Halo, Gears of War, even Call of Duty sometimes. Some years it's pretty good. But Halo and Gears are, to me, the strongest trailers. But the previous Fallout games were good. Fallout isn't known for, like, blockbuster trailers, but this time around they're definitely were aiming for it. I feel like at least a little to like get their crowd going and let the public know about this new game that's coming out because it's been so long between releases. But the problem was it wasn't heavy hitting enough at all. I felt like that scene where he comes upon the like 3 super mutants and his dog takes off after one. He starts shooting at the super mutant with a carbine. Why didn't he hit it with a fucking nuke? That would have been a great time to like have a rapid fire segment of like the heavy weaponry. I liked that they tried to get some comedic thing in there where he like no look shoots the rad roach. That was kind of funny, but I just feel like they missed their mark. And the wasteland that they were showing didn't even look like the Boston wasteland that's going to be in the game. So I didn't like the trailer, but I'm really excited about the game.
Did you guys read the TotalBiscuit tweet longer?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Yeah. He's got... Is it...
Did you say he's gone?
No, he's got.
I was like, that is the least sensitive thing I've heard so far today.
No.
And I travel in some pretty fucked up circles.
He's got something with his liver, right? Like spots in his liver or some kind of cancer.
Yeah, I think I have the twit longer here. So I'm going to read it. Well, I don't know if there's really a right way to tell people this, so I guess here it goes. The CT did not come back negative. The cancer in the bowel is gone, but spots have appeared in my liver. They're not operable, and there is no cure. Average life expectancy is 2 to 3 years, though there have been outliers that live much longer. I'll be back on chemo in a few weeks with the goal of pushing it back and keeping it there for as long as possible. I fully intend to be the outlier. The average is this way because most people that get this are old and not strong anymore. Who knows what they'll come up with in the next decade. I intend to beat it for as long as possible. Gonna need some time to process all this. I don't really feel anything right now. Thanks.
I didn't know that he already had cancer at one point.
Yeah, it's been an ongoing
did.
thing. I don't follow his channel or him at all, but I see the articles on Reddit, and clearly he's beloved by a big audience, or they wouldn't always be so prominent. So
They're
it's a real shame.
It doesn't seem the right way to phrase it anymore, but he beat cancer. You know, he had this bowel cancer, and the thought was that it was gone and that he was clear. And I know a tiny bit about this because my brother had cancer twice. And my brother's still alive, by the way. Anyway, after you get cancer, they just kind of regularly check you for it a lot for the next 5 or 10 years. Like, it's a thing that they just look for because cancer comes back sometimes. And he went in there to get his CT scan, and with the vibe that, you know, this was a part of his life that was in his past, not in his future. And I hope I have this all right. And it came back positive.
Yeah. It's a real shame. But like he said in his tweet, you know, it seems like there are breakthroughs all the time. So let's think positively for him, and hopefully it all works out. Who knows, maybe they cure cancer next year. Or if not some miraculous cancer cure that's wide sweeping, you know, maybe the specific kind he has. I wonder if a transplant is out of the order. Like, is that a thing that's just not on the table at all? Or
he mentioned not operable. I don't know of any bowel
but
transplants.
cut the whole liver out, you know, like...
Bowel.
Yeah,
well,
you
his
can,
bowel
like,
was
grow
clear.
a full liver from,
Oh,
like,
I have it
half
wrong.
of
I have it wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, I'm certainly not an oncologist or a fucking surgeon, but I know that, like Taylor said, like, if I give him a slice of my liver, not saying I will or anything, you know, it would regrow into a full liver eventually. That's how liver transplants work, unlike like a kidney transplant or something. But I wonder if that's out of the question for what he has. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Though. That sucks to have to go through twice.
A friend of mine just got a liver transplant. Huh.
It's pretty young if they're your age.
Yeah, they 5 years older. Yeah, so
that's pretty young. That's rough.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they're okay.
Do you have any? Do you have a history of anything that's scary that worries you? Family history of medical problems,
heart disease is everywhere in like everybody's family, so that's not really selective.
Yeah, you're not.
Pancreatic cancer is around, and that's one that like do
That's
not
a painful
pass go,
one.
do not collect $200. You're like, oh, you have pancreatic cancer. You got till Thursday. Like, there's.
I've heard
hardly
that
any
stomach
hope.
cancer apparently is really painful. That's one of the worst ones to get. So my grandmother on my dad's side, she died of cancer, My uncle on my dad's side, he died of cancer. My dad has had what do you call it, melanoma? Like when it's he's
Skin
had one of those
cancer. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's had one of those removed. My mom had a couple of benign tumors that she had removed. My grandfather, the husband of the woman of the grandmother who died of cancer, he died of cirrhosis of the liver at 35. The other grandparents, these are my mom's parents. She died of cancer, and her father, my grandfather on that side, also cancer.
It's a good thing you
So-
quit smoking.
Well, I mean, statistically, someone in your family has to not get cancer.
Right?
That would be crazy if you all got cancer. So maybe
Your
you're the
sister
lucky
had a baby, so probably not, right?
Uh-oh.
Sister.
Half sister, right? There have to be some people in your family who hasn't had it
one.
yet.
Gotta hope it's him and not you, you know?
Actually, I think I think maybe she had cancer too. I think they all had. I should probably go get checked up. Yeah, so there's that, and also diabetes on both sides. Let's see, what is heart disease? Of course, everybody's got that. What was the other one? It was something bad, I thought, that my grandmothers both had. Yeah, it's not looking good.
Syphilis.
So-
They're old.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, syphilis. That was it. I had a leper, Uncle Steve the leper. We didn't invite him around much.
Seriously?
No way. Let's see what Shane will believe.
Yeah. Old Larry the leper. You don't come over for Christmas this year, you Riley son of a bitch. Ears are
Get, like,
falling
his
off
left
into the soup.
hand.
Not yet, but I need to.
You bring your own silverware,
Yeah.
God damn it!
Get your rotting, flesh-dripping hand out of the fucking potatoes.
Oh, he's trying to grab a turkey leg.
All right, I'll be right there.
His
Pieces of
skin
him falling
sloughs off as easy as the meat on the
Ah.
turkey.
Gentlemen,
leopard-
I need to step away. Apparently, there is a toilet-based emergency downstairs that I need
Well, we look forward to the story.
Bring a camera.
Actually,
I'll
yeah.
be right back.
So, so have you ever had any? Let's talk about this: toilet-based emergencies. Have you ever had a toilet overflow on you, a la Dumb and Dumber or something, and just make a real shitty, awful mess?
Oh, yeah.
Whether the scenario was embarrassing or not, let's hear about that. I want to know: have you done this before?
Yes, I've done this. This is like one of those scenarios that you don't think about ever because, like, when even the thought of it pops in your head, you just
It's bad.
Like, just try and not think about
You
it.
cringe and wish that weren't you were remembering.
Yeah, you just go. "Ooh,
That was somebody else. That was a past
yeah,
life, right? I didn't do that.
Wasn't me. That wasn't me. No, I was. Okay, it was like the perfect storm of awful. I was at my girlfriend in high school's house after school, and
Parents' house.
parents' house. Yeah.
Okay.
And we were hanging out there, and every Thursday we got Qdoba in the morning.
That's like
This was
burritos.
Friday,
Mhm.
and I had been blocked up all day. Like I hadn't shit since the previous burrito. And so I go to the bathroom. I was gonna go up in the upstairs one where it was a bit safer, but
Yeah, privacy.
she was in there and was like, "Oh, you just go downstairs, the one in the right by the entranceway to the house, that bathroom." And I was just like, "All right." Well, I hop in there, take just a foul abomination of a shit, and just go to flush it and have.
Now, let me ask you
a
this,
mi-
about the shit. Was it one of those that, as horrible as it is, it's over in like 7 seconds flat?
Oh, it was a
Like,
speed run. You
Is
know,
it one of those where you
wouldn't take that
like
long.
you have to sit quickly so you don't just shit everywhere? Like
Yeah, you're like shuffling down. You have to sit. It comes out so quickly and so much force that like there are waves splashing over the side of the bowl. But so I go in there and take the shit, and I feel so much better immediately. Flush, about to leave, and I see that scary look, that tepid filth water moving a little closer to the top. Oh, it probably just takes a bit. Some toilets raise higher.
And then
It keeps coming. It gets to the point where like I'm like willing it, like stop, and it gets to like right on the rim of the bowl, just soupy shit water, and like an idiot, instead of just plunging it and trying to get it under control, I
Flush
go,
it in.
let's
It's
give it a
instant.
go.
We've been taught since the time we were 4. You flush to get the poop to go away, and you
Yes.
just do it without thinking.
Did it without thinking, immediately realized the error of my ways as it just cascades down the side all over the place. Like 3 minutes later after this, when I'm like hey, hey, like yelling at her that their whole foyer is covered in shit. Mom gets home, and she walks in through the front door, and like, of course, I was right by there, and she was like, "Oh Jesus! Oh my God! Oh my God!" And I'm just standing there, beat red, because I just pooped the foyer.
Oh
and,
God!
It was like, even thinking about it now, I'm cringing so hard.
All right, so this is there's something about Mary type scenario. What happened with you and this girl post you shitting in her house?
I mean, it wasn't like a huge freak out. Like, I think she was just as embarrassed as I was, almost, where she was like, "Oh God, this guy's shitting all over my house. Parents already don't like him." But yeah, it obviously didn't end up working out quite a while later. But I don't think it was shit related. But yeah,
What's that I walk into?
That's that is hilarious.
Yep.
So I was asking the guys if they've ever had that scenario where a toilet overflows on you and poop goes everywhere, and especially if it's been an embarrassing scenario. And Taylor had a great one. He did this at a girlfriend's house and had a real shit explosion across their foyer, and the mother came home and discovered. So great story.
My face is hot from just having relived that in my head.
Embarrassing.
Just like, oh my God.
Nice.
Like I feel like people aren't consider like if someone asks you to use their bathroom, I always consider like, he might have to take a disgusting shit. I should make sure he gets to like the bathroom like away from everyone or something like that. That's always in my head. But I think like I'm in the vast minority. Like I remember one time I was hanging out with like an ex-girlfriend and like her friend. There's like 3 girls and me. And I'm like, "Hey, can I use the bathroom?" And I have to take a horrible shit. Like my farts are so obnoxious from that I know the quality of shit
Like
that's going to
thick
come.
and soupy. Like you can,
Hot. They burn. They burn. Like this is gonna be a rough one. But like I said, like I said, this isn't gonna be a prolonged, straining, constipated poop. No, this is gonna be. And then and the trick is this: you got to flush as soon as the shit starts coming out. That way, it's not even staying in the room. It's just going straight in and into the pipe. You don't want a big pile of shit to be in the house, which is essentially what a toilet is. You want to flush during the shit. But still, stunk up the whole room, and I'm sure, and so then, like later, I asked to go to the bathroom again, and I got a piss, and I could tell that like her friend didn't want me to use her toilet because she thinks I'm gonna like shit all over her bathroom and stink it all up. This is embarrassing.
You know, the trick is to turn the fan on before you start.
Oh, not every.
oh, this fan didn't stand a chance.
If you had one of those fucking squirrel fans they use in woodworking to vacuum the shop out, it wouldn't have been good enough.
It's like taking a
This is
super
evil.
soaker to a forest fire.
You got to turn the fan on right away, create a low pressure vacuum inside the bathroom so that there is air just constantly pulling. Because at first, it's just creating the vacuum. It's just having an impact on the air next to the fan. You give it a little time, you get a nice flow coming from under the door, out the room.
It depends on the.
How old are you guys?
29.
42.
24.
How old are you?
25.
25.
See, most of you guys got a lot more pooping experience. I'm learning a lot listening to you guys.
Well, you eat way too healthy. You know, you gotta eat the
Yeah.
way we eat.
just
you
on
don't want
camera. I really
You don't want your poop coming out in one big piece. That's like being raped from the inside. I don't want any part of that.
Jesus Christ.
It should be watery. It should happen within. If 5 seconds later I'm still pooping, there's something wrong. Like what happened?
PKA medical advice, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You want your poop to be watery and to be explosive. Prefer.
If you can. Oh no! Did we lose Shane?
Uh-oh.
Probably.
I actually have a similar story to Taylor's too, except you don't got me.
Yeah, we got
Hello?
you. Your video's frozen, but
Can you
we
still
hear
hear
you fine. Yeah. There it is.
Okay. No, I had a very similar story to Taylor's, except the poop did go down. It did flush. However, when I was sick at the time, right? I was sick at the time, so I was throwing up while shitting. And you know, like when you have diarrhea, it's like wet and farts and really loud. And it was an ex-girlfriend's house, and it was the same setup. Like the kitchen was right next to the bathroom, was right next to the living room. But the door was one of those like closet doors with slits in it, like angled slits.
Ooh.
Have you ever?
It's a terrible decision.
I know. And I remember thinking that too. I'm like,
Only girls do that. Only girls do that because they don't take explosive, horrible shits. So they can't even relate. They have no idea what it's like.
Seeing that for the first time, I was like, this is going to haunt me someday. I can feel it. And sure enough, it did. But I walked out. like, she was cool about it. I was like, did you hear any of that? And she's like, what do you mean? But I know there was no way.
You asked,
Yeah.
you ran some damage control.
The neighbor down the street heard that shit.
Dude, I had that. I was sick this summer. I forget when it was, but I was sick this summer, and I hadn't been sick in a long time. Like, there's sick where you like have the sniffles or maybe just don't feel 100%. But I can't remember like laying on the tile floor of my bathroom just thanking God that it is so cool. That's how sick I was. Like, oh, my cheek feels so nice on the tile floor. And at one point, like you mentioned, I was pooping and throwing up at the same time, and I had a decision to make. Like, one of them wasn't going in the toilet. I'm fucked
bucket,
at this
man.
point. I did not have a bucket available, but
Into the bath.
that's exactly, yeah. I had it. I was like, I thought I was brilliant, but apparently I'm commonplace. I vomited, thankfully not really chunky, into the bathtub while pooping into the toilet, and then I just ran the shower, flushed the toilet, and all was good.
Or if
See,
you're
what I do
shameless,
is
just get in
you
the
just-
bathtub and let it all out.
Oh my God.
Or maybe if you like lifted the seat all the way up and mounted it in reverse, you could do both simultaneously.
Well, I guess like a smaller, like a less endowed man could probably pull that off. But for me,
I got no problem.
it's like a pair of coconuts with a pool noodle, and there's just really no throwing up in front of that.
No, and that also, like, that's something that in your head at the time, you're like, oh, look at this brilliant Nobel Prize winning idea I have. Nobody else has thought of this. And then you do it and try it, and you just all over yourself, and then you're sitting there and acidic, vomit, sick, while shitting. Be awful. What a gross
worst-
episode.
So my experience with drunk people is probably less than a normal man my age, because I don't like drunk people. I don't hang around with them that much, and most of the time. But when really, really drunk people vomit, it's hilarious, because they there's no shame left. There's not even any initiative to bend over anymore. It's this. And it's just like flowing onto their body, and they don't give a fuck. And I've seen it twice in my life. Once, we were walking near the Chinese Theater in Los Angeles. Me and Woody and a couple other guys were walking back to a hotel, and there was a guy sitting on the sidewalk outside a bar, just vomiting all over himself. And I think Woody said something like, "Oh, he's having a bad night." And we were all just like, yeah, he is. And the other one is White Boy 7th Street. So first of all, he's sitting on my couch on my back porch, and me and Harley from Epic Mealtime had picked up a few girls and brought them back to my place. And they were just kind of hanging out, and me and Harley were inside making the video or whatever. And White Boy could control his own drinking, but the problem was, like, he had gotten drunk enough that, like, he was susceptible to suggestion, and this girl kept giving him more. Like, yeah, you need more. You need more. Yeah, and laughing as he drank more. I think she just thought it'd be funny to poison him. So she gets him so goddamn drunk. Like, I swear, like, I was having a conversation with him. I was smoking a cigarette, talking to him, and I'm just like, all right, I'm going to go here and finish this back up. Be right back. I come back 5 minutes later, and he's gone from like a 3 or 4 drunk level to like a 9 or a 10. And I'm just like, what happened? And she had literally been nursing him with a bottle of Jack Daniels.
I think I know this story. Were there Reese's Pieces involved?
He had eaten half a family-sized bag of Reese's Pieces. Keep in mind, Kitty is so allergic to peanut butter that merely touching peanut dust dissolves a layer of her flesh. It's like predator acid to her for whatever reason, because of her immune thing. Like, no peanuts at all. Like it's a big deal. And I look at White Boy. He's sitting there on our couch, and he goes, and like this peanut butter alcohol goo. It's orange from the Reese's Pieces. It's just like flowing out of him. It was a real mess. We left that couch there. We left that couch. Yeah, that was.
You didn't even take it. You just.
Wait, that wasn't at your house?
That was at my. Yeah. I left it there. Oh, that was at the lake house.
Oh, and then you moved shortly afterwards and didn't take the couch. I follow now.
Yeah.
The couch is, what do Jewish people say? Forever unclean. It's forever unclean.
Did they say that?
Is that what Jewish people say?
It is. I mean, I'm sure.
Do they say that?
They see it and say,
Who do they say
"What a
that
bargain."
Is it a racial thing? Do you think
I
they say
think
that
I
about
might be
Mexican
stepping into like racist territory here. So
tacos? Yeah, be careful. They'll put that
there are
shitty
my
curse
steps. Anyway, yeah, no, I think forever unclean might be used to describe something that violates one of their practices. Like you pour bacon juice all over their pencil, and now that pencil's forever unclean or something.
I wonder what. So I hear you, and that makes sense to me. I could understand that. Do they carry the same principle along with people? Do you think? Like if a woman had sex with a pig, would she be forever unclean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, yes.
I think
Babies.
anyone, Jewish or not, believes that.
Shane brings up a strong point here. Yeah, would you date a girl who had previously dated a literal pig?
I mean, England elected a president that fucked a pig. I mean, who am I to turn away a beautiful woman? I mean, come on. There's plenty of pig fuckers out there. It happens. You know, you grow up on a farm. Maybe you're in Iowa. I bet the percentage of women who have fucked a pig is like 3 to 4%. I think we're way underestimated.
What is the percentage of men who fucked a goat?
78%.
Keep in mind the Middle East.
100%.
Don't forget ISIS in there.
Yeah, they're the weird ones.
Do you think they sit around and say that? Like, these fucking Americans, man, they're capitalists, fucking running around the world, policing everything, blowing our people up, disrespecting our land. They don't even fuck goats. You know that? They don't fuck goats. They just fuck goats. That's it. They're not into fucking little boys either. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that's where we had a place in common. Us and the Catholics. We all fuck the little boys. I thought we had that. But no, the Americans, they don't even get on board with that.
I just feel I want to believe that it's so commonplace that it's like, oh, I'm gonna go grab a soda from the fridge and maybe throw Daisy a fuck while I'm back there. You want me to?
You just hear the goat scream. No.
Of course, wouldn't be a good friend if I didn't offer you my goat. Like,
Hey, Ahmad, which hole is still free?
Is that how it works? You think you get to call dibs on like
No, I mean, like, if you're butt fucking the goat, then I might want to vagina fuck the goat afterwards. Otherwise, it'd be unclean.
Well, see, now that's a question too. If you're gonna fuck the goat, do you go top or bottom? I don't know. Like, see, here's the problem with this. All right, you go top, you're probably gonna get some goat shit on your dick. But if you go bottom, maybe you get some weird goat STD from that goat pussy.
But goat
maybe
shit.
You get up in some bad goat pussy
Kyle,
that med's already been in.
I feel like this is an area that you might have some experience. Goat shit is like deer shit, right? They're clean pellets, like a rabbit.
Pellets. Yeah, that's true.
You'll be fine. You fuck the ass.
Right.
Yeah.
no. I think it's best to just steer clear. Just go find a lady somewhere.
You're so gay.
You're gonna get some kind of weird goat STD. You're right. I think Kyle's right. That's not worth the risk. You're like, dick's gonna rot off.
When
I
was
just had to fuck a goat.
When AIDS,
Wrap it up.
I don't know where AIDS came from, but when it first like became a thing, back when Magic Johnson got AIDS and stuff like that, they thought, or it was thought normally that what happened is people and monkeys had sex and people got AIDS.
Lay a PKA fact on you. I'm like 98% sure that it was from eating either the brains of monkeys or it's definitely from eating monkeys or from monkey body parts or monkey flesh contaminating other meats that were eaten. That's where AIDS came from. I'm like 98% sure. I have also heard the monkey fucking thing, and hey, that's probably true. I could believe that in a group of people who are like regularly eating AIDS monkeys, that occasionally they threw one a fuck, okay? Like, I wouldn't put that beyond those people who regularly eat monkey brain. But I think it was from the eating that it happened, and then they were like, oh, I know what happened to us all. It's from Dave. He's always fucking them. And they're like, well, you fucked him too, Bill. And it's just like,
Not
they
that
blame it on
much.
this.
And I was drunk.
Twice. Yeah. Monkey was totally asking for it.
Yeah.
Used his bottom hands. Oh.
These little weird feet thumbs.
Dave Chappelle's got that whole bit about like training his monkey to give him a hand job. He's like, come on, don't you want to go out to the clubs? Nah, I'm gonna stay here with my monkey.
Kyle,
You know how long it took me to teach him to suck my dick without peeling it first?
You're onto something there. There is a further question, but it appears that monkeys had HIV. This sometimes calls it HIV-1, but I'm a little confused. So it looks like monkeys had HIV, and then people got it from monkeys by eating monkey meat, it says in this thing, the AIDS Institute. And
but it wouldn't have been HIV if the monkeys had it. It would have been like simian IV.
It's SIV. You're right. Simian immunodeficiency virus.
For the win! Double jeopardy
Points.
And most likely transmitted to humans and mutated into HIV when humans hunted these chimpanzees for meat and came into contact with their infected blood. So
seems like it would have been around. I don't know how long AIDS has been around, but like seems like it would have been around forever. People have always been eating monkeys, right? Like
it's a
why
virus.
would it just suddenly come up?
The virus mutated and hopped over. There's feline AIDS too. That's a thing.
I guess so.
It's got the viv.
Yeah, something like that. But I know that's a thing too. Yeah, so don't fuck any cats or monkeys.
You know your rules. I can't live under your rules, man.
I won't constrain you.
Yeah.
No, I won't look
that's
at
why
it.
I'm not very. That's why I'm not voting for Bernie Sanders. That like that socialist will come right in. He'll be shutting down all the monkey fucking, the pig fuck. He'll shut it all down. You can't have that.
Shane, do you have a favorite president candidate yet?
I really don't follow politics at all. I got to be honest.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable.
So if I understand internet standards right, you are the perfect guy to tell people what to think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I have a question. What are some political issues that are important to you? Like, let's say, like, I don't know, things like economy, gun control, abortion, foreign wars, the environment.
You look like a guy who appreciates a pro-choice woman.
Yes, actually. Why do you say that, though?
I just feel like you'd score a lot, and
I'm married.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming.
But my wife is pro-choice.
All right.
It's handy in a pinch.
If you were to hypothetically make a baby now, would you just? Oh man, what would you do?
Oh man, put me on the spot. We really don't want kids.
Ever?
At right now, in this point of our life, no. Maybe it'll change, but right now we're focused on the business and each other and traveling. But
okay,
I think
so you're definitely a pro-choice guy. It sounds like. Where do you fall on gun control?
Since America has the most shootings, school shootings.
Number one.
Well, I mean, they're proportionate to the amount of guns we have, though. We got the most guns too. You got to keep that in mind. If we had them, think about it this way: how many people drown in swimming pools in, say, Nicaragua? They probably don't have that many fucking swimming pools, right? We got tons of swimming pools. I bet a lot more people drown in swimming pools in the United States than they do in Nicaragua. Now, that doesn't mean we have a whole swimming pool problem. It just means we got a lot of fucking swimming pools.
Well, I didn't say that I'm against it or for it.
Because I need a swimming pool to protect my family.
Everyone should be given a swimming.
I feel like after you graduate from the Coast Guard, you should keep the pool.
I agree with that. I
don't own a gun, but I probably will soon.
What kind of gun you want? You want a shotgun?
I don't know. I should ask you for advice.
All right. So what do you want to accomplish with this gun? Do you ever want to go target shooting with it? Only you never want to take it, say, hunting. That'll never be a concern for you. It's really about protecting the house, and it's going to stay like in your house, and that's it.
Flamethrower.
Where do you live? An apartment?
Maybe take it out with me.
Flamethrower. Because if you have a gun, it can overpenetrate. It goes through the walls, hurts the person in the next room. Flamethrower, on the other hand, does not go through the walls.
It does not go through the walls. You can just burn everything, the enemy and his clothing. Like, there'll be really no trace of the enemy by the time you're done. You want one of these. But seriously, though, where do you live? What state?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh,
in an apartment.
Ooh. Well,
but I'm from Philadelphia, so this is it's like a walk in a park. Compared
yeah.
Back home.
Well, I'm not an expert on those gun laws enough to even give you a recommendation.
But you can probably get a shotgun. I thought that was going to be your home defense choice. That's the typical one.
It's a shotgun. It's a shotgun because, like, it's real easy to accidentally shoot yourself with a pistol because you're capable of turning it all the way around in one hand. So let's just eliminate being able to shoot ourselves and get a long gun. I feel like that's a good idea. And, the shotgun, there's the whole thing about, you rack a shotgun in your house and anyone who hears it is filled with dread. Everybody, even if you're not a gun guy, Bernie Sanders knows what means. And so, that's good. It's hard to miss because Bill Burr would say it's got a wide spread. If you're shooting down a corridor.
Can I interrupt you? Bernie Sanders is actually the most pro-gun Democrat running, I think.
I would say that retired military.
I don't know
what
where Jim Webb is, but anyway, Bernie Sanders has a D- record from the NRA, which doesn't sound that good, but they're harsh.
I heard what he said about guns. I was. It's not as scary as certainly what I hear about of Hillary Clinton. She's completely out of touch. Bernie Sanders stuff, while I don't like it, it's a lot more moderate. But he still calls, he still talks about assault weapons and stuff. And he mentions gun show loopholes. And those are just things that don't exist. So
So
what's a gun show loophole for those who don't know?
It's when a politician lies and says that you can go to a gun show and just buy a gun from someone, cash in hand, and walk away without having a background check done, which is not the truth.
Can I interrupt?
It's really easy. Yeah.
It's kind of sort of true. So here's the deal.
Here.
Okay. Correct me if I get anything wrong, but I think I have my act together on this. If you go to a gun show and buy from someone who has a table there, those tables are almost always held by people who also have brick and mortar stores, and there is no gun show loophole. Period. You go to a gun show, you follow the same rules, you do the same background checks. I have bought from those tables, and I can tell you, it's just like a regular store. So it's easy to say the gun show loophole doesn't exist because with regards to stores selling guns, they can't just go to a gun show and freaking sell stuff. With pistols, and this is North Carolina, the state that really the only one I know for sure. If I sell a pistol to another private party, me being a regular dude, because that's all I am, I have to still do a background check on that. It's easy if he has a concealed carry permit, because I just know it's okay. If not, in North Carolina, you have to get a pistol permit. And I need to make sure that you have a pistol permit before I sell my pistol to you, or I could be in trouble. Or a concealed carry permit, which means you can buy all the pistols you want. So anyway, that's North Carolina. I know Kyle's looking sideways, but this is something I know.
Yeah, I'm believing you.
Yeah, I think I might know North Carolina better than you. You need a pistol permit. You can get 5 pistol permits per year unless you're concealed, at which point Bob's your uncle. So anyway.
Per year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a regular person without a concealed carry can only buy 5 pistols a year. Unless it's changed, but this is definitely how it was when I got my first pistol. And however, long guns, I can literally buy a long gun. This would be like a shotgun. I'm going to use the term assault rifle, but you guys know what I'm talking about. The black semi-auto rifle, a hunting gun, etc. All the long guns. I can just buy that from a friend and own it, as if I was buying a lamp or a couch from a friend. And I think they call that the gun show loophole, because if you go to a gun show, there are literally people walking around. Usually they have is there a name for the strap that goes on a gun you wear around your chest?
Shoulder strap?
Let's go with that. That sounds like you made that up. But yeah, they have the shoulder strap. This is what I picture. They have the shoulder strap, and at the gun shows I go to, there's a particular kind of flag that goes in the barrel that verifies it's been checked as the guy walked in. And these guys are walking around, and they're for sale. They brought their guns to the gun show as just private parties, regular people. And it's almost like a real-life Craigslist where you can go there and see them and buy them, etc. In my head, when they say there's a gun show loophole, that's what they're talking about. They're saying I can go to a gun show, find, I was going to say Kyle, but Kyle is actually licensed and stuff. So I could find Taylor there, and Taylor could sell me his long gun, and maybe that's the gun show loophole.
Well, see, then that's a terrible thing to call it, because that's just the that's peer-to-peer sales. So in my state, and I knew... Do you have to register your pistol in North Carolina? Is there gun registration in North Carolina that don't?
I feel like it's the pre-registry. So I don't really know you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork when you buy it.
There's
And
a 4473 form you fill out. It's a couple pages, and it's where you live, and all those boxes you check. And
I don't know if there's one on top of that for a pistol, because I feel like there might be. I have a concealed carry, so I don't have it. And they're like, yeah, do you have all this stuff? And I'm like, I have a concealed carry. And they say, oh, well, that makes this easy. And I just fill out what I guess is the 4470, like the one you do for every gun.
Yeah, you don't have to do the NICS background check thing if they've got a carry permit. On my 4473 forms that I get from the ATF, it's I think it's like 2 handguns a day, or you have to do what's called a multiple firearm like variance type thing. But you can buy as many of anything as you want here from a gun store. But the peer-to-peer thing is like you said, like that's the only way you can get a gun without having a background check run that I'm aware of, is if like I sell one to you.
But you're
just
a bad
we're
example.
neighbors. Well,
I think. I'm not sure.
I can do both.
Okay.
I could go to my dad and say, give me $100 and I'll give you this gun, and that'd be perfectly legal. Or I could like whip out a 4470. I could sign this into my federal logbook and then make my dad fill out a 4473 and run a background check on him and transfer it that way. But there's really no point. I'm adding a step in the middle that's not even required by law. It's just silly. But any civilian, as far as I know, and definitely in Georgia, you want this? Give me the money. Here it is. There you go. And no one ever knows. Not only does no one know where like this gun came from, like they don't know where it's going to after I sell it to that person. But I feel like when you start infringing on that right, I don't like that at all. I don't like that I can't sell my gun to someone else.
So
or buy someone else's gun.
My daughter, you might call her anti-gun. She's more liberal than any of us, and I think I'm pretty liberal. But she's more liberal than me, that's for sure. Anyway, she was talking about gun laws, and I was talking, like this, and I was like, it's not that I'm against sensible gun laws. It's just that a lot of the ones I hear aren't sensible to me. Like she likes paintball, and I'm like, what if I told you your hopper could only hold 10 rounds? Like it just sucks a lot of the fun away from how you might play paintball. Constant reloading, constant handling this, and I think that kind of sucks. And that translated well to her. Like she could be like, yeah, paintball would not be the same sport if you could only hold 10 rounds at a time. And we talked about some other stuff, but she said this: what if every time you buy and sell a gun, you go and like get an FFA? You have to go to your FFA, like what does that stand for, Kyle?
FFL, Federal Firearms License.
Oh, thank you, FFL. And you just like, all right, so you and I I'm going to sell a gun to some regular dude. I'll meet you at Young Guns. We'll do we'll pay the guy $15 to make sure to do the transaction, and we'll get the background check.
Okay, so what that would require is registering so for that to have any effect, really, you would have to make it illegal for me to sell a gun to another individual. Like that'd have to be illegal. And B, you'd have to register every gun that was purchased from now on, and there'd have to be a big federal database where someone could say Jim Norton, and it would pop up, Jim Norton owns this 1911, the serial number on this one is FPS1, and they would know that. So if they ever saw this one again, they'd oh, that's Jim Norton's gun. That would work going forward. That everyone's against that because everyone's afraid of a federal database where they know. No one wants to buy a gun and have Uncle Sam knowing that they've got it. They don't like that idea. That emotes like gun grabber fears in all of those people.
In my head,
the real issue. It doesn't even. Let me finish this last part. The real problem is there's 330 million guns already out there. So if I'm not gonna do that thing you just said if I want a gun to do some harm, because there's 330 million guns out there, and I'll just go buy one of those from an individual, I'll do a straw purchase. I'll have Pete go buy one for Paul.
So the gun registry argument I don't accept, because in my world on this thing, it's not even about registering the gun. Like, I'm not trying to track who owns what gun or which gun. I'm just saying that every gun purchase should be parallel to a background check to make sure you're not a crazy felon.
Okay, so but you have to register that. You have to keep track of that it did that.
No,
if you don't, then how can you prove it was done?
Well, you have a gun and you don't have a background check, with your name.
They don't keep those anyway. We throw that shit away.
Well, that's the idea. The idea is we just make every gun sale coincide with a background check. That's the thought. It's not going to track your guns. It's not going to measure it. I'm not going to know your inventory of guns. I'm not going to know.
It has to. It
It
has
doesn't.
to. It won't work. Okay, so here's the scenario. So like,
Oh, wait, actually, it almost has to. And I'll tell you the scenario. Maybe this is the one you were coming up with. Kyle has 15 guns, but the one he bought, but Kyle has 15 guns, but he only has 14 background checks. Something fishy happened right there, but we don't know which one.
well, I mean,
Because we don't
another
track
thing would
guns.
be like, all right, so I own like roughly 100 guns right now, something
Right.
like that. Let's say you institute this new law tomorrow. How are you ever going to know if one of my guns wasn't purchased correctly? And so how could you would have to come to my house and you'd have to forcibly register all my guns before you know that if you saw me with a gun later, that would be the only way. I'd be like, no, this is grandfathered in. I didn't had this. Like,
Maybe there is a flaw, and probably we should move on topics. But the idea is, and then the other flaw is, when you make these rules, only law-abiding people have to follow them, right?
yeah, I'm with you. If there were ever some gun control legislation that made sense and I didn't feel was restrictive, overly restrictive, then I'd probably be for it. If there was this magic bullet, if you will, that would make
Bad
fewer
people not
bad
have
people
guns.
get guns, but not infringe on the constitutional rights of millions of Americans who use the guns to put food on their table, protect their families, for sport, for fun, for all those things. I don't like that.
But
So,
circling back to Shane's thing, what, Remington 870?
Remington 870 or a Mossberg 500, it really depends on the ergonomics. One has the safety. One you operate the safety with this finger, one you operate the safety with this finger. They're both 12-gauge pump-action shotguns that come in a variety of customizations and setups. You can get them so it's just a pistol handle on the back, full-length stock. You can get adjustable stocks, short barrel, long barrel, sights, scopes.
Mine's nickel-plated because I'm bling like that.
Nickel-plated.
You brought up
That way
Bill
the-
Burr, and he said, "Why would I have a big gun? Because in the middle of the night it's quiet. If I shoot it, I'm going to hear that ringing. It's going to be a flash. Wouldn't that be the same thing with a shotgun?"
That's a funny comedy bit, but it's a comedy bit. I don't know. I've shot guns without ear protection in places where I shouldn't have, and it's never like he described like a flash bang where it's just beep.
Right.
Also, in his scenario, he was shooting like a 44 Magnum, which I don't know why you would use. For home defense anyway.
He's like, and every time you blast, you just get a flash, like coming at you closer and closer with the knife. So yeah, for home defense, I like the 12-gauge shotgun. If you hit them, they will die. If they hear you, they will run. If you have to get in a situation where like they're so close that like in that movies where the guy grabs the shotgun from somebody like you beat him to fucking death with that thing if you want to. It's a big steel pipe at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They make them with
Where do you keep yours?
everywhere.
All over.
Yeah, it's
Like
got
He
five
could
guns.
probably
Bed, I'd imagine?
Wait, Kyle. Liz, before you go any further, I'm going to guess he can reach 4 guns
All right,
without
so-
getting up from
see,
his
You
seated
already showed
position.
us 3.
I saw 2.
Up a bit. So I've got 2 in hand. I've got the
Right.
1911, but I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 3 in hand, and
But wait, without your butt moving, right? Like pretend it was glued to the sofa. 2 guns, 2 flamethrowers, and that's where it stops, right?
There's 3 guns. I got a shotgun at my feet, and a flamethrower at my feet, and the flamethrower behind me, and this, and the 12-gauge next to me. But over there's like sniper rifles and handguns and multiple AR-15s and a 50 cal Desert Eagle and a 338 Lapua sniper rifle and like 4 12-gauge shotguns. And this is just kind of like the downstairs room. This isn't even where I keep the guns. So
Sprinkle some money around, it would look like a rapper's house.
Yeah.
Just 100%.
little crack too.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I keep guns everywhere because I live in a household where that's appropriate. Everybody in my household knows how to handle a gun, definitely how to unload one and defend themselves with one. None of them are like mystified by the idea of a gun. No one is ever going to go, ooh, look what I got, and like play with Kyle's gun.
Well, the reason why I asked is for like home self-defense. Where would you keep it if in the middle of the night you hear someone near your bed, right?
It sounds a little paranoid, but I've got my 1911 sitting right there. Like if I woke up from bed, I could literally reach and grab it, and like I know, like from muscle memory, like how to take the safety, the safeties right here. Like I don't know, I'm a grab away from having a gun like this at night.
That makes sense.
Which seems a bit paranoid and crazy. I'm aware. It sounds like something Steven Seagal might do.
No,
but
if you're gonna have it, you may as well have it to use.
Exactly.
Like I keep my shotgun right next to my bed by the end table, and then like just put it in the safe the next morning. Like, so
and
you're not just...
I think it's kind of fun to litter them throughout the house, and I know which ones are loaded. And I imagine a scenario where like I get in some kind of a like John Woo gun battle with multiple assailants, and they're like picking up empty guns, but I know which ones are really loaded, and we're just having a crazy, we're moving around room to room. I'm grabbing guns from secure locations and stuff. Like I know there's an AR-15 behind the couch, and there's a sniper rifle loaded up in the closet, in case I need to shoot through some body armor or something. You never know. So I like to keep.
There's a difference between paranoia and being safe. Like,
of course,
I don't
we're treading that line right now.
When I'm outside, I won't wear 2 headphones because I want to make sure that I can hear as well as see everything that's
Makes
around.
sense.
And I've said that to people, and they're like, "Wow, really?" They're baffled by it. But
that makes sense. I do the
there's
same
people
thing.
out there who might want to do you harm occasionally, and it's good to at least be prepared for that scenario so it doesn't happen to you, or at least you feel better afterwards, so you feel like you could have done something, I suppose. So
I'm surprised you don't keep both headphones in on purpose, kind of trying to invite an attacker, just so like you walk around in dangerous neighborhoods.
and
at
my
night.
camera ready.
Yeah, you're just
like
feeding
money
for a
hanging
fight.
out of your back pocket.
Oh damn! Well, my last fight in the last 4 years was not my fault, but it was fun.
Conveniently recorded and turned into a viral video.
There you go. So you went to Thailand to train?
Yes.
How was that? Those guys like overtrain and train full strength and don't use pads and shit like that, right?
There's videos, Tiger Muay Thai, that they upload where the guys will get knocked to the ground. Sorry, and they'll kick them in the face and stuff. That's not common. They're just trying to get the wow factor with those videos, and I don't agree with that training. But it is super intense out there. You wake up at 6 a.m. and you go for a 5-6 mile run, and it's humid as hell there. It's like 95 degrees already early in the morning, and then you do 2 hours of training after that, and then you rest, you eat, and then you do the same thing at 3 o'clock, and you do that Saturday through, or every day except for Sunday. Sunday's the only day off. So
What do you do on Sunday? Cry?
Sleep. Yeah, right, seriously. Well, all the other guys would get prostitutes. That was like pretty common.
All right, so I read a lot about you, and a lot of impressive stuff, a lot of cool stuff. I like the anti-bullying stuff you do in particular. I think that's cool for the kind of guy you are and what you do. But what I really want to know about is the hookers in Thailand. Like, so these other fighters.
Do they have penises?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But first, I need to picture like who these other fighters are. Are they other Caucasians or maybe Europeans who have come to like learn the ways of the region? Okay.
Most of them were from England. One guy was from Sweden. Another guy was from Norway. I think my roommate was from Norway. But most of them were European guys.
So this is a very Shaolin temple type movie scenario where these white guys are going to learn the real deal from the people who do it. All right. So once these guys are in that scenario, now are they going after? I know that region specializes in ladyboys. Now is that what they're going after, or do they just want a girl?
I actually had this conversation with the guy from Norway, and we had a really long argument. And he was like 6'4", I don't know, like 250, like really big guy. And it turned into like a heated argument too, because he was arguing that ladyboys were more attractive than regular women. Like, and he was set on that. And I was like, well, that's what you're into. I disagree. And he's like, so if there's 2 women sitting in front of you, and you have a 100% chance of sleeping with them, all you have to do is just pick one, but one of them is a ladyboy. Do you take that chance? And I said, absolutely not, because I don't want to sleep with a ladyboy, and I'm not that desperate. And he's like, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. He was like, probably.
What reasons did he give? Like, what did he say was better about a ladyboy than a female?
I think he was saying that they take care of themselves. Like they care so much about their appearance that they care more than regular women do.
You know, I thought it was going to be something that I wouldn't be able to get behind, but this makes sense.
Yeah, he's He's
I
making
get
a lot
mine.
of
I
sense.
think his real reason was because he kind of likes dick.
Yeah, right. I kept saying I didn't want to insult anyone, but I kept
Of course
saying
not, right? Like especially
not
that
that
guy.
guy.
Like in all honesty, like you're probably both at a similar level of training. Could that guy have beaten you to death in that
He's
scenario?
huge, right?
Was that in the back of your head at all when you're having that conversation? Like, I better like not offend King Kong over here, or he might choke me to death because I like called him a fag or something, and he just can't take that.
And that might hurt his feelings because he's a fag.
He was drinking a little bit too. So
So you were definitely afraid. I know. If I'm in that scenario, I end up fucking a ladyboy just to make sure that dude doesn't hurt me. You know what, man? You're right. You're right. Fuck all those other guys. Me and you, bro. We like this. Let's go fuck some ladyboys. Yeah.
But
I want him on my team.
It kind of seemed like most guys there were like, if it's a ladyboy, fuck it. Like whatever. And I was like, yeah. Like, is that? But then I don't know. Like I would have a lot of conversations with those guys about that, and I tend to disagree. Like, the legal age over there is 16, I believe. An adult can have sex with a 16-year-old, and they were showing me pictures of a 16-year-old girl, and they're like, how hot is this girl? How sexy is she? And I'm like, that's a child. Like I'm looking at it like that's a young girl, and it was offending me, and I was getting upset a little bit. But it's they weren't
also
really
risky
doing anything
to bring
wrong.
your phone back to the U.S.
Yeah.
Pictures like that on there. Like that's.
Gay Adventure Thailand.
I mean, they were clothed. I wasn't
You'll
looking
love
at
this. This will be
but-
perfect. All right, so Woody will run 6 miles in the morning and run 6 miles at night, and me and Taylor will go fuck some ladyboys. Come on.
PK
How
Adventure.
did I get roped in?
You don't want
Oh,
to
come on.
ladyboys?
I
They're
mean, if
super cheap,
Mr.
and the
6'4"
hotels are-
Sweden is there telling me to, then I'll be the first one in line. Hey, you just don't eat me. Like.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go along with him. I would have been
I
very
think
afraid.
there's 3 types of people.
3. Go on.
Yeah. Well, actually, I guess you could group them into 2. There's people who go there for the Muay Thai, and then there's people who go there to party. And then the third would have been vacationers, because it is a really nice vacation spot, beautiful beaches and stuff like that. But I guess the vacationers and the partiers can be grouped into the same. But like the red light district, I went there once, and it was pretty wild. Like it was the only time I've ever been to a strip club. I still haven't been to a strip club in the States. But we went to Spicy Girls.
What happens at Spicy Girls?
Spicy Girls. It was actually kind of cool. You get like a booth, and each booth has their own stripper. So a booth could probably fit like 6, 7, 8 people maybe, and then it's a circle booth, and then there's a table with a pole right in the center, and she's got like 3-foot diameter table to dance on, and they only wear belts, so they're already completely naked when you go in there.
But they're wearing belts.
Just a belt.
You can hang them. Got to put the money somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
I was only there for I think like 2 drinks. I got like tricked into going.
Was
One
that
of the guys was
what?
Yeah. But like you trying to leave is like they like yank on your arm. Like the strippers literally you have to like fight your way out. And then I got out to the street and I was trying to wave down a taxi, and that's where the ladyboys were. And they were like, when they grab your hand, it's like you have to fucking like use all your might because they got man strength. And
you can break a grip.
Yeah. No, like I said earlier though, like I'm training day in and day out, so my muscle memory is like just used to going like this. So like one grabbed me and I just went like this, and it was like and then like it was like they were playing with me, like they were like my aunt or something. They're like going like this trying to squeeze my cheeks, and I've never admitted this publicly, but like it makes me really uncomfortable. Like to be, obviously if someone's grabbing you it makes you uncomfortable, but like ladyboys, cross-dressers, transgendered.
I want to point out what just happened here. There is nothing wrong with feeling uncomfortable when someone else is coming after you and like messing with you. Like even if they're not, it's okay to look over there and be like, "Wow, that's kind of fucking weird, huh?" There's nothing wrong with that. We've lost that. We're losing that. I feel like with all the political correctness, we see a fucking freak over there, and they're not a freak because of because they're transgender or because they're this or they're that. That's just a fucking freak. Keep it in the circus, bro. We used to make fun of shit like that, and we're losing it piece by piece, and I'm taking it back. God damn it. There's nothing wrong with you feeling uncomfortable when there's a bunch of people, whatever their lifestyle may be, coming at you and like doing what you described.
I agree with you, and I have to be careful with what I say, because of the anti-bullying thing. And I'm not. But the thing is, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm not offending anybody. I'm not harming anybody. It's just this is my personal
doing it
space.
to you.
Right, and it's not fair. Call me old school, but it's not fair to let someone else invade my personal space because it's politically incorrect for me to do or say something to stop that from happening.
All right, so at the strip club, like, what's the currency on the table? Like what are they tipping the girls with?
Well, it's called BAT out there, but I think
that's what I like to hear. What's the exchange rate like?
Like a bottle of water was like 10 cents here.
How much is a blowjob?
Oh,
I don't know. I really didn't indulge. I did ask guys, and they said it was like the hotel. No. The hotel rooms, I think they said, were a little bit cheaper than a prostitute for the night. I think.
Okay.
Which was surprising to me. But then again, like a hotel room for the night is probably like $7, and I could be wrong because it's been like 6 years.
You should have opened with that number.
Yeah, I know.
Because in my head, I'm like, so what are we talking about? Like $50, $75? You're like, I don't know, 18, 20 cents.
It's probably like $20 for a hotel.
I had some of those old Dunkin' Donuts gift certificates. That worked.
Gave them my Dave & Buster's power card. They were fine with that.
Don't tell them.
Yeah, that'd be a fun place to go, but you're making it sound like kind of skeevy. Like,
I don't know. I'm introverted. I'm a shy guy, believe it or not. So it probably would be. You guys would probably enjoy it. I think Kyle especially would enjoy it. But
I like to see it. I think I would like to see it and be there.
No, wait. Let me take a step back and say that Thailand is a place that I would go back to in a second, and I recommend that most people go to, but stay away. Like, I would never go back to the red light district. I would never go back to Soy Cowboy, it was called.
That'd be one of the biggest reasons I wanted to go, just to see what that was all about, you know?
Yeah, if you're into it. I mean, I went to New Orleans, and I didn't like that. That was too much fun.
We started a riot one night in New Orleans. We were in, I think it was Larry Flint's, the guy, Hustler Magazine. He's got a strip club there. And we ended up on, like, some kind of VIP balcony or some shit, however that happened. And we just had, like, a lot of ones. Like, we had a lot. And we started throwing them off the balcony at the crowd below. And they shut us down real quick because there were people fighting down there for our ones. He was like, these people are poor. You got to stop that. You're going to start a fucking riot. Because we were just like, we'd throw like $20 worth of ones out in the crowd. And the crowd would just, Arr! And everybody would, like, fight over the ones. And, like, that was more entertaining than, like, giving some, like, chick who's heartless and doesn't give a fuck about you anyway. I'd much rather have a crowd fight for my $20 than, like, have some chick, like, fake smile at me for my 20 or, like, wiggle her ass when she was going to do it over there instead if I hadn't paid her.
I can picture that ridiculous caricature of, like, class warfare is what MSNBC would call it. Like, you up there with a cigar, you got your top hat on, throwing money at the peons below. Like, you look like such a piece of shit if somebody got that on camera. Throwing money at poor people.
I went to a third world strip club once. It was in the Dominican Republic. And before we even went there, like, I didn't realize that Dominican Republic was a destination for sexcations, because we were there on a surfing trip, and we had like a surfing guide and the surfing guide, and then his wife was like the chef, and we would go there. We stay at their house, which had like 7 bedrooms or something, and that was what our vacation was all about. He'd take us surfing twice a day, etc. And my buddies all wanted to go out and like experience Dominican Republic. And I thought it would be cool too. You know, I guess I'm not lying. It was like, yeah, let's see what the thing is all about. Because, you know, if you just go to the beaches, it's kind of not touristy, but there are other like Americans there. And
what's the exchange rate like there? Like, put it in terms of like what could I get with $10?
So the thing is, a lot of the goods were roughly the same price. Like, if it's Heinz ketchup or something, they don't sell it super cheap in the Dominican Republic. It's only local goods that can be super cheap. So, like, on the beach, I think I had, like, a lobster dinner, but it was lunch, for, like, $12 or something like that. So that's really cheap. But a lot of the other things that are more global, like gasoline and you know, food items and such that were imported, they're not cheaper.
But the women, they are local. Continue.
it just so happens I know the price of the women. I'll get to that part of the story. So we go out on the town, and my buddies are like, taking on the flight over, backing up a step. The guy that sat next to Ian, who was on PKA one time, started saying like, "Oh yeah, I'm going on a sexcation. Dominican Republic is off the hook. It's the greatest thing ever. I've had sexcations all over the world." And he mentioned Thailand. He mentioned Dominican Republic. He mentioned Hong Kong and some other places, Japan. And
what's a sexcation exactly?
That is when, like, I don't know if you remember when Rush Limbaugh got busted bringing like a bunch of painkillers and Viagra on vacation.
No.
That's a sexcation.
That's when you go somewhere with the whole reason you're going is to fuck the prostitutes who are known to be there. Like it can't really do that in the United States legally, but you can go to those countries like, Thailand, and you can fuck, 20 women or ladyboys or whatever you want, and come back. And sometimes they'll film it, and it's a whole thing that you pay for a package. So
yeah, and it opened my eyes to it, like, because we went there a couple of years. We'd see these dudes. These dudes are like 55 years old, 65 pounds overweight, and they're like at dinner hanging out with this girl who's 19. Usually it's a white guy with a black girl, and she's looking at him all googly-eyed, and you're like, there is no way that is a normal match. This 19-year-old like, "Oh, I love you so much." Like, that is not...
He just saw his wallet.
Yeah.
He's American money.
He's buying the girlfriend experience, and they get like 3 days, 24 hours, and and he'll like take her to the beach, and they'll go swimming together, and this and that, and then she.
Why waste your time with that?
You stay here and watch Seinfeld, lady. I'm not taking you out to tour your own fucking country.
I'm with you. Like, so I've never been with a prostitute, but it would seem like hypothetical single can't score Woody would want just a flat out score. Like, I'm not looking for the whole girlfriend experience that lasts for 3 days or whatever.
I just said that, but I did the exact opposite when we did get those whores that time. I bought them dinner. I spent $400 on that dinner.
Why?
It's expensive. It's 4 people, $400.
No, I mean, why?
Oh, I don't
take them
fucking
with
know. To be honest, the only answer I have is I thought it would be hilarious to take 2 whores to a very fine restaurant. We also brought Jeremy, the guy I mentioned who's got like the non-speech impediment, like he's just a knucklehead. There's nothing actually wrong with him. Like, I took him too, like I'm sitting there eating a blue lobster or something like that. Across from me is a guy eating a big bowl of macaroni and cheese and drinking pickle shots. It was just
your own
freak
little
show.
Rat Pack.
Yeah.
So we go out on the town, and this guy drops us off at a strip club. And I don't remember the name of it, but it's somewhere in the Dominican Republic. And we walk in, and all the strippers, by the way, also hookers, right? Like that, it's a known thing. Like it's not like an American strip club where you can't even touch them. In this strip club, all the women, you can fuck them if you want. There's a room upstairs, etc. If you want to fuck 2 of them, like the second one's half price. Or something like that. I think there's some kind of 2-for-1 discount going on.
Appetizers deal at DJ Fridays.
Yeah, and one of the people we're with is single, and we're there. We're watching the girls dance or whatever or something, and he's like,
topless, bottomless.
Oh yeah, yeah, all of the above.
Right.
And
is it a nice establishment? Are there lights, a DJ, that sort of thing? Maybe a little smoke.
There was a DJ. I remember there was like the dance floor had 2 levels. So the second one was made of like glass or something, but you couldn't see very well. It was all like scratched up or maybe just coated with like human grease and suntan lotion or something. I'm like, that's not sexy at all. Like this is like flashbacks to my 1990s didn't pay for the porn channel experience. Like I could kind of see that there's women through this fuzziness, but it's not working for me. And they like, to them this is like the peak of the thing. They're doing like a shower show or something, and I'm just like, this is not hot in the slightest. And one thing I'll never forget is some of the strippers were coming around, right, buck naked, with arms full of puppies, right? And they're trying to sell us these puppies, these dogs. They're like, puppies? And I'm thinking it's like a trick of some sort. Like, yeah, I'll take 3 puppies. And then they come back with like 3 rocks of crack or something like that. But no.
Or they come back in a bowl served up fried.
No, they were literally selling puppies while we were there, and that just became a running joke all trip. It's probably only funny if you're there. But one of my buddies is single, and he decides to hire one of these girls because he wants it to scratch off his bucket list. I guess fucking third world hookers is on his bucket list. And I don't know if this will get me in trouble or not, but I was like, I'll buy you the second one if you let me pick her. And and he's like, you got a deal. And then I picked one and he didn't like her. And I picked another one and he didn't like her. So I was like,
no, should have picked I don't like this friend.
It's like a fucking like eyes wide shut situation were you in where they were just parading people in front of you?
Yeah. Was there a lineup or was it like you were just like pointing into a crowd as people milled around randomly?
They would line up.
They were
Periodically, like they'd line up, a bunch of girls would like go and then they'd dance or whatever, and then like 40 minutes later there'd be another lineup, and every lineup was or you could pick them all night long, but that's
point. And like is it like that, or you're and
they literally wore numbers. They had like if I recall correctly, do you know those like necklaces women wear around their bellies?
Yeah, belts.
Yeah.
But like a gold chain, right?
I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah. And then there was a number tag like that on it. And I now that I think it through, 43 was the one that I was.
How many women were in this place?
I don't even know if there were missing numbers in there, but that was her number. And like maybe that's the total number of employees or something. And that night, because I want to say there were only like 20 or 30 girls there, and. So he didn't like any of the ones I picked. So eventually he just picked it. And I guess technically I bought a whore, but I wasn't there. And he had a 2-for-1 thing going on. And I guess I had to be careful to never mention who this person was.
It sounds like he had a 2-on-1 thing going on.
Yeah, but he failed to perform under pressure.
And
I know later that he was on some sort of like anti-anxiety drug or something, which could impact this. And so they what he did, like basically he just like he went into Spielberg mode, and he was like, all right, I want you to do this and I want you to do that, and he was just sort of entertaining himself. Yeah.
Shitty little
And they did everything they could, and there was no finishing explosion, and
no liquid explosion.
Yeah, and they said they didn't speak English very well, so he had a real hard time like trying to yeah, no, but like that wasn't. I don't know if that happened or not, but I remember they asked him no leche, which is milk, and in Spanish, and he's like no leche, and that is my third world story there.
I like how they had a menu situation that you kind of worked with there.
How much did this actually cost?
It was like $75 a girl.
We've got an 18-year-old Dominican native here, wonderful curvy figure, brown eyes. When you buy her, you also get a half-priced Lazy Eye Susan. Great figure, but she gets a little fucked up there. That's from behind. Buyer's choice. What a scumbag establishment to just put numbers on them like cattle, but I guess it makes sense. I've been to the Dominican.
It's not like you could pronounce her name, Taylor. Come on.
Yeah, it's true. I've been to the Dominican, and I don't know what made you want to go explore that country, because the scariest time was going from the airport to our hotel, and then I finally was like, oh god, safe. But like even from our hotel room, you can look over and just see the poverty all over the place. Like there was walls separating the people who went there to the people who lived there, because it was so dangerous.
Every house. It's like standard construction in the places that we went to anyway. There's going to be some Dominican Republic fans saying I'm totally wrong. But all the houses were made with cinder block walls, and there was still rebar sticking out the top, right? Mm-hmm. And like it was like the weirdest fucking thing to me. Like, why is there still rebar? Like what if you don't know, rebar is this reinforcing bar, and you put it in cement and it makes it stronger and earthquake proof and shit. Anyway, so we like started building up these theories, like, they had a 1-story house, but they dream of someday having a 2-story house. And if you were to ever like cut the rebar and just like put a roof on it and finish your house and make it look nice, they'd be like, look at Woody, it's so sad. He gave up hope. Like, he gave up hope of ever having a 2-story home. He cut the rebar and just doesn't see himself going to the next level. So
I did something really douchey in the Dominican Republic. I was there with my brother, and not even douchey. The guy was an asshole to me first. But I'm sure Woody knows, if you go down the beach and you walk the whole length of it, like once you leave the resort area, you find these little shops where you can walk through, and it's just a huge shop with like little huts on the inside, just like a big sketchy hallway with a bunch of small culvert stores.
Just for what it's worth, we never went to a resort area. Like, I didn't see any resorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were at a resort area, and so we walked like half a mile down, found this little marketplace, and I was walking in, and I noticed a preponderance of wooden carved dicks. Like, there were a couple like Dominican flags you could buy, but all the other souvenirs were dicks, either dick pipes or dick candle holders or dick. So many fucking dicks. And I was like picking one up. I picked up a little dick, and I was kind of laughing at it, like with my brother, like. And the guy goes, "Oh yeah, that one is American sized." And I go, "Oh yeah, you know what else is American sized?" And I held up my wallet and I walked out.
And then they beat him senseless in the street with all of his.
And they took my things. Street rat.
Thailand has good surfing too, I think. I'm not sure. Might be mixing it up. New topic?
Sure.
This somehow seems related, but we were talking about this picture of Olivia Munn.
Ah, yes, that gif.
I'm a big fan of this woman. I think the Reddit caption was like natural reaction, and she instantly sticks this thing in her mouth. Now, she might have been biting it to see if it's real gold, like that's a thing that people do. Or she might have been giving it head, as she does with things that she really worships. I don't know. But Olivia Munn is awesome.
Yeah,
What does she do?
She used to
She's
be on
an
a television show,
actress. Yeah, and she's on she was on that HBO News show for a while. What was it called?
Oh, that I could not tell you. There's another gif of her I'm going to find for you that's equally good.
Can I show it on the show?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I know what it's going to be. The hot dog one, right?
The hot dog.
The hot dog one. So she dated that guy from Star Trek who played Captain Kirk. Not William Shatner, but the new one. And, like, I guess her phone got cracked or something, and they found all these, like, sexy messages she sent him. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I got those on my phone.
She was literally, like, I don't know, sending him, like, hot pictures offering anal and shit like that. Do you remember that?
She was a very sexy lady, yes.
This is why she is light years ahead. She should
Amelia
get
Clark.
She needs to play Khaleesi.
I want that. Yes, let's do that.
Let's switch these two women. Because Khaleesi plays a very sexual role from the book, but the real-life actress is not the sexiest woman alive. Sexiest implies some level of sexual feeling or thought, and this chick won't take her top off. This is Game of Thrones, bitch. We take our tops off. We take our bottoms off in Game of Thrones.
I think we need to get some hard dicks on that show, too. Every time a guy's naked, it's just some flaccid, floppy dick. We need to get some boners on that show, too. I feel like it's bullshit.
HBO Go is $15 a month, right? I expect better cock for $15 a month.
What's that? You out of the moment of the sex scene when you're watching it, and there's like the unrealistically small amount of time between post-coitus and flaccid cock, where it's like it'll go from boom, having sex, there's 3 seconds of them like finishing, and then the guy's like, oh, well, just hopping up, and then it's like, you clearly did not just have a boner, you liar. Like you're walking around as soft as though you're, in an ice rink.
I like when
there should be a glisten of post-sex on that penis, right? Back me up.
Like the
put some Vaseline on it.
Currently in the process of lowering, like just so you're convinced, so you're sold on the app.
I completely agree. I feel like what bothers me a lot of times is the angle of approach is all wrong. It's like that doesn't even work. Like that's not how sex. I've had sex. That's not how sex works. You're fucking her belly button. That's bullshit. You just fucked her belly button real hard. I saw it. Like it's just bullshit. Or like they'll be fucking. they'll be up against the wall is the word. Like yeah, I've got a U-shaped dick. Don't worry. Or even better is like when they're fucking from behind and like they're taking these millimeter-long strokes. It's like, yeah, we're having sex, sure. Just don't look too closely. Like, I hate that. The simulated sex bothers me. I think real sex is the future of film and television. That's
clearly.
there are a few examples of real sex and
9 songs.
There's a thing on Netflix where the chick like blows the guy and there's cum and everything. That's on Netflix. Has got some dirty stuff.
Is that even a movie at that point, or did they just make porn with a better story?
Well, it was a movie about her sucking a dick. So
That's my kind of film.
that's a movie.
What was I gonna say? But yeah. So like I remember people were calling Olivia Munn and such slutty when those pictures came out. I think I've talked about this in PKA before.
Tom Lorena slut-shaming bitches. That's what's going on there. Those are people who are jealous of her. She has nothing to be ashamed of. Her body is perfect. She's a very sexual person, which I think is incredibly attractive. And she seems really smart and well-read. She seems entertaining and comfortable with herself. Olivia Munn is like, she's probably on my top 5 like hottest like dream perfect women. If you're gonna make that list, like she's way up there.
Absolutely, you are supposed to be a ridiculous slut in the context of a loving relationship, and
she's half Asian, so she's gonna age well. Like
she'll help
be
you with your
60
math.
and still be that hot. Lucy Liu's like 50.
Yeah,
She does not look 50.
She's hot. Yeah. That's the ticket. I'm going to Thailand. I can see the path laid out for me now.
PKA Adventures,
I'll go
Thailand
with
Red
you.
Light District.
Yeah, I might need you to come with me. I could use
Let's
a fucking
do it.
bodyguard. Yeah, that'd be
We'll
nice.
film it. We'll film it. And
Oh
upload it.
no cameras allowed. I mean, we'll film it, but we're not show anybody. You thinking?
that's
No, that would be
funny.
fun. Some people think that I'm opposed to like world travel and that I think that every country is evil. But I just think that some countries are a little more dangerous than they give credit for, and maybe not for you, but maybe for me. I might have different scenario than you would have as an average everyday person. Like you never know. I might get over there and they go, oh yes, FPS Russia kidnap. Like those are the only 2 words I hear. The next thing you know, they black bag me and they're cutting my pinky off as proof of life and shit. I don't need that. And sure, it's a 1 in a million chance, but maybe it was 1 in 10 million for you, and I don't want to.
I like it when you see the fat kids, like 275-pound 12-year-olds with the hard to kidnap T-shirts.
I always want to go grab them, man. Just like, bullshit. Come with me, little. Take them away. I'll show you.
By the ear.
Calling your bluff.
But yeah, but I would like to go to a country where the exchange rate is, or at least an impoverished country where like it's not so much the exchange rate as just they're so poor or whatever. I'd like my dollar to go that much further, and the idea of not specifically $7 prostitutes, but the idea of like, well, for prostitutes $5 and a room is $7, then I bet like the finest steak dinner in Thailand couldn't be more than $25, right? Like. It seems like you could really live it up to like the max in Thailand and drop like a month's rent or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my whole trip, flight and everything included, I think was like $2,100, and that was for a month. I was there for a month. So.
Where did
Nice.
you stay?
Now, how much
Yeah,
would
and
it
that's the other
cost if
thing.
you had, say, 5 prostitutes a week?
It would have been like $10 extra. No, I stayed at a camp, a Muay Thai camp, and it was just a bed, and I shared a room with a guy, and then there was like outdoor showers and bathroom, but they did feed us twice a day, 2 meals a day, and I forget what that came out to be. I think for the month it was $400, maybe more, but that was for a place to stay, 2 meals a day, and training. So for a month it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Was everybody there for 1 month, or were there some people like you got there and they were like, "Oh, this is my month 6. I'm really trying to get good," or whatever?
Yeah. There was the Norwegian Ladyboy lover. He said he was there like indefinitely until he decided to go back.
Of course,
And
with that full supply of Ladyboy.
Yeah.
Where else can
he tried to pay. I think he tried to pay for like 6 months up front, and the guy was like, no, because I know like a month in or something you could change your mind. So let's just do a month at a time. So
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting. I actually watched the video clip of the third round of that fight you had in Thailand when you took that elbow. That looked like that hurt.
Yeah, I don't remember. I really don't remember.
That's how you know it did hurt.
Yeah, exactly. My face was like swollen out to here the next day though.
How
You won that fight, right?
now?
I did. It wasn't on video, so like no one really knows if I'm telling the truth or not. But yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I've heard that the guys from Thailand kind of almost want to prove a point to the white guys, and that maybe they match you up with some of their toughest fellows. Did you see that at all?
No, I wouldn't say that was the case. The Thais are super nice, like really, really nice people out there, and I never felt like endangered at any point or taken advantage of. And now the guy who went against, I probably had like 5 pounds on him. In fact, he was smaller. But no, they were cool with it. They try to like put, if it's a televised event, if it's a televised Muay Thai event, they put Caucasians in the front. They'll like, even if you have a shitty seat, they'll tell you to come in front because they want it to look like diverse on TV there. So it's not just all Thai guys sitting there. It's got white women and people.
What's the food like there? Like what was the food that you were being served?
I imagine Thai food.
Probably rice. A lot of rice.
Yeah. Have you ever had Thai food?
Yeah, I like Penang curry. Extra spicy. I like Thai food.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was like that, just a lot better. A lot of rice, massaman curry. If you guys have never had that, I definitely recommend having that. It's
what color is that one?
Orange. It's like got a ginger taste to it. Potatoes, chicken.
Yeah, I've had that.
But,
yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I like Thai food.
Yeah, no, it was awesome.
I kind of want to go. What are my odds of being kidnapped and carried away in Thailand? I feel like they're low.
Come on. This is
like
why
a safe
people
place.
fuss at you. In most places, they don't actually kill you all the time.
See, I just prefaced this whole conversation with the fact that I'm aware of that. I know that, but I just feel like they're and you know too. All right, so with a little, I'm sure that I feel like you, Woody, would be a bigger target for kidnapping in, say, Honduras than an average Joe would be, because more people know you. Maybe they think you have some money. I don't know how they could get that idea, and they just that could easily happen. Like I'm just saying, like if I'm going to go to Honduras, then we're probably going to talk about it some, right? What's to say some Honduran doesn't call his cousin and be like, hey, there's these 2 guys coming down there. If you were to kidnap them both, you might be able to get some money out of it. And trust me, they'll pay you right up front. These guys have talked about torture before. They can't take it. And that's true. I cannot take any torture. You know in the movies when they like roll open that thing of tools and there's like scalpel? Bullshit. As soon as you roll it, you don't even unroll it. He could come in there with like a napkin and he's about to eat dinner. I'd be like, all right, yeah, my dad, he's over there hiding in that bush. He's sick. My mom's up in the attic hiding behind the wall. You burn her out, whatever. Like I can't stand up to torture. I know I can't.
No, I think most people who think they could handle it okay are really overestimating themselves because they've seen movies like guys getting like their fingernails torn off and like, do your worst. It's like, no, that's ridiculous. I would be selling people down the river. I'd be trying to get on the bad guy's payroll before he could even unroll it. Like, hey, my aunt, the one with the money, she's over there. How about I do you one better? Find my uncle or divorced. He's got some money too. I'll help you out there. Just let me out of these straps.
I could recommend a good mutual fund. I'll be your manager. Let's together. Let me see your whole portfolio. Come over here. Come on. Like, there's no need for pliers.
Oh, bro, you gotta diversify.
I wouldn't stand up to torture, and so there's part of me that thinks that just because, I don't know, we're a little bit more high profile than the average person, that it's not a good idea to go to an area that's known to have a higher than we're used to percentage of kidnappings, which happens a lot in certain South American countries. And there's nothing about what I said that is in any way not true. Everything I just said is true. There's tons of kidnappings.
It's just that, like, I feel like the chances of you getting kidnapped have gone from like 0.00001 to 0.00005, and you're fine.
I feel like they've like multiplied by tenfold.
Okay, 0.001.
Yeah, that's too much. I hear too many horrors. I wouldn't want to go to South America for one thing because it's kind of a shithole. You guys know it is. And for another,
Just
like,
all of it, the whole continent. Yeah.
I mean, look at that. I mean, where do you? Oh, you want to go to Honduras? You want to go to Nicaragua? Like where are we going?
I
Like,
went
we
to
don't wanna
Nicaragua.
explore impoverished countries.
Is Nicaragua South America or Central America? Where the hell's
Central America,
Nicaragua?
probably.
I was there.
I actually think it is Central America, but
I would
in
feel
any case-
safer going with you guys to a country like Thailand or South America, because when they came to steal you two away, they would have to send me back with the message to Kitty to get the money. So I would be 100% fine. Like, we don't know who you are. Get the fuck out of here. And tell them we have Kyle or you're getting a finger. Like, all right, I'm out. Kyle, sorry.
Yeah, it's Central America, but it's north of Panama, so I guess it's not South America yet. I want to say the canal, right? Like it, I don't even know where the continents sort of start and stop. Wow, I feel really stupid right now. South America just starts at like Colombia, right? And all of Panama and higher is North America. Does anyone know this?
I feel like it's
South
a waste
America
of time to
starts
even
south
know.
of Mexico, right?
It's a waste of time to know.
It's a waste of time to even know. People are like, Americans don't know anything about geography. Who fucking cares what's Central America, South America? I'm not going down there. Like maybe Argentina, maybe Brazil, like one of those decent countries with all the tourism and cool stuff going on. But like my grandfather or like step grandfather or whatever was from Honduras. I've heard enough horror stories about that shithole. I'm not going to one of the poorest places in the world. I would love to go somewhere in Asia. Like I would love to go to Thailand. That sounds cool. I've heard great things about Korea. I had a friend of a friend who went to Korea to teach English, and she raves about it, about how awesome it is there, and how like cheap liquor and cigarettes are, and how everybody just parties all the time, and they have like a great time. But I just don't want to go to one of those.
Have you heard of the full moon parties in Thailand? Is that what they're called?
No.
This was just word of mouth that I heard this, but you get on a float, they give you a float, and you go down a river, and they just give you acid and beer, and you just float down the river, and then boats will come up to you. They'll sail up next to you and ask you if you need any more acid or beer. And it's just like that for like 8 hours. You
Whoa!
just sail. Yeah.
Throw out a
They do.
Ladyboy. We lost
Hey,
the
and
first one.
You're gonna be on a boat for 8 hours. How about you take a bunch of acid with your friends and people you don't know? Just be tripping your balls off in a country you're not. That sounds horrible.
Have you ever tried
I
acid,
know.
Taylor?
No,
Me?
No.
I've never done acid.
Kyle?
I would like to. I feel like there's. So there are those guys who, with everything, right, who have been doing it their whole lives, and they seem a little burnout. I feel like Joe Rogan might even be getting a little bit frayed at the ends with all of the psychedelics, the mushrooms, and he does a variety of drugs, and maybe I don't think any one of them in moderation would be harmful in any way, really. But I feel like when you're like really like heavy into it like that, you're fraying at the edges of your mind a little bit. But I would like to try them for sure. Psychedelics in general seem really interesting. Acid, there's like multiple names, and I think several of them mean the exact same thing, and some of them are just variants of the other. But the idea of doing acid, like a psychedelic where you're going to go on some spirit quest, some vision. I went to high school with a guy who talked about doing peyote, which is cactus juice, hallucinogenic cactus juice, and he talked about he's driving, and he can see the road in front of him, and suddenly the road goes up, and I'm like, what'd you do? He's like, fucking buckled up and held on. He drove through the sky, man. And I'm just like, well, first of all, you shouldn't be driving when you're second of all, what if you were playing like a racing video game on this drug that gave you that effect? Like, that sounds like an adventure. What if you're playing like the Spider-Man video game? I feel like it could open your mind up to lots of things. That's what Rogan's always talking about, how it made him see the universe in a different way, and that kind of interests me. It's like, really, am I missing out on part of my consciousness by not trying this chemical? Yeah,
That's occurred to me too. He makes it sound like if you don't do this, that you're a closeted thinker. Yeah,
100% at least. It'd be like if you never saw like a big aspect of life that everybody's accustomed to seeing, and suddenly exposed to it. So it interests me, and his description of it, of these things, interests me because I feel like he's a smart, well-thought, well-spoken guy, and I feel like he's probably really good at describing what this is like. And I wonder if if he's describing what.
Can I interrupt? That description, that's what I was waiting for my chance to talk about it this whole time. I find that with drugs, people often do a really bad job of describing what the experience is. You know, it doesn't matter if it's alcohol, if it's pot, if it's LSD, if it's coke, if it's heroin or meth or whatever. You're like, really? You tried heroin? I combined marijuana and heroin. You tried heroin? What's heroin like? And people don't really say like, oh, yeah, well, what happens is this or what happens is that. The guy who did acid a bunch said that this is a guy I went to high school with, did acid a bunch and failed out of college. And he said he got a job in construction afterwards. And like someone would like hit a nail and would go flying and he'd see like 5 of them. Zoom, 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 zoom. Right. And he's like, he called them trails or something like that. He's like, I'm catching trails. And this concerns me a bit. But I'm told that it's not forever in most cases. And yeah, but by and large, people don't really tell me. They just say, oh, it's mind opening, or oh, it's good, or it's bad, or it's scary, or you know, you never want to be alone, or apparently you're not supposed to look at like scary paintings or something while you're tripping. Like you never want to see that Scream thing while you're tripping because it's so trippy. Like you're not helping me understand what you lived at all.
John Travolta, when he was doing research for Pulp Fiction, where he portrays a heroin addict who's often high on heroin, like he was told by a heroin addict that the best way to approximate the feeling of being high on heroin was to get quite drunk on tequila and sit in a hot tub. He said it's like that.
Sounds like a recipe for a terrible next day.
Yeah, or a heart attack. I know I was in a like the only time I've ever felt like physically ill and I felt like it was a serious issue. I took Viagra in a hot tub and tried to fuck a chick in the hot tub in the 104-degree water. So you got physical activity, sexual activity, the Viagra, which is just raising your blood pressure and doing all kinds of things. And I after maybe however amount of time, at some point I was just like, wait, what the fuck's wrong with me? I gotta get out of here. Like just like a shortness of breath that wasn't cardio related. It was like it felt like I had like overheated my body and like I wasn't getting enough oxygen or blood flow or something to my brain. It felt bad. And it was not good.
My wife gets that in the shower. So, like the shower will be too hot, we're hitting it, and afterwards she usually gives me credit, like, "Oh my God, you really took it out of me." It's like, no, you exercised in a hot shower. That's the issue here.
It's a real recipe for disaster. I wouldn't mix the Viagra with the hot tub and the sex. Those three are not a good combination. If anyone out there is thinking of partaking such a thing, it's a good time, just not safe.
Not at the same time.
Not at the same time. Yeah, you could do any two of those three at the same time.
Shane, you strike me as a guy with very little drug or alcohol experience.
I feel like
wait.
right now.
Look behind you. He knows his drugs and shit. I changed my mind. That fucker's the one you call when you don't know where to get pot.
No. I know. I hear it all the time, and I've heard it all the time growing up. That I look like a pothead, that I look like a stoner, but I really don't. I've smoked probably like less than 10 times my whole life. And that's the first time was when I was 14. The only other drug that I've done besides that is mushrooms, and I've done that twice.
Yeah, fun?
Yes, well, I had fun the first time, which is why I did it again the second time, and I would have done it, I would do it again. I did a lot of research on it first, though. Like, are you guys familiar with Timothy Leary?
No.
Yes.
LSD.
Oh, yeah.
He popularized it. He found it, and he tried to, he did a lot of studies on it, and
he made so much of it.
Yeah, and did a lot of it.
Most of the world's supply of it came from him.
Yeah, but he did a lot of it too, and you can tell.
Well, he had millions of hits of it.
Yeah, and his brain was fried. Like some of the stuff, some of the interviews, his later interviews, you can't even understand what he's saying. I don't even think he knows what he's saying.
Yeah.
And of course, I don't want to get to that level, but he does glorify it and make it sound interesting. But acid to me scared me a little bit. I like that the mushrooms are food poisoning. Go ahead.
I got confused. You said you've done mushrooms, and then in my head, you kind of interchanged acid and mushrooms. They're not the same thing, right? Acids are that little tablet thing.
No, but he has said that they're very similar. The effects are very similar.
Okay.
That mushrooms aren't as powerful, but it has a
acid, they'll drip a drop of it onto a
piece of paper.
Sometimes it's a cookie or something like that, tablet. Could be anything really.
It's also lasts like twice as long.
Yeah.
Acid does.
Do you remember what kind of mushrooms you took?
Magic? I don't know.
Many years ago, we ate some mushrooms, and they tasted so goddamn awful that it just seemed like they were repugnant. Like we were trying to like I took a chip and like dipped it in the salsa, and then like put the mushroom on it, and then was like glump. Like did my best like not to taste the thing, and got like no effects from it. Apparently, we didn't eat enough of them or something. We went hiking, and all the colors were prettier, and that was the end of the story. Like all the colors were beautiful. It was like you turned up the saturation on the world, and that was the only effect whatsoever. And it was beautiful, but it wasn't the crazy like there are butterflies everywhere kind of experience. It was just like that grass is really green. That sky is really blue.
I think
that was the first thing that I noticed.
Oh, go ahead, man. Sorry.
The first thing I noticed the very first time was we were walking down the street, and with mushrooms, you have to digest it, and it has to go through your system, so it takes about a half hour. And then I'm walking down the street, and I'm looking at these plants, and at first it was like the saturation. I was like, yeah, I think things look more saturated. And then I'm looking at something, and I'm like, I've never seen that color before. And from what I remember, it was like a purple-silver mix, like really like fluorescent. And I'm like, that's not. Oh, I'm like, guys, I'm tripping. This is it. I'm starting to feel it. But then once it like really hit me, and the trip was 8 hours long. Like it was really long. It was like
almost a game of
you make a whole day of it. But no, but like it's the way I explained it is like you can like communicate with people, not without talking, but like you understand, you like vibe off of each other. Like if you're in a bad mood or someone else is around you that isn't tripping and they're like skitzing out or they're paranoid, then you too will feel that like instantly. It'll like overwhelm you, and it'll be like this black cloud that hits you. But if you're in a good mood, like everyone around you is in a good mood, and you're all like on the same level, and you kind of are like, yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you're saying. That was the one thing, and it was fun. Like it was a bonding experience. There was a lot of thinking, a lot of relaxing.
Have you ever had to be the one to babysit? Like,
no.
Watch people? Because I've had to do that, and I know the vibe thing you're talking about. Like, the reason that they're a little peeved sometimes is because a lot of the time you're being annoying, like tripping. Like, I was babysitting for, a couple friends, and basically, I don't know if Woody knows or anything, like, if you trip, you should have a babysitter, someone who, like, keeps tabs on everything. You don't want all 8 of you all on acid running around with nobody in control. Like, you need to have the grand headmaster.
Can you rationalize with them and be like, no, you don't want to go outside, you could walk into traffic, we need to keep you in the apartment?
No, not if you can say it quickly, because they trail off it and look at different things, and it depends on how much they've taken, to be honest. If it's like a little bit like what Shane described, then you can rationalize with them, like they're not out of their mind. But if they take like a quarter, like a ton, and they're just tripping their balls off. Like, I was with my friends, and we were just hanging out at my apartment, because I was telling them, like, if you guys are going to do this, I'm going to watch you, make sure none of you do anything stupid, and run around campus. And so we had grand plans for the night, like, we're going to play this board game, and we're going to do this and that, and I'm going to order pizza and get some beer, and, they ended up for 2.5 hours. One of those cheap wooden doors that has, like, those fake wood patterns, on it, like, for a bathroom door, just cheap, shitty bathroom door.
It's a cheap hollow core wood door.
Hollow core. There's a pattern on it. They just laid in my bed for like 2.5 hours and stared at this design in the dark, and they were all talking about how it was moving and creating art for them, and that it was just beautiful. And I had to keep walking, like, guys, come on, let's do fucking anything, but you sit here on my bed while I'm out here alone with beer and pizza.
You're so selfish. The night wasn't about you, Taylor.
I know, but
I would just be happy that it was easy to watch them.
The rationalizing thing, for me, what I remember is we were like, let's go to the mall. Everyone's like, yeah, that sounds fun, we'll go to the mall. And then the babysitter, who was just drinking, he's like, wait, are you guys sure you want to go to the mall? Because there's a lot of people there. And then we all like, oh, that's a good point. No, okay, yeah, we don't want to go to the mall. Like, it was like stuff like that.
If I would just give them like crayons and a coloring book and have them trip for 8 hours. It seems like that'd be a really easy job while you watch Netflix.
Put Planet Earth on for them so they can just think about nature and colors are so deep. Like, Yeah, it's
I like it. Do we need a whole new topic?
sure.
All right. And I wish Kyle was here because it's right on time for the ad read. But this might be a quick topic. So, this is a few days old. Oh, wow. Wait. This is older than I thought. It says it's from December 2010. I thought it was the current when I showed it. But 16-year-old girl who cried rape after cheating on boyfriend jailed for 6 months. Should women go to jail for crying rape?
Depends on.
I feel like
There's so much evidence you have to bring into account. If it turns out that it's like, it can be proven that it was a malicious thing to try and get vengeance, where it's like, all right, this guy pissed me off, so I'm going to manipulate the law knowingly and do this and just have a mishandling of justice in my favor, then yeah. But if it's just like she thought that she was, and then it turns out that there wasn't enough evidence or something, then no.
Yeah.
Then nobody would come forward.
That's the counter. So I was talking to my daughter about it, and she was just really conscious of the fact that you can't take it to a spot where, like, if you accuse someone of rape, one of us is going to jail. Like, all right, I've decided to play chicken with you. You know, you did something to me. I'm not happy. Now, like, you raped me. I'm not happy. I'm willing to roll the dice. One of us is going to jail over this thing. And it's like, all right, if you can prove rape, he goes to jail. If you can't, you go to jail. Like, that shouldn't be the outcome. But usually in these cases, like, it's really clear. Like maybe there wasn't even sex at all. And she just told the cops that was the case. And, to get out of trouble or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, it's the women's version of beating up a guy, using the law to do this. Somehow, it seems analogous to this dumb thing. On WoodyCraft, we have these games. WoodyCraft's my Minecraft server. It's the best Minecraft server the world has ever seen. And the players will play against each other. We have these games that are competitive, that don't last just 15 minutes or so. They last 4 months. And I love it when the players try to beat each other through the game. That's great. It's how it's supposed to be done. I hate it when one of the weapons they use is me. And they say, Woody, oh, you don't know. Taylor did this thing, or Taylor did that thing, or Taylor said something about my son, or whatever. And, their method of beating Taylor is to get me involved and to, ban somebody or whatever. Like, that's how I think sometimes women attack men. Not very commonly, of course. But it's like, yeah, I'll get the police to get after you. Yeah. And that's a crappy tactic.
I don't know. Shouldn't be I guess I'd just be retreading over what you said. Like, unless it's a vengeance, malicious thing where it's intending to take advantage of the law, then you shouldn't go to jail for it. But yeah, I don't know. That's such a sticky situation. That whole issue, anytime it comes up, you have to be so careful what you say, no matter what, because anything you say can and will be misconstrued or misunderstood by someone, even if you're taking all the precautions and being as honest as possible. Someone's gonna, just by mentioning the word, people get a little pissy sometimes. Not our audience, I don't think. Did
you see the one recently? So this police officer arrested this woman, a pretty thing in her 20s, and I think she was drunk driving, and then while she was in a room by herself, she used her cell phone. Now, she wasn't supposed to be using her phone. She wasn't supposed to have her phone, I think. And he heard her on the phone, and it's recorded. So I heard her on the phone. And she said that she was going to accuse the cop of rape and get him in trouble, or molesting him, or something like that. Like he touched her boob or whatever. And anyway, she tried to get the cop in trouble for a sexual assault. But everything that happened, he had a body cam, he recorded her telling her friend that she was going to use this lying tactic to get the cop in trouble. She shouldn't simply be unsuccessful. She should go to jail. There needs to be a penalty for falsely accusing, but there needs to be a balance somehow for, in a case like that, she clearly was knowingly breaking the law. This wasn't a he said, she said. It's...
I feel that's way more black and white than most of these situations.
The punishment should be rape. Punishment should be rape. It should.
Ad read time, Kyle.
Nothing like a little rape to get you in the mood for some ads. Okay.
Speaking of MeUndies.
Well, I think we should. You want to space these out? Maybe I'll do one, and then 30 minutes we'll do another. Or
whatever you think is best.
all right. So do you want to? Which of our sponsors would you like me to tell you about first? MeUndies, which I really love, or food?
MeUndies. And stop preferring one sponsor over the other, Kyle.
But one of them is literally wrapped around my dick right now. I have MeUndies on my ass at this moment. I haven't been able. I don't have the food. You wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary, without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'll find anywhere else. It's the material, I think, is called modal. I think that's how you pronounce it, and it really is twice as soft as cotton. I've washed mine maybe a dozen times by now, and it's still holding up just as well as it ever did. It's not like getting those little like lint balls on it. It's not getting any less soft than it was before. It's affordable when you consider that compared to the multi-pack underwear that's always scratchy and lame. MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they're even offering free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee, so if you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. That's right, they don't want your old used underwear back, so you have nothing to lose. The best part about all of this is that they're offering 20% off of your first order when you use URL MeUndies.com/PKA. There's a link in the description you can click. And like I said, you'll get 20% off your first order. And I got to say, I don't just stand behind this product. I stand inside of it. I'm a big fan. I've got the camouflage ones, and I've got the tie-dye ones. And I'm hoping that after this extraordinary ad read we just did, they'll be kind enough to send me some more underwear. I'd like that, MeUndies. If you could send me, I want the pink pair. And I'd also like some camouflage ones for my girlfriend. She's a small.
All right. I got a thing to talk about. It's related to MeUndies. So I was watching Conor McGregor do a weigh-in. And there's a picture on him there.
Uh-huh.
And my initial thought was, holy shit, look at the cock on that dude. Right? I'm sure we all thought that, right?
It's
on display in a way that boxers don't display your junk. And I guess when I first saw it, having been a boxers guy since like my teenage years, it was like, he's got a lot of fucking package there. And this isn't even a good one. There's another one where he wore white underwear. They probably don't want, what is that, Reebok underwear? Whatever. So,
yeah, it's Reebok underwear.
But I saw it and didn't quite get it until I got the MeUndies. They sent it to me, and Jackie is like, wow, check out that package. This is a woman who's seen my package tens of thousands of times. And millions, maybe.
It cups and it gives
so
you a
much
little
support.
There's support there. Thank you. It molds to every crease and curve of your cock and balls. You can see the head outlined and everything. It's really grabbing on. And
Wow.
like, you know, when you're Frank sitting on top of your beans or whatever, and you normally don't get that outline on either side, but this does. You look good wearing them. They feel amazing.
They took my package and you know, like, it's hard to sell jewelry if you don't have proper lighting and a nice display, right? There should be like that white leather thing. When they bring it out, they don't put it on top of that scratched up glass countertop. No, they've got
throw them on the fucking floor. No, they put them up there on that velvet. Make it look
they
good.
put it on the velvet and they put the light on it, and that's what MeUndies do for you. They take your junk and they make it a treasure.
I want some for my girlfriend. I really do mean that. If any of you people from MeUndies are out there, I want to see what her ass looks like in this underwear that makes my dick look amazing.
I wonder if MeUndies... No, I was going to talk too much smack. I'll let it go.
Yeah,
that would be inappropriate.
I want some of those panties. They make socks, too. I'd love to try your socks out so I could talk more about them. I bet their socks are incredible. What if their socks are as soft as the underwear?
Imagine.
Yeah.
I'd work all day.
Probably the same material.
Work
that
all
seems
day.
to be their selling point.
I think it's made
Guys.
from birchwood trees or something.
Really?
Guys, I'm gonna head out.
All right.
I hate to do it.
It's
I'm
all
having
right.
a
worries.
great
Thanks for coming
time.
on.
Thank you for coming
I
on.
would love to come back on. You guys.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on. I had a great time talking about the Ladyboys. Tell everybody again what you do and where they can find your stuff at.
So I teach self-defense videos on YouTube, fight tips videos. If you just type in fight tips, you'll find me. boxing, Muay Thai, all that good stuff. Sometimes we have guest trainers on doing grappling and Krav Maga.
I was gonna say, how's your ground game, Shane?
It's not the best, I'll be honest. I've done boxing, taekwondo, and Muay Thai, so I'm all striking.
All right.
But I'm looking to get into judo next.
Should do a collaboration where you guys have a grappling only like sparring match. That would be fun.
Oh God, he looks really fit.
He's really fit.
Shane.
I'm sorry we're out of time because I wanted to talk about physical fitness because he's a real specimen. He's one of those guys that like you see walking on the side of the road with their shirt off and you're like, he's like a fucking action figure. How'd he do that? So I'd like to see that.
Yeah, fuck Shane.
Ooh, what is
They're talking about you.
Yeah, right, you. Went to your website, pretty boy.
Yeah. All you need is a haircut and you could be a model.
Model some.
When I see the money,
Yeah.
when I see the money, I'll cut them off. But otherwise,
Money
Staying.
whore. All right. Thank you for coming on.
yeah.
Good
Yeah,
times.
you guys are awesome. Thanks for
Shane.
watching, everybody.
Later, man.
See ya.
See you later. Nice to meet you.
All right. Now I need to fix.
I'm just not
I'll
sure if
fix
Conor
Taylor in a
McGregor
minute.
has a giant cock here. If this
You know,
doesn't-
I didn't find the right picture. There is a
Yeah, I
picture
need a better
somewhere.
picture, but from what I'm seeing there, it looks like he's got above average, but nothing that would shock you if you like that thing my cousin described in the locker room, where like that transgender person like rolled out a 10-inch cock out of nowhere, like it was a elephant's trunk or whatever.
Rolls
or
it out.
Yeah, like a fire hose, like it's spooled up and it's like a big fruit by the foot roll up.
It's funny. I googled Conor McGregor cock, and the top link was like Conor McGregor is packing untold firepower from mixedmartialarts.com. All right, now I need to fix everybody's stuff.
Well, that
Did you see Justin
underwear
Bieber's-
does help a lot.
Did you see Justin Bieber's dick?
I did not.
I missed it somehow.
Yeah, so he was vacationing somewhere. It sounded tropical. I don't recall the exact locale, and it looked like he ran out a back sliding door, completely nude, and he's kind of like jogging and laughing, and he's fully naked. So they got a picture of his dick, uncut.
Uncut. I did
Well,
not
he's Canadian.
expect.
Mm.
Oh, I
my
guess.
God.
Culture in the Great White North.
It looked like he had a decent sized package. I honestly think that I got more going on than Justin Bieber. So, touche.
Well, who would have thought that would have been an enviable statement?
Well, I
5 years ago.
none of us would have until we saw it.
I
He's doing
still
okay.
haven't. Yeah.
Well, here, let me help you out.
Nah, it's all right.
You don't want to see Justin Bieber's dick. You're gonna Google it right after the show. You know you are.
I might. Yeah. Just to be sure.
Let's see here.
Seems like you would be smarter than that if you're that famous, to not be like, prancing about like that, even if you are in a different country, because you're so famous that someone's looking for you all the time, constantly. Like he couldn't go to Thailand very safely, for sure.
Can't go anywhere.
Yeah, he's super recognizable. Somebody like that.
Yeah.
Although I saw that thing the other day where Chris Pratt was unrecognized by all those New Yorkers. That was interesting.
Yeah.
But I feel
wonder
like
if-
Justin Bieber's more recognizable than.
Who do you think the most famous person in the world right now is? Right
like-
now. What'd you say?
Barack Obama.
Pope, maybe? Everybody knows who the Pope is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know, actually. If you took the Pope out of his outfit, I'm not sure I'd recognize him.
Oh no, he's got to have the outfit on.
I
Otherwise,
know the title, but, like...
That's not fair. That's like saying.
No, because if Barack Obama wore, like, a regular suit and was on the elevator with me, I'd be like, I totally know it was him.
You
Yeah.
could put a new old guy in that Pope outfit every day for like
Nobody
3
would
months, and it would take a while for people to be like, "Is that the same
Bullshit.
guy?" I'm not gonna
We
call him
all
out on
saw
it. Are
Emperor
you?
Palpatine. If they wheel his ass back out there, I'm gonna have to join the Jedi Resistance or something. That guy, he looked so much like Palpatine. It was scary. It was like George Lucas knew something we didn't, and there was something about to go down. I didn't know what to think about that.
There was a time when I thought Michael Jordan was the most recognized person in the world. Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson, maybe, not Michael Jordan.
I bet Obama is up there really high. I bet Vladimir Putin probably is somewhere up there. Kim Kardashian, as sad as it is probably up there.
Maybe some entering faking soccer douchebag.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
bet
have to think about global things.
There's like 2 billion people who know some soccer player somewhere.
Yeah.
I wish I could relate to that sport and get into it, but
Have you tried
it's-
being more boring? Is that
like
why-
that. But I think the problem with it is that when it's played at its highest level, it's not entertaining. If that makes any sense. When everybody is amazing out there, it just doesn't look. You know, the games are often so low scoring, and it just seems like there's a lot of back and forth. And I guess I don't have any appreciation for the ball handling. Like it does, I see them, moving with the ball, and I'm just like, yeah, they're moving with the ball, whatever. Just fucking like, I just don't get it. I think a lot of professional sports are like that. I feel like professional basketball is played the wrong way. I think they need to put 4 men on each team. Those guys are when they came up with the idea for the dimensions of that court, the height of that basket, the size of that rim, the size of the ball, and 5 men on each team. It wasn't the caliber of man we have playing that game today in mind. It was a bunch of white boys in Indiana who couldn't even jump up there and grab that peach basket they were shooting at. All right, so like.
I
now
disagree.
That you've got these 7-foot tall guys with wingspans that are like 8 feet in some cases, like it's too much. You need less players, 4 on each
If
team.
you had 4 players, I think it would spread out the game, and they'd just be shooting threes and such, and it'd all be all about the jumper. What you have now with a crowded game is these mega athletic guys who dribble the ball like it had a handle on it.
I would change the dimensions of the court too. I would make the rim 12 feet for sure. It needs to be 12 feet.
Because you don't like dunking?
No, because it's too easy to dunk. Every player shouldn't be able to dunk, and right now every player can dunk. Every player. How is something an achievement if literally any player that's playing the game, if he's just standing there in practice, can just hop up and do it? How is that something cool?
It's like an 8-foot rim.
Feet.
Yeah, to us.
Yeah, exactly. It's like an 8-foot rim to us. It should be 12. So when you see somebody fucking dunk, they soared through the air to make that dunk. And the 3-point line.
But it's also a weak as shit dunk, and it's often like a finger roll, and it's
whatever. It's still going to be impressive. They're going to be flying through the air. I think that the 3-point line needs to be backed up a couple more feet, at least another yard or 2.
At the very least, they need like those oldie time leather football helmets, and then like maybe very light pads, and allow some like not body checking as hard as like hockey, but let them like
mix it up a
throw
little.
their limbs around. Yeah, be a little more aggressive there.
I'm torn on that too, right? Now,
feel like
if you were
the
saying golf
wrestling
needed
helmet.
more contact, then I'd be totally with you. Yes, they should be fucking with each other in golf. Golf is the most boring shit in the world. Yeah, dude.
Like, there's no like playing through. Like they're occupying all the holes simultaneously. So every time you hit, you have the opportunity to go for the hole or go for the other player.
Golfing
Between
should
every
be
hole,
a
you have,
little
like,
bit.
golf cart joust.
It should golfing should be a little bit like a field goal, right? Like you and I are golfing together. It's kind of 1v1. They put me 15 yards away, and they're like, "Ready, go!" And you have to get the ball off. I try and block it, or ideally tackle the kicker before he does it. That would make golf good. But the golf today sucks. But basketball, no. I feel like like a lot of these changes that they're making, like the dunks will be harder and they'll be weak as shit, barely getting it in, and we'll spread it out so that have fewer players, so people are more wide open to take their shots. And I'm like, 50s basketball was shit.
I don't think that it's that. See, I don't think those things are true. All right, so even now there are times where they just roll it in off their fingers, or they do a layup. Those are the cases when they don't have enough speed or athleticism to get the dunk, because it seems like they need at least 2 steps, right, to get it done.
Most of them.
So I feel like the same thing would happen. You'd have those finger rolls and layups at about the same rate that you have currently. That maybe more, but I just feel like a slam dunk would mean something. Like, and not every player could do it. I don't know how many men can dunk a 12-foot fucking basketball goal, but I know the elite can. And I feel like that'd be cool.
Here's my issue with basketball.
As far as it spreading the game out, and I don't see how 4-on-4 would be different than 5-on-5 if you shrink the court just a
All
little
right,
bit.
give me a chance here. Here's the actual problem with basketball. 1, fucking thug life, right? Like there's a huge population that doesn't relate to the current basketball players. People are so tatted up. They look like rap stars, right? And not like pro athletes. 2, millionaires club. These are my 2 issues with basketball. Back when you got to like when when the old school guys played, the Jordans, the Johnsons, Larry Bird was known for being a dick. These guys didn't like each other. Elijah Wan. They had rivalries. Now, it's not so much rivalries. They're all friends. They're all in this millionaire Escalade driving club. And they're all friends, and they're all like, yeah, I'm in the NBA, you're in the NBA, we're all rich, we're all famous, things are going good for us, you know, we're happy. No, like, I want them to fucking, like, torture each other and stuff. I mean, do you remember the Larry Bird story where where I think he met Hakeem Olajuwon? Do you know this?
I know a bit about Bird, but not that story now.
Let me see if I think I'll be able to YouTube this pretty quickly.
I saw this YouTube clip where Bird hits like 6 clutch shots in a row at the end of a game. Like he like takes the lead with 1-3. He gets fouled. He hits both free throws or something like that. He hit like 4 threes in a row and all of his free throws, and it won the game. It was incredible because every possession that he had to make the shot to continue the game or to win the game. And every time he made it, and he made it flawlessly. It was really incredible to see how clutch that guy was. I can't imagine that amount of pressure not affecting you so much. Like, I feel like when I'm under that much pressure, like, my limbs feel numb and my brain's a little fuzzy and, like, I don't have the same coordination anymore, it feels like. But he seems to just rise to that, and that was cool to see.
I just don't like how basketball is so much of an all-star sport. Like, very few other sports, one guy can be the whole reason that you're good. Like, one guy's excellent on a baseball team. Like, sure, if it's the pitcher, that helps a lot. Yeah. But other than that, it's not going to save you and redeem a shit team. Like, football, same thing.
We see it all the time when you've got, like, that great quarterback, and when he finally gets away from Chicago and goes somewhere, like, he rises and shines as soon as he's got a defense. Like, Tom Brady isn't Tom Brady without that defense in front of him. Yeah, I know what you mean. It seems like that, but I feel like that could be changed if the court were different. I really do think 4-on-4 basketball would be more fast-paced. I just feel like it'd be more fast-paced, and I feel like there'd be more cool scoring. I'd like to see that. They're just too big. They're enormous.
And they just need a little more aggression. So you kind of put the fear of God in the all-stars of every team. Because as of now, it's like, we're playing basketball. What's the worst that you're going to do to me? I know I can take my sweet time. Worst-case scenario is I don't score. Like,
the perfect headgear, I think, would be like the wrestling headgear that covers your ears. So, like, you protect your ears and a little, maybe it's soft, some soft protection on top. And I'd like that. I think maybe throw in some elbow pads and have them mixing it up a little bit. I'd like that. Like, I don't know what the rules would have to be, but maybe, you know, if you're not touching the ball, just about anything should be okay. You know, if you're not in possession or receiving or something, I feel like you could fuck with that guy a lot.
Yeah, make it so, like, you can't charge like hockey and just ram into someone, but if you have both feet planted, you can give like hard shoves, or maybe like
I don't know. They'd never do it though. Those guys are pussies. Just like I see more flops out of basketball guys than I do soccer guys. Like, those guys are constantly taking falls and flopping and pretend like it'll be just like the other guy go like that, and he'll be like, oh, an opportunity, and he'll just like fall over like he got slammed. I hate that with a passion.
I don't like any sports where someone flops or flails, which is why the NHL is so great. When they think that you even exaggerate. Like, if you get tripped and they're like, you know what, you fell harder than we think you should have fallen, you little bitch. And so your name is publicized as, you know, so-and-so for embellishment and fined 10 grand or whatever. It's like, they don't take kindly to that.
There are some sports where, like, the mindset is so manly and hardcore that you do the opposite. In football, when you get hit hard, you pop right back up. Like, that, you're that if someone nails you and you just got your lights knocked out, you want to hop back up and act like you didn't feel a thing and run back to that huddle, because it's going to get in the other guy's head. He's going to be like, I just gave him everything I had. He wasn't even looking, and he just hopped up like it was nothing. He's ready for the next play. Like, but in hockey's this is, I don't know that much about hockey, but I've been to a couple hockey games, and I watched the Bruins and it was the Bruins and, you know, the Atlanta team, whatever the fuck they were. And they mixed it up a little out there, and those guys were serious. I could see their faces; they were angry. Like, they were very upset. And They looked really really scary guys.
Building.
And they're
Right.
enormous on those skates.
You
They must
got
be
up and-
skating around at 6'4" or something. Even the regular
big.
size guys.
Have
And
you seen any of those videos on YouTube
I-
of hockey fights? Because there's like etiquette to it
Oh, I've
before
seen-
it starts.
Dude,
I know about the
and
etiquette.
it's
I even
some-
know a little bit. A
yeah.
little bit
Can we
about the
circle
technique.
back to Larry Bird here? I've been looking for this story, and I can't hear Wilkins saying it, so I'm going to have to read it to you. But here it is. One of the first times I ever played against him, this is Dominic Wilkins talking about Larry Bird, I went out for the opening tip and went to shake his hand. He just stood there and looked at me stone-faced with his hands behind his back. I was like, whoa. Then we were getting ready for the tip, and he says to me, Holmes, you don't belong in this league. I couldn't believe it, but it happened so fast I didn't know what to think. Larry Bird called people Holmes. Then we had the ball, and I was on him, and he said, I don't know why they got you guarding me, Holmes. You can't guard me. Then whap, he hit a 3. And then he came down on me and said, they made a mistake putting you on me, Holmes. And he took another 3. Getting into the story, Wilkins begins to act things out with his facial expressions. Now I'm so hot. I'm hot. I mean, I'm fucking steaming. And then a little while later, I came down on a break, and he was backpedaling. I went right after him. I jumped up, and he tried to challenge, but I took it right through the rim, and he fell and hit the basket support. He got up and said, I like you, rookie. You've got guts. And I was happy for a second. And he said, but I'm still going for 40 on you tonight. Then he paused with the story, stepped back, and smiled. But I got him, Wilkins said. He only scored 39. And that's
you
old.
showed him.
That's old school rivalry, right? That like, you got guts. Why you guard me, etc. I just feel like now they're all friends. They're all like,
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know, we made it, and that stuff's behind us.
And the farther you go back in time, the more scary that those rivalries and intense the players become. When you go all the way back to Ty Cobb, that guy was fucking scary. Ty Cobb sharpened his steel cleats. He slid feet up. He slid in and kicked you with steel spikes on his on his feet. Like, that's what he did, as hard as he fucking could. He wanted to hurt you, so you dropped the goddamn ball. He was the greatest hitter in baseball of all time.
Mm-hmm.
His numbers are unfathomable. His control. He wasn't a power hitter. He was a control hitter. He could put the ball in play anywhere he wanted to. He was incredible. But he was a mean motherfucker. He caught a man picking his pocket once and pistol whipped him to death, right there in the streets, to death.
To death with a pistol whip? Like, that
He
must take a lot of
pistol whipped
hits.
him
Wasting
to
a bullet
death.
on you.
Keep in mind, that means that he must have been carrying a pistol. And instead of shooting the man, he decided to beat him to death. He also beat his wife quite a bit. He didn't like black people or Jews, but he was one hell of a baseball player. You want
They
to see
had
a
some like racial rivalries back then, where it'd be like, "Oh, we're playing the fucking Yankees tonight." It's like, why do you hate them all of a sudden? Well, they got a couple of Irish guys on there. It's like old like 1906 racism.
Ty Cobb is from my hometown, so like the Ty Cobb museums here and everything. So I'm a big Ty Cobb fan. He was a horrible human being, but an incredible baseball player.
And that's what really matters.
Yeah, and if you want, they made a movie about him. Tommy Lee Jones plays Ty Cobb, and it was filmed here. So like a lot of the shots in the movie are like my hometown and stuff. So check that out. It's called Cobb or Ty Cobb or something like that.
Good
You
name.
ever think of how much they could get away with back then compared to now? Like, if
He killed
Mike
a man.
Vick- I know, yeah. If Michael Vick
In the street.
with his dog thing was in like if the football was that big in like the 30s, and he did it
Yeah.
then. It wouldn't even be on his Wikipedia page. It'd be like he was excellent quarterback, a bit of a kerfuffle with a couple animals once. Surged
No,
ahead and now is subpar.
That long ago, they'd be like, he was a champion dog fighter.
Yeah.
His dogs killed more other dogs than any dog. They'd have been bragging about how badass his fighting dogs were.
Dog
How
fighting
no-
would be all the rage. You know?
Yeah.
Little
Not only a
kids.
professional. In his spare time, he fights dogs. Tell us about it, Mike. Like,
Here he is, bringing a few of the neighborhood kids in on the mix. Get 'em, boys.
Is Vic still
don't
playing
get too
football?
close. He's black. Like,
I thought I
don't
heard
know.
something about him recently, like not being welcome on some team.
I honestly don't know.
Philly?
I know he.
I think he's gone from Philly.
No, he's not at Philly anymore. I thought that might be what you're talking about.
It appears he plays for the Jets now. I'm on his Wikipedia page. I'll
Oh.
get it. It just looks like there's stats and stuff.
Well, I'd like to take. Would you like me to take this moment and talk about our
Yes.
second advertiser while you look up his stats? Because I'm curious about where he is.
Okay.
our bodies need nutrients. Food can provide what's needed, but cooking takes time and effort to meet your individual daily nutrition needs. That's why we came out with 100% food, nutritionally complete smoothie in a bottle. It's that easy. Eat like an astronaut approach that resulted in 500,000 meals served just 1 year later. 100% food bottles remove the guesswork by delivering balanced meals with all needed nutrients, as specified in the FDA Daily 2000 recommended calorie diet. But saving time is just the beginning. Learning how to best leverage nutritionally complete meals for ourselves is the key. With 100% food, you can reach your personal goals. Busy? Have a healthy lunch at the time it takes to have a cup of coffee. Sporty? Gain muscles choosing double protein option. Beauty? Manage weight with low carb version. Or maybe Chiz is a terrible writer. Or maybe you'd love to cook. Well, if you have the time, download 100% Food app for your iPhone and check out plenty of recipes designed by our designed by our chief mixologist. They have a mixologist there. Pick yours and adjust to your intake. Go ahead over to 100percentfood.com and choose a 100% food blend that best suits you and get started eating healthy and eating quickly today. 100% food is probably the best way to start your day. And I happen to know that Chiz has ordered a month's supply of this stuff, and although he didn't used to eat breakfast, he's replaced 2 of his meals in the day with this stuff. He likes the chocolate flavor. He says it tastes like Cocoa Puffs. And I think he's using the whey protein because you can choose which protein source you want. So
it does taste good. So this is actually my first experience with it. Chiz gave me a bottle, and
Can you hold it closer?
yeah, I was holding it to the camera. But so people know I have 2 cameras, one for Kyle and Merca and one for you guys. It does taste. I expect it to taste bad. So here's my honest opinion of it. It's super easy to make. What they do is they give you this bottle that's half full. You add water, shake it up, and there's your meal. It's as straightforward as that. There are like seeds in it, there's seeds all over the label if you look at it. But to look at the powder, it didn't look like it would be seedy at all. But when you chew it or whatever, you're like, oh, I see. It's not just powder. Like there's some meat, if you call seeds that.
yeah, it's not a completely homogeneous mixture. There's some hemp seeds in there and stuff.
Yeah, like it's not just water. And Chiz was telling me when he drank it, like he didn't expect the seeds at first, but they're there. So you gotta know you're kind of drinking a meal, not just making a milkshake. It's not like a milkshake. There's food in it, and I don't know. I guess it's a cool way to take a meal, control your intake, control your portion sizes, and save time. So
Yeah.
Kind,
it's
do you
astronaut
have like fitness kind or the?
I'm sorry.
Do you have like the fitness kind or the protein kind or?
I don't know if they have different goals. I think that basically it's a healthy meal that fits a handful of different goals. Stay energized without stimulants and junk food in the time it takes to have a cup of coffee. So it looks like they're doing a healthy thing. Like I hate to mention competitors' names, but like some of the other people that do like a drinkable food, it's not actually much of a meal. It's like it's a milkshake or something. This is good.
I looked through the ingredients and the nutritional values of everything, and PKA nutritionist here, but it seems pretty healthy to me. I don't know. It's decent mix. It's not too many carbs. It's lots of fiber. It's a ton of protein. The one Chiz has is 50 grams of protein per bottle, and there's tons of all the vitamins are there and stuff. It's nothing magical you wouldn't see on the side of like a box of Raisin Bran or something, but it's in high values of everything. It looks healthy to me.
Yeah,
And it looks
I'm pretty interested.
fancy too, like futuristic. I went to their website and it looks like space food.
Yeah, it says stop cooking, eat like an astronaut. It's I guess this is what the astronauts eat. So cool.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see if this has any effect on Chiz's level of healthiness in general. He ordered a month's supply.
Yeah.
He's all in.
So I've been working him. So my house closes on Friday, which, as we say, this is tomorrow, but a lot of you watching this will be yesterday. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. It should. And we cleaned out the whole house, painted every wall, almost every floor, or every single floor has been redone, actually. All new carpets or tile or whatever, hardwood floors, etc. in the home. And but but I didn't empty out my garage. Like I didn't really have a spot for stuff that I wanted to keep it in until this week, and we got all my woodworking stuff out of there, and it was a tremendous amount of work, and it wore Chiz out. Like Chiz is not an aerial guy. You know, like sometimes I forget. I think he's just like me, you know, like either of us could do either thing. And then I'll see, like I had a stool that I was standing on because, like, I don't have a ladder anymore. I'm clearing everything out. I have, like, limited tools, no ladder, etc. Then I saw him go up on a stool, then come down, and he did it kind of clumsily. And it's like, oh, yeah. He's clumsy when it comes to, like, ladders and scaffolding and stuff like that. And so I'm on a table taking all this lumber off, and he's putting the lumber on the trailer, and I wore him out. So I promise you guys, I am physically working the fuck out of Chiz. Sexy Chiz is forthcoming.
Nice. You know what
Yeah,
we
I
were
can
looking
tell.
at? I was with my dad today, and he's about to build a fence. And don't you get us out of yourself. he had like, but he had 50 of these round fence posts, like the wooden ones,
like cedar
and
press posts. Yeah.
they look like they're pressure treated or treated in some way. They're kind of that greenish tint to them. But he's gonna make this fence, and I was like, "You're not digging those holes by hand, are you? Because I won't be helping you, and I don't think anyone will." And he's like, "No, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do." He's like, "You know, I've got an auger." He's like, "But you know, it's too big, and by the time you're done, you still got to kick the dirt in there and pack it. And if it's a corner post, you really don't have it firmed up unless you concrete it in. And I really don't want to go through all that." So I was like, "You need one of those machines that goes on the tractor, and it's, you know, it like hammers the thing in." So
yeah, I've seen those.
I've seen them for the metal posts, and I know there's some sort of T post or something, and there's a machine that puts those in. But I haven't seen them before for the big wooden posts that are, you know, like this big.
I think I have, though.
Yeah, I looked it up. I know they exist, but we're looking for a way to rent one because, you know, we just need to put 50 of them in the ground. But so far, no good. Haven't found a place we can do that.
Let me see if I can help you with that.
That would be cool. That would be cool though, because I have. If you've ever dug a fence post hole with, you know, you've got a thing you like. I don't know how to explain what it looks like. It's you have to dig it by hand, and it's incredibly strenuous. And
what a post hole digger looks like?
Yeah.
This fucking nightmare.
It's awful. It's one of the worst. It's so much worse than digging a hole with a shovel or something. It's just the same repetitive motion. It's exhausting, and after 5 of them, I'm worn out after like 5 of them if I do them by myself and they're big holes.
So this is the This isn't what you asked for. This is the tractor-based auger.
Mm-hmm.
And then let me see. A fence post driver. What the? I don't know. I guess I should share my screen to the world. I can't tell what this is by the picture. Do you know what this is?
I'm clicking it now. I was still looking for pictures of Justin Bieber's dick.
I thought you already got your fill.
Oh, this thing that they've got?
Yeah.
These two, it looks like a manual one. It looks like they're pushing some sort of a weight up to the top, and it's slamming down repeatedly on an air fence post driver. I bet it's one of those that uses propane, maybe. There's lots of different ways to do this. I saw one that looks like the manual one that you like hold on to either side by handles, and it fits over the post, and then you lift it up and pull it down over and over. It's like ding, ding, ding. I saw one of those that runs off of propane. It's got like a piston inside that's being actuated and fired to deliver the blow. But that seems like it'd be better for steel posts.
Well, I thought I'd find it quicker. I thought Sunbelt Rentals might have one, but I can see why you didn't find it so easily. It's not that easy.
Yeah, we called a place, and the issue isn't finding one; it's renting one, because I think it's an expensive piece of machinery, and you just need it for a day. So, I'm into that.
I'm Yeah, it looks like the one that I'm finding starts at $2,000, which he might find worth it. I don't know.
Seems
Yeah, I
like
saw
something
one
that
that
you
was-
wouldn't be using that much after the first time.
Well,
Yeah,
farmers make fences. I mean, this isn't Kyle's first fence story.
It's not, but normally he doesn't use wooden posts. I think he's putting this near his house or something, or he's putting it, I don't know where he's putting it, but usually we use steel posts, and you can just push those in the ground with a tractor. Like,
The front end loader, just push it down.
yeah, just smush it straight into the ground, and it's in there. Fence post talk.
Fence talk.
Well,
I liked our
anybody else?
guest. He
Oh,
seemed
yeah.
like a cool guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked his story about the giant Norwegian ladyboy lover. That was pretty good.
That became his name, too.
I was like, I guess you gotta kind of be careful what you say. He's like, oh yeah, I'm scared.
I have now I know Chiz would hate me for doing this, but somebody wrote me, and here's a background. People used to write me, I'd use them all the time. They're potential PKA topics. Now, 99% of the time, it's like, no, AMA is one of the Patreon benefits. I can't start giving it away to everybody if other people are paying for it. That's the thing. AMA is Patreon benefit. But this particular one I thought would make for a fun topic. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Woody, longtime fan of your videos, been watching since Black Op 1 and longtime fan of PKA. I'm a first-year electrical engineering student taking a course that gives an instruction to engineering, and in that class I have 2 lab partners, one of which is Indian. And I gather he means the Asian kind of Indian, not the American kind of Indian. The issue is that he smells terrible due to the fact that he has terrible body odor. He also has a tendency to lean over when talking, which makes his body odor really noticeable. Furthermore, he mouth breathes, which is an issue because his breath is horrible smelling. I work with him every week, and he's in all my other classes, so if I said something, I worry that it would make any future endeavors with him awkward. So my question is, should I say anything to him about his BO? Considering you used to work with a lot of Indian people, maybe you've had this issue before, but he smells much worse than any of the other Indian people in my classes. Hopefully, this will be a PKA topic, and any advice would be cool.
I like that.
But I know you're a busy guy, so if not, I understand. Well,
I like how he has a bar of comparison. So like, well, my spreadsheet of Indian people and their relative smells shows that he is an outlier. You know,
He's like, look, I sat next to Patel for a whole semester, and it wasn't anything like this.
dude, I've worked with a lot of
This guy's
Indian
sweating
guys.
curry.
I don't know why. It seems like there's a substantial portion of the Indian American population that doesn't think deodorant is a daily habit. You can see it in the pit stains, and this all sounds very racist, but
It's not. It's a fact.
yeah, can we just admit that there are some cultural differences, right? If I said, like, I've noticed that women tend to smell pretty and wash their hair a lot, and they also wear it longer than guys, would you call me sexist? No.
Yeah.
yes, ridiculous.
It's true though. I've ran into this so many times. They have a very particular smell because of their diet that's common in their culture, and it is pungent and powerful. And it's the kind of BO that doesn't feel like he worked it all up today, right? It feels like it's layers of BO that never go away. Like yes, this is day 5 million. It's like he just every day a little stinkier.
I worked at Cisco for 13 years. In that 13 years, the number of times I came to work without showering was 0. Fucking 0. You always got cleaned up, deodorized, combed hair version of Woody. 100% of the time, would have kept it up for decades. It's just,
Wow.
just how I go. But I had some Indian guys where it seemed like, shower every day? Like all of the days? Yeah, every fucking day. You're a white collar employee, you fucknard. Fucking shower before you come to work. And
It's disgusting, and I anyone who doesn't shower regularly, I see you. We all see you. If you think you're getting away with it, you're not. You look greasy. You look oily. You look disheveled.
Your
clothes
hair is
smell,
clumped
you
in a
smell.
way that shows me
It's
that
clumped.
Yeah, like
You
that's
slept in it.
Yeah.
You woke up and that's your.
Look
that's
at
your
Kyle's
night-
hair. He showered. I fucking guarantee it. I can see.
Twice. Twice. I shower twice a day, every day. My girlfriend sometimes takes 4 fucking showers a day between her, workout and whatever else.
All right, let's not go
Lots
crazy.
of.
That is a lot of showers.
It's a lot of, you wake up, then she goes to the gym, and she comes back, she takes another shower, and then she goes throughout the day, and maybe she goes outside. And in any case,
I know.
more the better. There should never be a day that passes in your life where you don't take a shower. And deodorant is mandatory. There is no reason not to use it because there are so many different varieties that feel different ways.
Yeah.
Like
do
that
you
solid
think you
stick-
don't smell someone out there? Because I think you do. I think you fucking stink.
I was at Walmart the other day, and it was a white person in the frozen food aisle. And as we passed them, I could smell this person from 8 feet away. Like
That's pretty right.
almost a good 3 steps away, and I'm already smelling you. And it's that directional smell where it's like, oh yeah, I'm smelling it right here. it's there. Like you can tell, like, oh yeah, that's it, right fucking there. You're the stinky one. And you look at this person, and clearly they were disheveled. They hadn't washed. They hadn't showered. And what are you doing here? Why did you think you really needed frozen peas right now? I think you need to shower. It's disgusting. It's disgusting in our society, at least. Like if you're in some third world country or wherever doesn't have regular access to running water, or maybe you have an excuse, whatever. Like when we were in the woods, we all smelled pretty bad between our creek baths.
There
and
are
everything
cultures
else.
where they just consider a musk to be like a smell, right? Like, if your dog is really old, it might smell bad. And you're kind of like, sorry, that dog's 13. Like
I smell wonderful. And
But
you could too.
And you could too. That's your platform
You're
when you're
choosing.
running.
Yeah, it costs like $8 to smell good a month. Like you need a bar of soap, some deodorant, and some cologne. Like you'll always smell wonderful, and you could skip the cologne and
You
the
don't
hair
even need
product.
cologne if you just bathe. Like this is
It's
a silly thing you have
hygiene.
to point out, but what way is there to actually help this guy?
if you are
Nice.
just quickly, if you're from another culture and now you're in America, you need to line up on this thing. This is non-negotiable. This is not an area where we're going to flex, right? Bring your food.
Yeah.
Your Thai food, your Indian food, your Mexican food. Bring it. We love you. You're doing a good job there. Don't bring your stink. Don't bring your stink.
No.
This is an area where we're melting pot. We get a little of you. You get a little of us. Have some speed stick. Have some
We don't want to
degree.
taste you.
Old Spice.
We don't want to taste you in public. I don't get it. It's really easy, and I don't know what the argument would be, like against it. I say to you, hey, excuse me, I noticed that you're sweating a lot on this hot day, and I can smell you really strongly, man. It's like body odor. I can smell you from at my desk, and it's not a good smell. Little right guard deodorant here, and you'll smell nice. Like you won't smell like body odor. You'll always smell like whatever's on this bottle. And it could be anything these days. You can smell like the beach or the pine forest or a pussy if you really want to.
And while I'll
Anything you
appreciate
want.
this, you got to know, like the women here are going to consider you a no-go until you get this resolved.
Yeah. If you had to ask, I bet if we polled women and asked like the things that would make you like immediately like cut loose and run, body odor has got to be right up there.
Yeah,
Like a smelly. There's no way you can have any
I bet-
romantic thing going on. With
Here's
smelly
what
body.
I think. I think if you asked women like, hey, what would make a guy off limits to you? Some might say, well, a smoker, right? I would never date a smoker. Some might say, well, a guy who's too heavy, I work hard at where I am, right? Some would say clean teeth, right? That's the thing, I maintain this hygiene, I expect a match. I doubt they'd even say stinky guys, because that's a fucking given.
That's
right?
implied. That's the
Yeah.
bottom line.
Yeah, that's
to
like
even get in the door.
right. No one says like I need a guy who cleans every day. What? Yeah, that's what fucking humans
Yeah.
do.
Look, I like a fancy guy. I want a guy who wipes his ass with his tits, okay? And not with his hand either. Like he's got a clump of paper and everything. Like it's
I want
just
my
basic
boyfriend to have
stuff.
both hands, all his limbs, and be clean.
To be
Maybe
honest,
it has-
I would way sooner date a girl with a fake like left forearm than one that smelled bad and had hygiene
Yes.
issues.
That's true.
All right, so what's worse? I'm trying to think what's worse. Like what I would rather put up with than a girl with BO, and I'm talking like I don't think I've ever smelled a girl's like strong BO that was bad. Like I guess I have a little bit, like, but nothing like a man. Like a dude's BO is a whole different story. Like the girls' locker room doesn't smell like the guys' locker room.
It's true. I was trying to. So I've rolled with women in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? And this is girls at like a full sweat, and you can't get any closer. No, they don't smell like guys.
Yeah.
I think maybe they just don't have that. I don't know.
I didn't even when I was doing that. I never smelled there because I noticed like my training partner. You're all over this guy, right? You're as close to this other man as you are with your girlfriend. I mean, you may not be making out with him, but you're
as
right
close
there with your head is right here in his neck. Your lips are on his neck.
Dude, a triangle choke is pretty much me choking you out with my nutsack.
I mean, a lot of the basic like positions resemble sex positions. You're getting very up close and personal with this other guy. And I never felt like it was awkward. I did it for, 2 or 3 months or something like that. I never found it awkward at all. It was like we were both understood what was going on. We're learning. Like, I'm eager to learn, and so is he or whatever. That sounds super gay, right?
Eager to learn, trying new things.
Yeah, trying new things. You know?
Expanding his boundaries.
Yeah, hold me like this, and I'll hold you like that, and that sort of thing. But in any case, like, there were guys who smelled, and there were guys who smelled good. There was this one black guy who was a training coach. He always had BO. It wasn't overwhelming, but he always had. And I knew, and he was one of those really profuse sweaters, like it's just rolling off of his glistening ass. And he's rolling with me, right? So why? Like how are you like working up a sweat like with me? Like you're literally walking me through this because he was like a blue belt or something. But still, he was still glistening. And he always smelled. But like the white guy that I rolled with, because I always had to roll with some lanky ass tall fucker because that's what I am. He didn't smell at all, and I was like, I'm gonna match this. I would always like double up on the deodorant. I'd put it in other places that might stink. Put some deodorant in your ass crack. Spray it back there. There's no need to smell. I put it everywhere. I never smelled once
during
at that
jits.
gym.
I always felt like I came in clean. I came in top of the line clean. I would even have.
I took a shower before I went.
I noticed my instructor had Dentine. Like it was just like part of his thing. He always seemed to have Dentine available. So I mirrored that. Like I had Dentine.
Same, yes.
And I was clean. And Dentine is, I don't know if that's international, but it's gum that's minty and makes your breath smell nice. And
I've forgotten that. I also
did you do that
gum.
too?
That was
yeah. So
I felt because.
Dude, breath is as important as BO. Yeah.
You're on the receiving end of it so much, you're like, I wonder if I'm doing that to people.
So I would start at full cleanliness, but I'd work so hard and sweat so hard. Like as I'm putting my gi like back in the gym bag, I'm like, this thing is rank, you know.
You know why it's rank though? It's not you. Like if you and I rolled on a pristine surface, I don't feel like we'd get all that gross. I feel like it's from being out there with people who aren't as clean as you, who are all over that. And I know they clean the mats, but still,
all that
like after
shit left there
at
forever.
the end of an hour-long class, they were dirty again.
Maybe because the top of the gi is soaked. It's noticeably heavier than it was, like before the session, and
I just feel like you're rubbing off the floor. You're basically mopping a sweaty floor with your body and your clothes for an hour.
Possible, yeah. So, but yeah. So anyway, I do everything I can, but I think if you're fighting, I always sort of there was like an understanding, like you know what, we all want to enter this thing clean, but by the end of hour 2, you're gonna have to accept that people are sweaty now.
I never did the second hour, like concurrent hours, but I saw the people who were doing 2 hours straight, and they didn't care what anything smelled like. They're completely red-faced, like veins protruding in their neck. Lots of, and the coach is like, come on, switch partners, go.
I did 3 hours. So the first hour was the beginner's class, and they did like 20 classes, and I would just take them again and again and again and again, and they helped me a lot. Like that, for people out there who know jiu-jitsu at all or Brazilian jiu-jitsu, the basic stuff is super effective, and to have your basics down is really good. When they teach you like the fucking helicopter armbar, which is a thing where you put your feet on the guy's hips and twist them in such a way and have them land into an armbar, that shit works like 1 in 100. Like a lot of the more sophisticated moves work against people who either aren't very good or the opportunities don't come up quite as often.
Just like Mortal Kombat.
Okay, but the really basic stuff can kind of be forced, like just a regular gi choke, a regular guillotine, triangle armbar, etc. That stuff, if you get sharp at that. So I would take the beginner course for years. No one else is a beginner in there, and that was the first hour. And then I take the intermediate course, which was 2 hours because it had an hour of instruction, an hour of rolling, and that's what I did. 3 hours a day, 3 times a week for years.
So what is our actual advice to this gentleman here? Because what can you really do?
Should he tell the guy? I'd tell him.
He could either just say it, but if he's in every class, it's going to be really, really awkward and uncomfortable.
Here's what I do.
Or you trick him.
Kyle's going to be good at this.
I would buy him some deodorant and some soap, and I would wrap it so it, or whatever, and I would put a note on it that said "Open when you get home" and a heart that was red. Put it on his shit, walk away, and he would think that there was a girl who has a crush on him, but she doesn't think he's smelling too good, and he would go apply those things. If that doesn't work, then
this guy is smelly, not retarded. He's not gonna fall for this. Like, what you should do is go up to him, and just in passing, just as like the first strike of attack, to lay this down. You can go to more extreme measures if it doesn't work. Just say, "God, I was talking to fucking Steve or somebody, and God, that guy, have you smelled that guy? Have you smelled Steve? He smells awful. God, take a shower, man, am I right?" And then he'll sit there and be like, yes, I agree. Then maybe he'll take a hint. If not, you can start.
Like, shower is unnecessary.
Convince him that, we're doing an American tradition, Axe body spray fights. We do it every morning. Just douse him. To play it off.
That's as funny as that is. I think I've told this story before, but I still remember the night of the Halo 3 launch. I was at GameStop in line, and there was a real kind of camaraderie going on because we were all in love with the game. There had been this big build-up. It was the third and final one, as far as I'm concerned, and we all wanted this thing, and we all loved it, and they had multiple Xboxes up, so we're having a tournament, and we're all playing against each other and stuff. And then we smell it. This dank BO.
Culture, race. What do you got?
White guy. It's a white guy, and it's dirt and BO mixed together. It's a dirty, sweaty guy. That's what it is. It's not
the Georgia BO.
Sure. Like he smells like he went out, did a full day of manual labor. Hit the sack, who gives a fuck, woke up, did it again, and then continued that way for about a week, and then came to get his copy of Halo 3. He's got a big coat on, like a trench coat, and it's like 2006 or something. We were a little worried he was going to shoot us. And he just smelled so awful, greasy hair and stuff, and we were all complaining about it. And I'm up at the front, and the guys that ran the place knew me or whatever. I'm like, that guy stinks. And they go, who? Which one is it? And I'm like, the big tall motherfucker with the trench coat on. I was like the one with the big space of no one around him, even though it's shoulder to shoulder in here. They literally started spraying Febreze as they walked. They were just walking throughout the store, spraying it was Lysol. It was like Lysol, deodorizer. And when they got next to him, he just stopped and sprayed it straight up so it would rain down all over this guy. And he covered him in fucking Lysol. He Lysoled a human being. And I guarantee it didn't kill 99% of those germs.
Oh, no way. You should have taken a shower, you fuck. Now you smell like clean linen.
Dude, I suffered with this guy's particular problem for years. Stinky coworkers. And a problem with that I had that he doesn't is it wasn't a peer situation, right? As goofy and jokey as I am and like to be, I'm also aware of the fact that I'm the boss. And when I say things, there's a certain gravity to it that, don't fuck around with everything, right? As a coworker, you can make a sex joke. As a boss, it might be taken differently. It's all fun and games until you cross a line, and that's a bigger deal.
There's gotta be something in the Cisco employee charter that says something about hygiene, though, right? I feel like I would look to that and be like, and take over the role of superior or whatever, and be like, Patel, we need to talk about your hygiene. It's disturbing several of your other coworkers. There have been complaints. They suggest that you wash up a bit and deodorize.
But That's not true. That could be troublesome too, making it up.
It will, because if you don't, we're going to come around with a bunch of white bags on our head, drag your ass to the car wash, and soap you up, motherfucker.
Also, this guy is the one I'm thinking of. I'll do his first name, Atul. No, it wasn't Atul. That was my manager. What the fuck was this guy's name?
2 horsepower pressure washer with your name on it, bitch.
Yeah.
You better watch
I made
out next
myself
time.
the CEO of this company.
I swear, his name was like a douche or something. I forget what his name was. And, yeah, he smelled bad. Ayush? I don't know. And, he had coffee breath too, like an awful kind of rank coffee breath that was just ever present. And you have
Remember
to.
that scene in Rambo where they like forcibly washed him with the high pressure hose?
On the scale of bad smelling things, BO is so much higher than bad coffee breath, unless the person's like breathing directly into your mouth.
It was bad.
Because you can always offer them a mint. And
Yeah, I would do that.
Here's the thing, for everybody listening to this right now, try to ingrain this into your brain. If you are ever offered a mint or gum, accept it 100% of the time.
Yep.
100% of the time you take, unless it's kind of a creepy guy outside a bar, then that might not be a mint.
That might be LSD.
99. Well, if it's LSD, you can take that too. 99% of the time, who's gonna give away like 30? I saw that the other day on Reddit. It was like a big pile of pills, and it was like something about anti-drug, and somebody was like, "Who would give away $400 worth of drugs, or leave them lying around?" But in any case, I can't put up with the BO. But the breath isn't as bad because you can always offer them an Altoid or some gum.
It's acceptable to offer a solution to someone's breath problem. Like if they say, "Hey man, you want a Dentine?" And if they say no, you can even be like,
"You want a Dentine?"
Yeah, like if you guys were to say that to me, like, Woody, it's for your best, it's for your own good, I'd be like, ooh, thank you, thank you for fixing that.
I don't have any issue telling someone if they have something in their teeth. I see sometimes people are like, sometimes people can't do it. Now, have you ever had a situation where there's a booger hanging from someone's nose and you can't tell them?
Yeah, I pull a little bit of my own booger out. It's at least like solidarity.
But I just reach over and pick it for them. And
no, you don't.
Make a wish. Just
make a wish.
It always comes. Yeah. Ooh, booger wish.
It's like a wishbone. Is it gonna bring a hair out with it?
I always get the really long, liquid one that all of a sudden, shoots back to my finger when I stretch it out real hard. And I feel like it's coming from back here somewhere in my eyeball.
Those are so sad.
I don't have a solution for this guy. For the breath thing, it's easy to solve. You can just hand him a mint or whatever.
I stick by mine. All right, maybe
I don't think the love letter is good, but I think if you would
drop the love letter.
What if you would have straight up be a bro? How would it go over if I was like, dude, just so you know, like, there's a smell coming from you that doesn't come from anyone else, and I got you this. It's a daily thing. Every time you shower, use this, and you'll smell great.
I would
maybe not say it doesn't come from anyone else, because once you've established that he's smelly, you don't have to keep going like, you smell horrible. Now let me stay on this topic for a minute, because I don't think you
never
understand.
Before in my life, devil.
Yeah.
I have seen some shit. I was in the Nicaraguan death camps. I worked in the septic systems of Guatemala for 3 years, but never, Patel, have I smelled this shit before.
I love that he's
I think
constantly named Patel.
Dude, they're all named Patel.
Dude. All right.
If they were yakking about some white guys and how they always want to smell so nice, and they were like, "Yes, Mr. Smith," he says, "Oh, you must smell nice," and they kept calling us Mr. Smith, I wouldn't care. There are a lot of us that are named Smith.
Reddit person who I will keep anonymous, please write me back with this gentleman's first name. I want to know if it's Patel, because there's a good chance. Oh, Patel should be his last name?
I thought so. I thought Patel was the last name.
I'm not even sure. I know in some places in India they switch. Like, I knew a guy. He was second generation American, right? So his father was named like Matthews Patel or something, and then so his name became Tom Matthew, and his kid's name would become something Tom, and that's just how they rotated it.
Have you ever had to tell someone they smelled awful, like or at least imply to it, like ever for real?
Yes.
I mean, I should have. I put up with it for a long time, but I just suffered.
There's this kid in one of my classes in college, and he would Like, I was friends with him. He's this big, heavy guy, and he would come in, and he did that thing where, like, he didn't allot enough time in the morning to, like, this 9 a.m. class. Because, like, I'd wake up at 8, shower, get ready, and then leave after breakfast or tea or whatever. He would just, like, shower at, like, 8:58 and then show up at, like, 9:03. And even though he had technically cleaned, there was that post-shower sweat that started to come off, where you take a shower that's too hot, and so he's sitting there, and he doesn't think he smells because he just thinks, well, I didn't dry off very well. No, you're covered in sweat 3 minutes into this fucking lecture, and you are every morning. Wake up 15 minutes earlier and get rid of these post-shower sweats, because it's, that guy was gross. I just made a comment of, like, what did I even say? Like, did you just work out or something? Kind of maybe a little snarky because he's really fat, and so of course we both knew that he wasn't working out.
You've been pumping iron again?
Yeah, you look really sweaty. But,
really cultivating a lot of mass, I can tell you that.
You've got enough marble,
bro.
Yeah. But
I stand by what I said. Maybe not a whole love note and becoming a fake girl or anything, but if you just gifted this thing to him, you left it with his possession and I don't know what your situation is. You seem to have a lot of classes with him. If you could sneak it into his bag, if he's got like a zipper bag or something, unzip it and throw deodorant and soap in there. Put it in his locker.
Use daily.
Put a thing in there, like a nice note. Like I wouldn't want it to be cruel or mean, but like you should use this daily. A friend. And that's what it should say on there. And I would just leave it with his things. That way there isn't that awkward moment where he's like, okay, John, I'm sorry that my smell offends you so much. I guess I will use whatever this is. Do I eat it or like put it in my ass or what? What do I do?
You take it rectally.
How many of these do I have to eat? Like, I have to eat the whole thing. Like, he comes to school the next day stinking like shit, but he's just pale as a ghost. What happened? He's like, I ate the whole thing. I ate the whole thing.
I got a new topic.
All right.
All right. So prepare as I gather some hate for myself.
I liked Smelly talk.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. So here's the scoop. I feel like every generation finds something to fuss about from the younger ones, right? There's the me generation, etc. What I've seen now, and I fear that it's fostered by a lot of our leaders, is a lack of hope. Like if there is a message that I get from Bernie Sanders, it's that like there is no hope. Don't you see the rich are so rich that you can't be one of them? Don't you see that this can't happen? I remember I told my father-in-law I'd be a millionaire by 40. And I don't know if I hit that or not, but whatever. I think so. But
you netted it, yeah.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah.
So but anyway, he would check up with me like, you still think you're on track? You still think you're on track? And I'm like, I don't know. I sure hope so. And
I don't like your in-laws. I don't like how mean they are to you people. They're so mean. It's so mean.
I could go on. The backstories.
If you said that to my dad and like he had the same relationship, he'd be like, I hear you, brother. That's good. That's real good. When a young man like you thinking like that, that's what I like to see. That's what he'd say. He'd be getting behind you, be like, have you thought about doing this with your money? Have you thought about doing that? Be careful about this. Like, it'd be advice and like motivation and oh, I hate that he was like, you on track? You still on track, Mr. Millionaire?
I would like to think it was a little more supportive than that. Like, he always thought I was doing good in my career. But it was somewhere in between where your dad would be and how you describe him. But I liked him. I liked him a lot. But yeah, I've got in-law issues. Fucking in-law issues. So, back on topic. I feel like there's a lack of hope right now. And I was talking on Reddit today or something, and someone's like, surely, Woody, you don't think you can just will yourself to be a millionaire anymore, do you? And that is how you do it.
Not put that simply, but that's like overstating the simplicity of what your idea behind the sentiment was to the point of it, like a total straw man, You weren't just saying, like, I'm going to hope for money real hard my whole life, and then maybe it'll work, but, like, there's a difference between that and just knowing that you have to work hard for it.
I work with a lot of companies that are like in the firearms industry that are kind of new and verging companies that have a new product that they've come up with or a new way to do things. And so I'm oftentimes meeting guys who who are self-made, like small businessmen who have come up with, millions of dollars and stuff like that. You can do it. You just have to find your own way. There might not be an A, B, C, D like way to do it, but it's got to come from inside you. It seems like I mean, I know a guy who his invention is like he invented high capacity magazines for certain guns, and he invented a grenade launcher that shoots nets, and now he's a millionaire. Like he worked at something. He had a passion for engineering and computer-aided drafting and all that stuff. He's became an engineer. He worked at it, and he came up with a product. He got it on the market, and now he's a millionaire.
There's a couple ways to do it. Like there's more than one. There's like you're talking about people who have an idea, make a business, etc. And usually like have an idea. Oh well, shucks. I guess I'll just sit here watching Netflix until my idea hits me. Like no, typically these people have a passion and have an interest that's deeper than like the casual consumption vibe that you're into, right? They're tinkering, etc. But you can do it. You can start a business. The other idea is to do it slowly. I made a video on how to invest and over 22 years. And people say, well, Woody, I couldn't possibly set aside this much a month. Like, okay, I get that. For the first 4 years, if you drop that $1,000 a month to $500 a month while you're getting yourself on your feet, and then you become a millionaire. Instead of it was 22 years, it was like 25. Like it wasn't even that hurtful. You can save, or you can come up with the blockbuster idea and pursue it so doggedly that you won't be denied. But I feel like now there's this culture, and I'm sure there's lots of exceptions, but there's this culture of like, oh, it's now impossible. Like all middle wage classes aren't going up like they used to be. That's getting crushed, etc. Let me tell you Bernie Sanders' stat, right? PolitiFact just talked about this recently. He was saying that like 99% of the wealth gain went to the top 1%. That is only true if you're a lying douchebag. I'll explain. It happened from 2009 to 2012. And if you remember right, for whatever reason, the stock market crashed, right? Like at the end of the Bush term and at the start of the Obama thing. You guys might remember McCain like pulled out of the race. Like, I'm going to stop campaigning for 2 weeks and fix the economy. And he meets in front of the Senate and like falls asleep because he's 123 years old. And
kept him in a bamboo cage, Woody.
Yeah.
Bamboo cage.
Younger than Bernie.
Oh. So anyway, I don't know if that's true or not. But anyway, back on topic, there was a huge stock market crash, the bailouts, all that stuff around like 2008, 2009. And then the stock market recovered, but the jobs didn't really come back. The wages didn't really come back. Like, just people job seeking were in a really rough spot, and profits kind of rebounded, or perhaps the crash in the stock market was an overcorrection, and then that just came back to more, appropriately valued.
Well, wouldn't the bailouts factor into this? Those billions of dollars that are being pumped into industry, wouldn't that like inflate these numbers as well?
They could be. Those were loans to banks to help them meet their thing. Maybe. I know they also did a bunch of other things like Section 179 deductions and shit. But the point is, the companies got profitable and their stocks went up, but wages didn't. And this happened from 2009 to 2012. Now, from 2012 to present, the middle class is doing better. They are getting things. There's competition for employees again, whereas before there was only competition for jobs. And I feel like Bernie's kind of cherry picking his years there. Like, oh, did you know that this has happened? Yeah, only for that particular subset of years. Don't act like it's the new normal. But
while I wouldn't argue that the middle class isn't as big and powerful as it once was, and it's certainly a lot harder to achieve the American dream than it once was. It seemed like there was a working wage at one time where like one provider could go to a manual labor job and somehow support a family and a house and have a car and all those things. While that seems much more difficult now. I think it's ridiculous to say that like you can't go out there and make it on your own, because it's just like, well, if it's 20% harder, you have to work 20% harder, whatever it may be. Like, it's just a matter of if you're gonna do it or not. I feel like Dude, like you said, there's lots of
Uh,
trajectories to hit that mark.
I was watching this Casey Neistat video, and while I have a slightly different twist on it, and I might make my own version, he held up these cardboards, and he's like, the only thing between you and your goals, and he puts a third one on there, is doing it. And while that's a little simple, it's like there are a lot of people complaining that they could never get their goal, but they're not doing any steps to do it. And maybe it's just the young people I find on the internet or, whatever. It's like, do it. Be a doer. Be a thing. Be a maker. Be a happener. There are so many people buying into this idea that like, well, I can't go to college because there's $100,000 in debt. Horse shit. I can't start a business because, I don't have it. You can't do that anymore. Horse shit.
People who say stuff like that pointed, like, I'll have $200,000 of college debt if I decide to go, so just throw the rest of my dreams in the toilet. Like, and internet forums where you're going to see comments like that, everybody already has their mind made up, and they're just going to make, whatever their position is, just unassailable by making it seem so unrealistic.
And I don't know what their alternative is. It's like, it's so hard to do anything. Okay, so bank robber then? Is that your next move? or are you really going to wait for that gravy train to show up? Because even if you elect Bernie Sanders, and even if he wants to do all those things he promised, and even if he can do them, you're going to starve by the time that motherfucker starts paying your bills, dude. You better start working. Like,
yeah.
You can't be waiting for that. I don't understand. I see that. There's a lot of negativity there, and I understand, like, the numbers are different than they once were. It's not the 1950s. It's a different economy.
I feel like that people lean on that as an excuse, as a reason not to try it.
It is an excuse. Well, it's not. It shouldn't be a reason not to try, but I don't think it's fair when sometimes you've got baby boomers say, well, I did it. I did this, and I did that, and I did this. And it's like, well, yeah, you were in a post-World War II economy where most of the industrialized nations in the world had just been destroyed by you and your friends. Everybody needed your incredible manufacturing because, you just built, you're not building B-17s anymore. You can build anything you want. Of course, it's a perfect storm for a magical economy. And that's the United States in the 50s. So, but it's not fair to compare that to like these millennials now who are, they have some strong points there. Dude, but I don't think it's a reason to throw your hands up in the air and be like,
2045, they're going to be saying, oh my God, it was so easy back in 2015. Like the internet was new. All you had to do was make a social app and everyone would start taking pictures or sending tweets or this and that. Today, the internet, it's not like it was. It is so... what do they use for the Call of Duty market? Saturated, right? The internet is completely saturated. The businesses are all created. All you can do is,
I don't know if they'll say that then. I think it's fair to say that now about the early internet. I think we all know that. That it seemed like there was a time, and at that time I knew nothing about the internet. I don't even think I had a computer, but I just kept hearing about all these .com companies that were just really just registered domains that were worth millions, and these companies were being valued in the millions, and they had like 8 employees.
Companies were solving tech problems that it took the greatest minds to solve. Right now, I can literally put shit in the cloud and have someone else deal with all my infrastructure. Back when, I'm trying to think of an old one, MySpace was firing up. They had to solve scalability issues that had never been solved before. Back when eBay was going, it was like, how'd they do that? We'd look at Amazon. I remember Google Maps. When Google Maps started using Ajax, which is how they, Ajax, I forget what it stands for, but it's something JavaScript Exchange or who the fuck knows. I used to. And it used to be everything on the internet was kind of form-based, and a lot of it still is. Like you type, it sends it there, they send it back, etc. I remember the companies would have remote controls on the internet, and you literally would type like 1, 3, and then hit submit. And that's how it worked. And it just everything on the internet was just submit. And then Google Maps comes along, or Google Type Ahead. Like as I start typing star, it types ahead ship and shows me all these things. Like you're not hitting any. Every keystroke is sending back and forth. With Google Maps, like I'm dragging it and it's repainting the thing. That was huge. They were solving problems that had never been solved before, whereas today I feel like a lot of internet companies are new ideas but existing solutions.
Asynchronous JavaScript and XML.
Thank you. Asynchronous JavaScript.
That's a mouthful.
So, anyway, if I could get just a couple people, it would be worth the rant to say, like, you know what? I am going to do it. I've got a dream. I've got a thing. I like it. Whether it be an early step like education or a late step like starting your business or pursuing your idea or just, whatever you're kicking around telling yourself you can't do, just fucking do it. Stop listening to people tell you that there aren't opportunities anymore, because there completely are.
I think it's going to go the complete opposite direction of what you said earlier, where in like 10 or 15 years, everyone in, I guess me and Kyle's generation, people, I guess millennials that's born after 81, right? But anyway, so they're going to look back and talk about how they survived, this terrible era, and how all these new kids nowadays have no idea what it was like for us. It was way harder, and like I can see a flip going on, where everybody's going to think that it was so much harder now than it really is now, because it's going to be overshadowed by when it does get better in the next few years.
Dude, no, because when I was young, they were saying there were no opportunities then too. And that was the .com days. It was too late. It was I can't remember a time when they didn't act like the 50s were the era that we wish we were in, except for probably the 50s.
It's never going to catch up to the 50s though. It was just like you said, the perfect storm of opportunity everywhere.
I don't even know. That was long before I was born. Was it that good?
Yeah, for all those reasons I mentioned.
Just watch Leave It to Beaver.
It's great. So we had crippled all these other major economies. Even the Russians, they were all fucked up. Everybody was in a bad spot except for us, really. And, the war had touched them. We were over here in North America, all safe. Nobody was hitting us. Nobody was destroying our factories, bombing our people.
I bet everyone smelled bad.
No.
Everybody
smelled like apple pie and baseball.
Baseball stinks. We talked about this once before, but whenever I look at one of those old timey photos, so I learned this recently. It used to be that your status was really implied by how you dressed, which is why so many guys had like suit-like things and pocket watches and stuff like that. Even if they weren't rich, they were trying to look rich. Whereas now, rich people walk out in flip-flops and T-shirts, and they don't
Or
even...
naked if Justin Bieber. It's nothing.
Fair point. So, but I look at them there, all these guys in the 1920s with their pocket watches and their vests and their little round hats, or if they deliver newspapers, the chiz hats. They, I bet they all smelled bad. It's just sweaty. There's not much air conditioning in the world.
I'm sure they had like some sort of deodorant.
They
powder.
had ice boxes for their food.
Yeah. Oh, that would smell bad. Like in the South, everybody's got those big, thick, three-piece suits on all day, and if they're not actually rich, they're not like rotating into a new suit every day. Like,
what's a seersucker, Kyle? I'm not a proper Southerner. What is a seersucker?
Seersucker's as far as I know, it's a kind of fabric. Like it's not a kind of fabric. It's like the way corduroy is a different like fabric print. I had a seersucker shirt, and it's got like these little like dimples all over it in the fabric. I don't know how to describe it.
You make a suit out of it oftentimes, right? Like I want to say my friend wore a seersucker suit to a wedding. He wasn't getting married.
Maybe that's a style of suit. I'm not familiar with it though.
Well, Google will know. Let's see.
I had a seersucker like shirt once. I just recall that.
Huh. I don't think these look half bad.
maybe they'll come back.
I'll give you a link. See what we're dealing with. I think they look pretty snazzy.
I think the seersucker part is the fabric, though, not necessarily the cut. Although they all do seem to do this light blue, lame-ass color. Like it's like your Andy Bernard going to...
Oh, so it's like a stippled finish.
It looks a little tight. Like I'm looking at these things and I just feel like I'm seeing packages everywhere.
Lots of bow ties out there too, Nard Dog.
Like look at this guy's... Oh, you can't see what I'm showing, but... Here, for the audience, those guys' pants... I'd be bulging in a lot of these pants.
Gotcha. Okay, seersucker is a thin, puckered... The puckered part is the thing I was thinking of.
Ooh.
All cotton fabric, commonly striped or checkered, used to make clothing for spring and summer wear. So these are spring, summer wear suits. Yeah.
I am noticing a lot of bow ties in all these.
Yeah.
You look like a real asshole in today's day and age if you're walking around with a bow tie.
Not many guys like Bill Nye the Science Guy and Doctor Who. Those are the only people who should be wearing a bow tie.
It's like it comes off as trying to be too ironic. Where it's like, do you get it? I don't really think it's cool. Like,
have you ever tied one? Like the whole process is silly. Like
I have tried. I have one in there for some reason that I have worn. No, I haven't even worn it once. I put it on one day because I was going to wear it as the ironic thing, and I looked at myself in the mirror and I'm like, are you going to leave the house like this? You fucking 19 teens comedian attempting person. Like, take it off.
I don't
put a regular
think,
tie on.
I don't even think any of the tuxedos I've worn had a bow tie. I think I always went with the tie instead.
I think my tuxes had a bow tie, but they were like clip-on bow ties.
Clip-on bow tie.
I don't think I had to tie it. I think I just had to like adjust the size and hook it or something.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen those. But I'm pretty sure I always had the tie. I think I did that, if I remember correctly. But it's been a long fucking time since I've worn a tuxedo.
Yeah, I haven't worn a tux in a while. I could use a new suit.
Yep.
We should go down to Thailand, get you a new suit, and try out the wares.
Looking at topics. What do I have lined up for us?
Any more I was looking on there earlier. I shouldn't have closed out of all the
Ooh.
PKA questions.
This is a good one, but not funny. So this was on the PKA subreddit from 10 days ago. You guys might remember it. My hometown was struck with a tragedy this morning when a student had been punished for smelling of marijuana at a homecoming, proceeding to commit suicide this morning. Did we do this on PKA yet?
No.
For those who don't want to read the image, he has it linked. I'll type it out. From one of the fellow students punished. Today, our family of hometown has lost a loved one. Hayden, rest in peace, was a great student in class, a determined athlete, and a wonderfully friendly human being. He was a faithful friend and is someone who everyone enjoyed to be around. We must never forget the type of person he was and the character he possessed. We must remember that everyone's lives matter. Even a joyful, loving kid can be in a dark mental place. Writer is a student from hometown. He's got like parentheses and stuff. And was involved in the same disciplinary issue at Hayden at homecoming. A group of kids were accused of smelling of marijuana at a dance. This group of kids was made up of 6 honor students who were involved in sports and great members of our community. What followed was a 2-week suspension from school, possible criminal charges, suspension from all sports, and a loss of driver's license. I was exposed to things that I will never want to see again when I was in the room where we were taken. We were questioned without our parents present, and they forcibly took my keys and searched my car. When I stood up for myself and asked if they had the right to do this, I was told, "It's cute that you think you know your rights." Hayden was looked in the eyes and verbally attacked by the principal, assistant principal, and police officer. He was directly told that he had ruined his life by our school administrators. The students were told that they would fail their classes, ruin their academic careers, and made the biggest mistake of their life. A minor issue was turned into a life-changing catastrophe by these negligent and vicious men. As a family, we know that lives matter, but in my opinion, they do not matter to principal, assistant principal, and officer. These are repeat offenders and have been antagonizing and trying to bring students down for years. We must open our eyes. These men must be no longer part of our family. I can only bring this to the PKA group because I'd like to hear their stance on how the administration handled it. The student's action to commit suicide can't be questioned as nobody knows what happened in his head. But to take away so much from the smell of marijuana and no evidence seems a bit harsh. Berating the children as quoted is way over the line. As an alumni at the same high school, I can attest to the fact that the assistant principal was nothing but an asshole my entire 4 years there. Hopefully this makes the show. If not, hopefully everyone gets a read and it opens their eyes a bit. Thank you for your time. And then he links an image to what I guess is like a newspaper article to it. It's a letter.
Yeah, there's really... Who would defend these people? For that?
Yeah.
I guess there's some.
I will say we've only heard one side of the story. So that's a thing. But some of it doesn't sound completely made up. Like the quote of, "It's cute that you think you know your rights," and the general attitude of kind of bullying the students, right? Like if you're going to punish a kid, I feel like you should be shepherding them toward that punishment by the book. Not some sort of like, you fucked up now. You failed all your classes. You'll never get into college. This is the biggest mistake of your life. Yada, yada, yada. Like, fucking psychopath enjoying ruining people is what it sounds like.
Have pot on him, and it was just a smell. That's what I don't get. Like, how could there be any criminal charges if you just smell? Oh, someone was smoking out in the parking lot, and I kind of walked through a big cloud of it. Gross. Or don't even say that. Just say, I don't know what you're smelling. I don't smell like marijuana. Like, there's no evidence. How would
that really second one would be super powerful? I think. Like, I don't know. I don't smell that.
There's a skunk outside.
be like, I don't know what marijuana smells like, Mrs. Johnson. How do you know what marijuana smells like, Mrs. Johnson?
Dude,
have you been smoking, Mrs. Johnson? Because that could ruin your life.
Yeah. It causes memory loss. You might not even know.
Not to switch topics, but there was a question in the Democratic debate about having smoked marijuana. And it was something, I forget the question, but it was like, so-and-so did marijuana. And then Anderson Cooper is like probably everyone in this room. And everyone's like, yeah, marijuana. Like they were going off on, like, dude, it is, I don't want to say it like some sort of everyone's doing it, join in kids. But goodness gracious, like from the reaction in that room, every presidential candidate's done it. Like, I feel like non-marijuana smokers are really rare.
Yeah, gotta be a real stick in the mud, I would think. To being, you've been saying just say no since like 1984, since the Reagan administration or some shit. Like, I mean, didn't you notice that none of those potheads in high school ever like died or anything, and like they're still around smoking pot, Like they got a little chubby, but that was kind of the end of it. I think you look at people like Willie Nelson and the large amount of pot that has
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, those guys who smoke, like, that's your case study right
all day,
there,
every day.
in my opinion. Like the guys who are like to excess in a way that most people couldn't even afford to be. Like when Snoop Dogg is smoking, $1,000 of weed a day or something like that, and I'm making that number up. I doubt that. I've heard he smoked like 90 blunts a day. I don't know if a blunt is.
Sounds awful.
Let's just say the blunts are 2 grams a piece. That's 180 grams divided by 28. I don't know, 5. That would be 140. That's a shitload. Yeah,
pot people are hilarious when it comes to pot. Right?
Math gets way better.
Completely worthless everywhere, but all of a sudden they're like, oh, do you need to make it? They're MacGyver when you need a bong. Oh, you don't happen to have a paperclip, a bubblegum wrapper, and fucking, like, I don't know, old coffee cup or a solo cup.
An apple or a Gatorade bottle?
Yeah.
Just an apple.
It's
an apple and a Bic pen.
Yep.
But
I had a friend who
that,
was really high, and he thought, like, he knew about, like, the smoking out of an apple trick. This is, like, probably high school. And he was convinced. He'd be like, man, I'm going to core out the middle of a banana, and I'm going to use that to smoke instead. So I get, like, the actual piece. And, like, I didn't smoke, because I was like, I don't know if that's going to work. Go for it. So he did it, and I watched him. What the fuck? This is going to be cool if it works. And it just, like, melted the whole, like, area of banana into, like, a soupy green nasty mess, and he got, like, hot banana innards in his throat. And it was just he's like, oh, it didn't work that well, man.
On the right side, I got so goddamn much potassium in my system now. Woo! I won't get a cramp for a year.
Yeah.
Smoking banana. He ends up getting addicted to the bananas. He's smoking a bunch a day.
Yeah.
You got any plantains?
Call me Mama Chiquita.
I don't know what to say about this article, though. This thing that the guy wrote. Like I forget where. I think there was a rape thing in the news a year ago or something, and the guy's like, dude, there's no one on the other side of this issue, right? No one's pro-rape. And I feel like here it's like, dude, there's no one on the principal's side, assuming that what he wrote here is at all representative of, like, a fair and balanced report. If they really are these douches, then goodness gracious. Like, everyone knows I tried to commit suicide when I was a teenager. And the thing that brought me over the edge was the loss of future, right? I was completely convinced that my bad grades meant that I was going to have an awful life, that there was no recovering from it. And that's why I was like, oh, let's just, I don't know what happens next. It might be nothing. Maybe I roll the dice and reincarnate and take another run at this thing where I don't fuck it up so badly. But clearly, like the road I'm on is beaten and potholed and shitty. And I almost felt like someone with a terminal illness. Like, what lays in front of me is all bad. Maybe assisted suicide is that, like, if I was 85 years old and diagnosed with something, there was just going to be a long, slow, painful death in front of me, assisted suicide might be my first option. As a teenager with bad grades, I felt like my situation was analogous to that. I felt like there was nothing in front of me but just pain and awfulness. And that's because my father, while good intentioned, would use that as his motivating tool. Like, nothing good is going to happen for you. And I was like, fuck it, let's start over. I can see how maybe a situation like this, where the kid thinks his life has been taken away from him, that he's failing all his classes, he's no longer going to school. What did they say was in his future for him?
So it was ruined.
Yeah. The students were told they would fail their classes, ruin their academic careers, and made the biggest mistake of their lives. Somewhere else it mentioned they were going to take their driver's license away. Here it is. 2 week suspension from school, possible criminal charges, suspension from all sports, and a loss of driver's license. Like, it's like vindictive, mean, awful shit. I can see why that kind of punishment to a short-thinking teenager might make him think like, oh, well, fuck. There's nothing good from me from here on out. It was a good 17 years, but the next 60-ish? Yeah, 77, we'll say that. The next 60 will blow, so let's just kickstart this thing and try again.
I just don't like how the cops can do, like, the BS threats of, like, oh, this is life ruining. You're going to be in prison next to a kitty diddler. Like, you're real fucked up now, and they can just say whatever they want. And to a kid, like, you believe them because you're taught to believe, like, police, they can't lie to you, really. Like, they have to be honest. Like, remember that stupid thing as a kid when you're like, are you undercover as a cop? I asked you, so you have to tell me if you're undercover. It's like, oh, you caught me, But I don't know, that bothers me more than anything about it, even though it's fucked up, the punishment. But, like, the whole, you've ruined your life, you're done, no college will accept you, no women will love you, you're a loser forever now. Like, that's what a cop is there for at all.
Yeah, cops like that should be fired. I think if this is half true, everyone in the position of authority should be fired.
I want robo-cops. I think we should get rid of all the human beings we've got in control of authority over us and get a fleet of robot men that'll be infallible and all-powerful.
Yeah, like Judge Dredd.
That was a person, though.
A robot Judge Dredd. Which
you
is
mean RoboCop?
Yeah. Okay.
We've come full circle.
Yeah,
remember that RoboCop video that I showed you when you were at my house where he's just blowing the dicks off left and right?
I saw that. Yeah.
That's great. So there's this scene in RoboCop where he stops a rape, and the way he does it in the end is the guy takes the woman hostage. He's holding her in front of him. He's got a gun to her head, and he shoots between her legs through her dress and shoots him in the dick. And that was the end of the story. But these guys made an extended version where, like, rapists come from everywhere. It's like there was a giant raping gang. And
like,
they're
you
all
knocked over the anthill of rapists.
Yeah. Like, they're like crawling over fences. It was like that scene in The Matrix where he's like, more. And like all those Agent Smiths come. It was like that, but with rapists. And there's like random women around to be raped. And these guys have their dicks out. Like, all of them have their dicks out. And they're like flopping dicks everywhere. And RoboCop, you know RoboCop. He's a machine, literally. So he's
an
incredibly
aimbot.
Accurate, and he's got that 3-round burst, almost like machine gun pistol that he carries around. And by the middle of the video, he has one in each hand, and he's just doing that thing where he's spinning around John Woo style. and it's just close-ups of dicks exploding and just flying apart with blood packs and dick heads exploding and all the guys are holding their groins and on the ground crying. And then the master rapist, he comes out of nowhere and his dick is enormous. He's got a giant cock and he's like, go ahead, do it. And RoboCop blows his dick off too, and then he gets in his car and drives away, and that's the whole video. It's
That's the
hilarious.
end of justice for RoboCop. Not you're coming with me. Just
actually, at the end, at the end, he suggests to the women that they go to a rape counseling center, and then he drives away with all But he just blew off like 50 dicks. It's great. It's
I've got a topic.
Yeah.
So now I need to really fix the
I remember this. This is an easy one.
Really? All right. So hold on a minute. I really got to fix everyone's screen.
The work's already been done for us. They already lined them up in the correct order.
You think? All right. So Merca just left, but I can still fix his camera.
I don't know. I'm looking again because it's on my PC instead of my phone now. 1, 2. Oh, that's a hard one. Nah, I'm gonna.
So I can't even take a look yet. I will in just a second.
Yeah, I'll wait for you to get yours up for them before I start.
I haven't stacked ranked them. I didn't even think to stack rank them. I just thought to pick one. So I'll do that next.
So that's definitely 5. That's definitely 4.
Okay,
all right,
fixed. Looking at the camera, nothing's cut off. All right.
All right.
No way are they in the proper order.
The two on the left, I feel like, can immediately be shifted to numbers 4 and 5. The one on the far left is the worst looking. The one on the far left is the worst looking. The one just to the right of her is number 4, in my opinion. Like the 4th worst looking chick. So then it's determining numbers 1, 2, and 3. So you've got the red bikini, the yellow bikini, and Miss America over there. Now, at first glance, I was like, I said, okay, red bikini. I said Miss America's number 1, yellow bikini number 2, and red bikini number 3. But then I started looking at red bikini's face, and she's really pretty. Although yellow bikini is really pretty too in kind of a different way. But then I looked at Miss America over there, and she's got kind of a hot thing going on too, and her hair looks really great. But I think in the end, I'm going to have to...
She's my favorite.
Who?
The Miss America.
In the end, I decided that red bikini is the best looking one. I go with her as number 1.
So Miss America is aging in her face already.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the only thing keeping her back.
Also, I don't know that I like her boobs that much. I assume they're bolt-ons, right?
Those are fake. Miss America has
longevity.
fake boobs. I don't see any of them that I would definitely say are real. I think they're all fake.
Maybe Miss America doesn't have as the kind of work that the other ones do. I think you're getting a view of like her middle cleavage, like her broad. I don't think her top fits her particularly well. And the way the bottom
bikini
doesn't fit under and stuff, it's you remove her top and it looks exactly the same, and that doesn't seem quite right.
Well, so I looked at their lower bodies here to make my decision, and I felt like the only thing that keeps yellow bikini from being number 1, because her face is perfect in its own way.
Yep.
Like she has a particular look.
She has a
about
good
her
jawline. She's
Yeah. Although I feel the same way about red bikini. Her face is perfect in its own particular way.
I'll tell you,
so
second from the left is pretty too. I feel like she doesn't have the most flattering angle, and she's kind of off to the side, and I think that's hurting her rank a touch. But
I think it is too.
If you were to just have them walk around and stuff, I like her height. I think the height is nice, actually.
I'm sorry, Woody, but you need to scroll down and look at her feet real quick.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. She's wearing wedges.
I'm having a hard time.
All the other women. Okay, so.
Maybe if I shrink it a touch. Oh, I'm just hitting
everybody
plus.
is either the 3 on the right are all barefooted. The one on the far left is wearing flip flops, and the one that's the tallest is wearing I don't know what you call this, wedges or something. But she's got like a good 2.5 inches of lift on her, so got to discount that.
I can't
But you think she's too short?
I can't show anything below their calves to the thing. My screen cap it's more 16 by 9. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe.
No, I don't think she's too short, but I don't think that we can use her height as a positive for her because it's not real.
There, I figured it out. Now they can see their feet. And you're... No, so let me look. I believe you're mostly right. I do think that she's taller, that's not completely wedge.
Everybody else is flat-footed, though.
Yeah, the tallest one is probably the far left. But if I look at her compared to Pink, I'll call her 2. This one there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If I look at 2 compared to Pink, I think she's more than the wedge. She's taller, but she definitely isn't what I thought she was.
I would disagree about that. I think she's about the same as Mrs. Pink in height. But my decision came down to this. I looked at their lower bodies. Miss America only drops out because of the aging in her face, quite honestly. Now, the red bikini looks very fresh-faced, and her hips and her thighs are very shapely. So are her calves, and the yellow bikini just can't say the same. She does her legs aren't as nice. Her calves aren't as nice from what I can see, but definitely her hips and her thighs. So red bikini's number 1 best looking. Yellow bikini is number 2. Miss America is number 3. It's a shame that number 2, the one wearing the shoes, took that particular angle because she...
Yeah, dude, I think number 2 might be the best. I think her legs stack up just fine against anyone else in there. I think...
bad angle. It's a bad
her
angle.
boobs stack up well against anyone in there. Is it weird that Pink's boobs have a big gap in between them? What are we to make of that?
Nah.
Are she the only natural boobs in there?
What are we to make of this?
Maybe just the way her top fits, not
It
holding
has
them
to do with
together.
the top and the different tits. It's just, I mean, look, Yellow's tits are together because they're so goddamn big that they have no choice to. That's one thing. Like, Yellow's tits are this big each. Like, it's
I
hard
don't
to tell.
They're
but
big,
it's like-
yeah, you're right.
Size
Like,
your
like
head.
look at how far to the left they go, and then they go from the center of her chest to her bicep.
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
a human. That's big.
A silhouette.
You know what? It might be weird, but Yellow's rib cage is pointing out, and I don't know. It's hot. It's like collarbones. Like, you don't
I
think
agree.
of it as a super hot thing. Like, oh yeah, you really want to see some ribs, but something about
They're all fit. Like, there's none of them that I think need to lose even a pound. I think they're all really fit.
Yep.
It's the one on the left is clearly just not very pretty. Like, something about her face is a real turn off.
She might do makeup the most poorly, but I also think she's just not very pretty. Number 2.
Nah, it's her lips and her face structure. It's her lips, her nose, her eyes, her forehead. It's her face. It's her head. She's got a bad head. She's got a bad head. What can I say?
All around.
The rest isn't that great either.
There's definitely an argument to be made for any of the other 4, except for maybe Miss America.
Really?
Yeah, I would say the middle 3 are... All right, so now I've figured out my 4 and 5. 5 is far left. 4 is Miss America. Now I have to stack rank the middle 3.
I like Miss America's tan line on her bikini. I think that's hot.
Yes, I do like that. I also like that it has a little more pizzazz with the outfit. The only one that's not really bland.
I don't know. The red bikini is cut so low, and so is they're all cut. I stand by my numbers. I think red bikini's number 1, yellow's number 2, Miss America's number 3, followed by
4 and 5
the
there.
girl with the shoes on and the girl with the bad head.
Sorry, so 5 is to me far left. Miss America is 4, and then I look at the middle 3, and it's funny because I'm trying to stack rank who's prettiest, and while they don't look like each other, they're all really pretty.
In their own way.
Yeah.
That's also like the mermaid effect. You know, is that what it's called? Or like when you see a big group of women
The
together,
cheerleader
you're
effect.
More like the cheerleader effect. You're right.
Yeah.
You're more likely to think they're all more attractive than they are in a group.
No, I think the one on the left is She looks like a cheap like stripper or something. Like there's a girl that she's just not attracted to me. I wouldn't fuck the one on the left. I wouldn't. I would the others I certainly would, but the one on the left I would be kind of like I wouldn't pursue that girl. She's too ugly.
But you would, given the opportunity, just
well,
for
I mean, if
quick bit of fun.
I wouldn't put any effort into it.
But if she was down,
well, I mean, if a monkey was down, I'd risk I'd risk catching SIV I'm just saying, I wouldn't pursue or date a girl who looked like the one on the left.
the three middle are so perfect. I'm going to go to the next step. I think the one in the yellow might be the dirtiest.
Sure, yeah.
So that's my top pick right there. And I think the one in the, let's see, of the other two, which one would be the prudiest? The most frigid, I guess that's the girl term.
I don't think any of these girls are frigid.
No.
These
Weird
are
Maybe
girls who
Miss
went out and
America.
got giant. These girls all went out and got giant breast implants, and then
Okay.
and they
they
go
didn't
out
meet
and
at
hang out in
church.
bikinis with their other giant tittied friends. Like, I don't think there's any prudes here. These chicks are. I
God,
don't know.
I'm still going with yellow as my number one pick. Her eyes are a little too smoky, but whatever. She's still really pretty, and that's a temporary thing. Plus, I don't think the number two is too smoky in the eye, and she might be more smoky. Oh, we got to fix the camera. Well, shit. For lack of a better, I guess I'll just decide now. Number 5 is far left. Number 4 is Miss America. Pink is my number 3. Number 2 is my number 2, and number 1 is in the yellow. That's what I'll go with.
Yeah,
It's a tough one. I like this because there was a subreddit like which would you choose or something like that, and it always seemed like there were clear answers.
Yeah, I think you did a pretty good job with that, with your
Yeah,
analysis of it. But
I
don't
mean
rank America as low as you.
I don't either, and I think we all know that the one on the left is just kind of she's the ugly chick of the crowd. We could definitely.
But I feel like on a scale of 1 to 10, this is Woody's thing where I actually rate like where they stack rank amongst the genuine population. Kyle, is your camera turned off?
It shouldn't be. Oh,
Mine is
you've
turned
reached
on
the
as well,
4-hour
but I
limit.
can't
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
it's acting like you didn't press it. There it is. So hopefully you guys come back eventually.
Can you see me?
Nope, but I can see Kyle. He's just dark, and that'll fix itself. But anyway,
Yeah.
back on topic. All of these girls, the far left one is hotter than 80% of the world.
Yeah, but
She's an 8, and the others are all like 9.5s.
but she's still like I don't know. If I go to the strip club, the one on the left is the ugly stripper. I mean, she's
No,
always,
there's
if
always
I-
some stripper
No.
who's not in shape or something.
You're going to the wrong fucking strip club.
I'm not going to many at all, really, or any. I don't know,
that's
but
true, I guess.
Don't ever really go.
I don't like to go, but I've been a few times.
I
I went to one in Cincinnati that had 2 floors, and the strip pole went into the second floor. So there were girls on the second floor who would come spinning down a pole and
Really?
appear from a hole in the ceiling. And, they're spinning as they come down. And I just remember this giant plexiglass high heel shoe comes flying at our table and hits our drinks and everything. That was a nice strip club.
Huh.
So
was
I
like
like
a
the one in
real
the red a
fire
lot.
pole.
Yeah, exactly. It was exactly like a fire pole. I don't like the giant fake tits, to be honest, but I'm just going off of the faces, really, because their bodies are all pretty much equal. I mean, more or less.
Yeah, it's
it's
hard
just-
to pick. The red one's, I feel like, a little hippier than the other, but they're all good. It might be easier to stack rank them if we had another picture from behind.
Yes. Oh, well, see, that I was inferring that the one in
Would
the red
change the
had a
game.
better. Yeah, the one in the red, I think, has the better ass of them all.
You know who
feel
I
like
think has a really good ass? 2
Miss
in
America
yellow.
does.
2 in yellow. Yeah, Miss America probably does too. That might
I don't know.
raise her
Your
ranking.
ratings would be totally different if it was a reverse photo. I bet.
Merc,
It
I
might
think your
be. That
camera's not
ugly
turned
chick
on.
might have a great ass. There's no way of knowing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we did that. Yeah. I had seen that picture before.
Dude, I had another topic I wanted to do. I might even close the show. Yeah, we're pretty deep into it. But, what the hell was I going to talk about next? There was the girls. I'm losing it. I don't remember. Oh, well. It's gone.
Taylor, have you watched Narcos?
Not much. No.
Did you watch
said
the
you
whole
only watched
episode yet?
One episode. Yeah, I
One
watched.
episode.
It's good.
Yeah, I watched the first episode and I liked it a lot. I'm definitely going to continue. I've always thought the story of Pablo Escobar was really cool. I saw this thing called Killing Pablo once, which is all about how they, went after him and hunted him down, and it detailed, just how wealthy and powerful the guy was, and it's incredible the amount of power and wealth that he had in Colombia. Just the billions of dollars and just
all the
in cash. Yeah. Oh, he killed like 500 policemen. They said, I think, throughout his career.
He controlled the rest of them.
It seemed like one time I feel like his forces like invaded the Congress or something with tanks and went in and took a lot of them hostage. Like that's going to be a cool show. I'm looking forward to. I mean, it's
You have to
already
tell
out.
me
I
how
know they ordered
good it
season 2.
is. I've only watched about an hour of TV in the last 2 weeks. Now, I don't think I'm lying. It was Scandal, the TV show, and I watched like half an hour of it, and then just recently I watched the second half of it. But mostly, it's a bunch of lawyers, except that they're not working like as lawyers anymore. They're like problem solvers now, or something like that, and they deal with like high government officials, and the head one in particular is supposed to be some legend, like lawyer superhero, and she ruined some person's life because some politician didn't want to be found out as gay, and I would just basically, after my opinion after one episode is this is cookie cutter Hollywood drivel, just absolute TV bullshit. You could make it NCIS, Law and Order, or whatever. And I was like,
procedural drama. Bullshit.
Procedural drama. You just know every hour is going to like wrap up whatever little puzzle they introduced, and it's fuck it. I'm not watching
always
anymore.
By the numbers, it's like you know what's coming. It's so formulaic. That's why I can't stand most television. Like I really want to. I like shows where they surprise me and I don't see stuff coming. I like Battlestar Galactica a lot. Did you ever watch that?
That's really good.
No,
I've watched. There's a lot of content for that too. That's like
a lot of extra content after the fact. There's like a spin-off, the Razor thing, and then there's Caprica. I didn't care for any of that, but
I feel like I watched Caprica. I watched and I liked it. Battlestar Galactica. It was really good. It was really good.
I remember TV Guide called it the best show on television when it was at its height.
Have you seen all of Firefly?
Oh yeah. Well, there's only one season.
And the movie. That's why I phrase it like that.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I love the movie. Sometimes I haven't done it in a while, but I used to just take the movie and watch the closing scene, which is amazing.
I like Summer Glau. She's the messed up chick.
Yeah.
A cool little thing from her.
Why do I think her name is River?
Because that's her character's name.
Oh, you're going by the actress. Okay.
Yeah. So Summer Glau used to be do ballet or something, and so she's incredibly flexible. So you see her at one point, she's doing that move where they're like up on the ceiling, like cramping themselves above.
It allows her to. That. Oh, okay. I didn't know that in real life she did ballet, but yeah, the character also did ballet, and it's demonstrated in her badassery. It's really good. Firefly. I feel like Firefly is not an internet secret.
It's not. There was a Fox series called the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which was like a prequel of the Terminator. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a prequel. It was kind of like, it was a new imagining. It was kind of like in the middle of the movies. And Sarah Connor was actually played by the same Lena Headey, I think, who plays the evil queen in Game of Thrones, also King Leonidas' wife in the 300 movies. But she played Sarah Connor, did a really fucking good job at it. And Summer Glau played the Terminator. And together they were protecting a young teenager, adolescent John Connor. I don't recall. It's been 10 years, but it's a good show. And it made me like Summer Glau because she's pretty fucking hot in her own way, and she's really flexible.
Do you guys have any shows that you like so much that like once a year or once every 2 years you go back and watch the whole thing again?
I've seen every bit of The Office 4 times now.
Jesus.
I've seen every bit of Trailer Park Boys 3 times now, including the movies. I've seen all of Seinfeld twice. What else?
Like once every 18 months, I watch both Band of Brothers again.
That's really good. That's not on Netflix though, is it?
No, it's HBO.
It's on HBO and maybe Amazon Prime. It and The Pacific.
The Pacific was not as good.
The Pacific was not as good.
It was good,
It was
but
a hard thing to compete with. It was still really good.
exactly. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 7 or something. If the Pacific was the only one, no one would be talking about it. It was like, yeah, it was good. It was whatever. What was really good was what's the one with the Baltimore drug dealers? I was saying Hardwire, but I don't think that's it.
Oh,
The Wire. The Wire. Yeah. That was outstanding. The
I need to
Wire.
watch that. I've heard great things.
You haven't seen The Wire?
No.
what did he? What does? What's the gay black like stick up man's name in that show? You know, he's got the scar across his face. He plays Chalky
Omar.
White in Boardwalk Empire.
Omar. Yeah.
Oh, Omar's the best.
I didn't
Omar's
know
my
he was
favorite
gay.
character.
It's something that slipped
Yeah.
my memory.
Well, I mean, he's got like a gay lover the whole time, and then something
Yeah.
happens to the gay lover, and it's a big motivating factor for his character.
Omar.
In any case,
is so
Omar,
cool.
badass. He walks around the Baltimore projects with a fucking 12 gauge. Like he's not messing around. And he says he had this line. It's something like, "If you gonna hit the king, you better not miss." It was like, "You gonna take a shot at me? You better kill me when you take it, or I'll fucking put you down."
Is
And
he a
that's how
cop
he
or a
is.
drug dealer?
Drug dealer. He's neither. He robs drug dealers. Like he robs bad people. Like
Yeah,
and
that's
everybody's
his-
scared of him. Like
Yeah.
you don't fuck with this guy. Like he
Dude.
literally walks around.
He only
with a 12
robs
gauge.
bad people.
I don't
He's
know.
like
Yeah.
a burglar version of Dexter. Like
He holds up drug dealers.
He's like
Robs
Peter
them.
Pan. No, Robin Hood is what I was
Robin
going
Hood,
for. What was I gonna say? It's interesting when some people, like, their toughness comes from their willingness to be tough. Maybe it was Casino. I get some of those movies mixed up. Casino and Casino and Goodfellas happened at roughly the same times, and sometimes in my head I switch the scenes around. But bikers come into a bar, and they mess with. They're like disrespectful inside a bar that's maintained or owned by the mob. Are you familiar with this scene? And it's probably not either of those movies, but anyway, they're like fucking around and stuff, and the guy who owns the bar goes and he puts the deadbolt on the door, and then it falls silent. And all these Italians come out with like baseball bats, and they just beat the fuck out of the biker gang. But the bikers are big, tall, maybe even semi-chubby guys, and some of these Italians are like 300 pounds overweight, right? Like,
I haven't
just
seen this movie. I don't know what this is.
really. It's
not Casino or Goodfellas.
they're played by I think it's some young people who were raised in a mob area and then become mobsters.
Oh, Knockaround guys? Is Vin
Yeah.
Diesel in it?
I'm not sure if Vin Diesel is in it, but it might be Knockaround guys. Anyway, really good
They're
film.
the sons of mobsters, and they lose a bunch of money, and they have to go to a podunk town and find the money.
I don't think that's it. I think in this case, De Niro is the father, and he doesn't really want the kids to be into the mob, but it draws them in anyway. I bet
the scene I thought you were gonna go with when you said Casino or Goodfellas is when they're in that bar, Pesci and De Niro, and they're just chatting, and that one guy with his two girls is kind of a dick to De Niro.
Got your shine box?
it's called A Bronx Tale. The movie I'm thinking of is A Bronx Tale, and you haven't seen it?
No,
You are both missing one of the great mob movies of cinema history. Anyway, in A Bronx Tale, they lock the door, and they beat the hell out of him. And I don't know if it's at all true or not, but part of the narrative of like being tough is being willing to be tough. You know, like, I strike first, I strike hard, I use a wrench on your skull. And
Joe Pesci in every movie.
yeah, right? Yeah, Joe Pesci.
And stabs the guy in the neck. Oh, what, do you hear that girl? You hear a girl here? What happened to that big tough guy that was talking shit to my friend? After he kills him in the bar with that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, everyone in there could beat Joe Pesci in the octagon if they like squared off and said, okay, now we're doing, punches and grappling only, right? But when he goes straight at you with the fucking big pen in the jugular, it's a whole different fight. And let's see, what did Kyle find here?
All right, so this is a movie called Knockaround, guys. It's the one I described where these guys are the
Oh,
sons
I
of
know this
mobsters.
one. We'll watch it together. It's great.
So I sent you a time thing. It should start at 2 minutes and 21 seconds in. And just to lay it out there for everyone, like I said, these guys are the sons of mobsters. They went to the small town to find their money. They want to find the man in charge and make him find the money, though. That's their goal here.
Shit. Okay. Ready, set, play.
You dance good. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Oh, great. These are nice guys here, Gordy. We were just dancing.
Why don't you keep to yourself?
I think Jim Carrey faced off with this bully once in a bathroom.
Well, you were asking about me. You got my attention now, don't you?
You run this place? Huh? You the man? You the guy I'd come to if I wanted to sort some things out?
No, I'm Brucker. I'm the guy asking what the fuck you want. I am also the guy decides if you and your friends walk the fuck out of here or not.
Yeah, he'll do.
Yeah, he'll do.
500.
500 what, douchebag?
Suckle. Now we know the word.
500 fights. That's the number I figured when I was a kid. 500 street fights and you can consider yourself a legitimate tough guy. You need them for experience, to develop leather skin. So I got started. Of course, along the way, you stop thinking about being tough and all that. It stops being the point. Get past the silliness of it all. But then, after, you realize that's what you are.
Look, I got no problem with you, all right?
I'll tell you, you learn a lot of things on the way to 500. None more important than this.
I didn't learn anything.
Fucking sucker headbutt him in the nose.
Look at him. he's not even interested in the show anymore. This audio is great.
Everybody's kind of okay with it.
Yeah. Gives him a real ass whooping right here.
Yeah.
My cousin and I, when we watched this the first time, we were that's what we kept saying. We were like, "That's a real ass whipping, right?" Like he did. Like it's not over yet, by the way. Like
He won this fight a while ago.
yeah.
Yeah, about a minute and a half ago.
I think he hands him over to his friend.
He's done.
Not his friend's gonna hit him. He's just like, all right. This is the state you were asking for, right?
Yeah, we gotta have an understanding. Got like he knocked his hand aside.
Before we walked in here, this was your town, right? Well, this is how you get it back. Something of ours went missing. Whoever took it, it's got to be making it obvious. So I want you to find out who. When you do, you come meet me at the motel.
While we're here, I actually, in the related videos, was the scene from the Bronx Tale that you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, good, because I had found it too, but mine was too long. It was like 7 minutes. Let's do that. Now's you can't leave. I'm queued up at 0. I really want to show this to you.
I am too.
All right, are you guys ready? After this, I think you'll want to watch this movie. Taylor, you ready?
It opened up in Internet Explorer, so I need 5 more seconds for the ad to go away.
That's fine. That's why I ask.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed this one. This is Joe Pesci.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I want to watch this now. I've heard about this movie so many times.
All right. So the title is Bronx Tale. Now you can't leave.
Mm-hmm.
Ready, set, play.
Use.
My father-in-law said use. When I was young, I didn't like it, and now that I'm old, I really do.
Fellas, who's not dressed properly, he's gonna have to leave.
Properly? That's it. We'll be on our way.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Can we start over? My mouse has these numbers on the. Let's just start at 0.
I'm at 0.
Taylor?
on the biker beatdown playlist. Yeah.
All right. Ready, set, play. I actually hit like 4 and it jumped ahead or something.
Yeah.
That guy's the boss.
Fellas, you're not dressed properly. He's gonna have to leave.
Properly? Jimmy, what's wrong with the way we're dressed?
This gentleman ain't dressed right. I asked him to leave.
Is there a problem then? The problem is your man here says we're not properly dressed, like our money ain't green. We just want a couple of beers.
2 beers, that's it.
That's it, we'll be on our way. We ain't looking for trouble.
Spoke like a gentleman. Give me the beers. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. No problem.
You didn't like that.
Yeah. I like that he didn't like it.
Nice cold ones. Get some nice cold brews. Come on. 2 over here, huh? One more beer.
All right, brother.
He's always teaching him.
White May. Toast to our host.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Well, that's a mistake. Oh, that's what put it over the top. That was it.
Or Bart.
He didn't like that.
Hey!
Oh, you again, huh?
That wasn't very nice. Now he's gotta leave.
I'll tell you when the fuck we leave, all right? Get the fuck away.
Go watch the bites, man.
Concern.
Yeah. Wow,
Now
man.
you can't leave.
Now you can't leave.
All 8 of them. Their faces dropped. All their courage and strength was drained right from their bodies. They had a reputation for breaking up bars. But they knew that instant they made a fatal mistake. This time they walked into the wrong bar.
Look at them. They're old, they're fat, but they're willing to be really violent.
Yeah.
They're right now.
Like, this isn't the first time I've beaten a man with a chair, boy.
Look at him.
I wonder if that. I bet that. would
Listen
be
to the audio.
I shall never love another.
And stand by me,
I thought he scalped that man at first.
Yeah, so did I.
Like, dear God.
He's reaching for his toupee.
with the heart aches.
Take happiness with the heartaches.
And go through life wearing a smile.
Go through life wearing a smile.
Oh, how happy we will be.
The guy who the boss is teaching here, the young kid, he played Brendan Fallone in Sopranos.
Come on, get him out.
That's a real beating.
Drag him the fuck out. Come on, move.
Drag him the fuck out.
Throw them on their bikes.
I like how he just keeps 10 guys with bats on retainer.
They were in the back eating spaghetti or something.
Now they beat their motorcycles.
Yeah.
And I feel like if I understand mob movies at all, a lot of this is so that everyone knows. Like
right?
we're making a show of this
joining in for this
outside.
Like these are street people.
Like I think if I might be wrong. I thought they beat up the bikes more.
I'm the one who did this to you. Remember me. Come on, Sonny. Come on, let's go. You guys get
The message was essential.
He's not done. I think he might have killed him right there.
Right?
He's like, hang on, let me bash his brains in real quick before we go.
The whole town jumps in. It's like,
Yeah, there were
Want
some
him to know
street
we're on
people there at
his
the
side.
end who did some stomping.
They're still stomping.
They're still
stomping.
The 10 Commandments of love.
Well, that was a real whooping.
like all those World Star hip hop fights where the guy gets knocked out and it's like 10 additional kicks to the back of the head.
All right, I'm interested in the movie now. I'll check that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna check
Yeah, essentially.
Although now I'm curious if you've actually ever seen Casinos or Goodfellas.
Yeah.
I've seen both, I'm sure. Yeah, I can even help you. Casino, I think, is the one where De Niro is the Jewish guy who's not fully a member of the mob, and Goodfellas is the other one just like it, but
With Ray Liotta playing.
yeah, Radio. How much money do you need? This much money. Yeah, that's.
I like that. That's Goodfellas is it's probably my favorite. Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci has he stole the movie. I think like there's a couple scenes there where he's just there's the what do you mean funny how like I'm a clown like I'm here to amuse you. Funny how? He's like, I don't know, man. The way you talk, you're a funny guy. Funny how? And it's like it's real intense and everything. And then of course there's the scene where
where's the one where he lets him off the hook? Is it the funny one or the other one?
The one I just described. He's like, ah, and everybody laughs, and it was a big joke.
Oh, it was like thank God, right?
Yeah. Everybody like the one guy's just sweating, like he doesn't know he thinks it's gonna be a gunfight right there at the bar. But then the other one at the Shine Box, where in the past this old school mobster's gotten out of jail, he's come back. But last time he saw what's his name?
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci. He was a kid who shined shoes for a living, and he's like, "Yeah, I remember they called him Shine Box, whatever, blah blah blah." He's like, "Get your Shine Box," and he fucking comes unglued and just stomps the fuck out of him, and then he stabs him with that knife, and he's fucking.
Now that caused trouble, right? That guy was. Like,
that's what caused it all to fall apart in the end. That's what got him. Taken care of there. Yeah,
good movies. I like mob movies. I like some older mob movies, like 20s shit. You know, the 70s stuff is good. 20s would be interesting to me too. Although I will say that
before like 1950, when it was so the cadence was weird and
no. I mean the set in there,
20s.
not made from the 20s. Yeah.
Boardwalk Empire. I really like Boardwalk. The first 3 seasons, or first 2 seasons for sure, and the first 3 are really good. I feel like.
I want to say 3 is where I stopped watching it.
After 3 it drops off because the first 3 it seemed like a trilogy, and then the last 2 seemed like, well, let's just keep making them and see how it goes. We're making so much goddamn money. But the first 3 with the Jimmy Darmody story and the whole thing with his mother. And the coolest character, one of the coolest characters ever, is the guy with the with half a face. At one point, I
didn't like him.
Yeah, Steve Buscemi asked him at one point. He's like, "How many people have you killed?" He's like, 63. like immediately. Like normally in movies they'd be like, "Doesn't matter," or say something like silly or something cold. He's like, 63. I've killed 63. and he describes like he's like he's got the German sniper's mask and it has these slits for eyes and he's keeping it with him and he's like, I like to have it with me. He's like, I watched him for 3 days till he raised this up to scratch his nose. I put a bullet right here. It's just, he's such a hard. And then at the end of season 3, I'm not going to spoil too much, but he goes John Wick on those motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. He goes up in there like sniper rifle, shotgun, and 2 or 3 handguns. And he's using them all at the same time.
He kills like 10 people, rapid fire.
It kills. I counted. I think it was 9. He killed like 9. It was great. I really enjoyed him as a character.
He was Nucky in the first 3 seasons. Kind of goes in and out of power. Like there's more powerful people than him, then less powerful. He's hiding. He needs to form an alliance. I thought that aspect of it was pretty cool. I can't tell you why that thing. I just kind of lost interest in it. Maybe because Game of Thrones was so much better.
It's a true story.
Too much backstory though. Where like when it got to be like young Nucky and how he got his upstart in the 1890s or whatever, it just I didn't care that much.
Yeah, I lost it. Lost me there. I did like that they had this big story arc with how Nucky was the one who took the little girl to the Commodore to originally get raped, and then her son's son is the one in the 5th episode who does the thing, and it was. I liked how they wrapped it up. I suppose as a series as a whole, I guess I really like it. But the first 3 seasons of that thing are really the best 3. The 3rd season is incredible. I love the way that thing finished up, and the characters were great. Steve Buscemi, I would have never thought could lead a show, but he did. That snaggletooth motherfucker.
I think that Hollywood characters who are not great looking are really interesting. Like Ray Liotta, Steve Buscemi, mostly guys. Ugly women I don't really have much use for in Hollywood. But
Melissa McCarthy.
Who?
She's funny.
Who?
I don't like that.
Did you watch that movie?
Who is this?
Melissa McCarthy.
It's the.
She's wildly popular. Yes.
Yeah, really popular.
She's wildly popular. Her movies do incredibly well. She's an overweight comic.
Oh, I know.
And I just don't care for her at all.
I didn't think I was gonna like Spy, that comedy movie she made.
Yeah.
With a couple of people were in there, but
yeah, a couple good
it
actors.
was really, really funny. Like Jason Statham was in it as, his standard character.
As Jason Statham.
As Jason, yeah, he played Jason Statham perfectly to a T.
I liked her in Gilmore Girls.
I drive well and I kick ass.
I don't feel like I paid attention to her since Gilmore Girls. All
I
right.
never watched Gilmore Girls.
It's you're young for it, but yeah.
The dialogue in Gilmore Girls was really snappy and witty and back and forth. It was rapid fire between the mother and the daughter, and that was the only thing I liked about it. Like I caught it occasionally because I had
But there was a lot to that. Like that's a solid reason. Yeah. Like the only thing I liked about it was 90% of the show. Right. Yeah. The dialogue, the writing, and the acting.
I didn't like it in that set. Like I don't care about the mother and daughter and everything they got
Like
going
the
on.
overarching
But I wish that were in a setting that I did like, because they're just like I don't know how to describe it. It's rapid fire, witty dialogue.
It was like Dawson's Creek, but better. Like Dawson's Creek was fake, over the top, like 15-year-olds philosophizing and with all kinds of wisdom and such. But Gilmore Girls was better. It was better.
It was witty and believable and fun and spontaneous feeling and energetic. It was nice. It had a lot of that show. That was its saving grace. I'll go back to Battlestar Galactica again and say that's right up there with most of the shows that we talk about that are our favorite shows. I'm rewatching Battlestar right now. I just finished season 2. There's 2 more seasons to go of the main thing. I really like that show.
Dude, there's a character in it. I don't know his name. He might be a doctor or something. He's a white guy, might be balding. It's been a while since I watched it, but he goes back and forth as like good guy, bad guy.
The XO? The second in command?
I don't think so. I think he gets marginalized in terms of command to some extent. Oh, shucks, he's like in love with the cyborg.
That's Gaius Baltar. He's got tons of hair though. He's got the long flowing black hair. Yeah, he's the Gaius Baltar. Yeah,
the guy.
The balding character would be the XO. The second in command of the Battlestar, and then you got Adama played by I can't think of his fucking name. Edward James Olmos. And you got Starbuck.
Are you doing an actor's name or a character's name?
A little bit of both.
Gaius Baltar.
That's the character.
Huh.
Isn't Edward James almost? That's the guy with like the lumpy face.
Very lumpy. Lots of pock marking going on.
That guy was well casted.
He's so good in that show. He's got a lot of emotional moments where he breaks down and cries. But you feel, cause it's so emotional. You're like, yeah, it's a strong man crying right there.
At one point, he talks about the importance of keeping the military different than the police. If you use the military, use the police, because the police go against the citizens, and then the citizens tend to become the enemy of the government if you have the military policing them. And you're like, oh, that's so wise.
It's like the military's one purpose: to fight the enemy. The police are protect and serve. When the two cross paths,
and he goes into this whole thing. He's got this
gravelly voice, and everything he says is very serious. Lee, you've got to go on a strike mission right now.
Like it's always like that. It's just he's rarely lighthearted, but I like all the characters. I like that they. So I don't know if you ever watched the original that had the guy from Bonanza in it. It was real shit.
I watched it when I was a kid, and the dumb dog thing.
So Starbuck, that was bad too. That robot dog. Starbuck was a guy in that rendition of the show, the original. But this time around, they cast it as a blonde chick who's super hardcore. I really like her.
I really like her. It took me a little bit to get over it because Starbuck was like the hunk of the show back in the day.
The hunk of this show has got to be Lee Adama. That guy has like Superman physique. His arms, like there was one point where he gets shot in the chest, and for like, I don't know, a month or so, like he's down for the count with his chest when recovering. He was still doing his bicep curls the whole time. His arms are legitimately this fucking big. They're like you can see each muscle group in the. He's like a bodybuilder, and he's constantly wearing like a black wife.
What's Lee Adama's name? Is it Apollo?
That's his call sign. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to speak in character names because I don't know actor names.
Well, Leodama is his character's name. His fighter pilot call sign is Apollo, though.
I see. I only know him as Battlestar
Battlestar
Galactica.
Battlestar
Very, very, very good. There's a lot of content there too, but it's outstanding. I can't think of anything I want to watch right now. I swear, there's like nothing out there that is ripe for me to consume. I'm not excited about Narcos. There's just nothing.
Give it an episode.
Give it a try.
Because the guy who plays Pablo is pretty charismatic, and you kind of get it's got kind of like a Donnie Brasco feel to it because you kind of get like the point of view is from the DEA.
I'm told it's like boring documentary style stuff.
The first episode, yeah, the first episode had some like flat. They showed Reagan sitting there with Nancy and the just say no. They talk about the politics that were involved that like that set the socioeconomic climate in which he prospered and he became a cocaine kingpin. So yeah, there's some like they show some news stuff, they show some news reports and stuff, but for the most part, it's a really well developed story with good characters and good acting.
You should get into Fargo.
Fargo's outstanding. Is there a second season yet? Yeah.
They just started the second season.
In real life?
No, like it's up on if you go to like Stream TV or whatever, you can find the first episode of the second season. It's funny.
Dude, Fargo is good.
I need to check Fargo out. I believe you. I saw like a 30-second piece of an episode the other day, and it looked really powerful. It looked great.
So No Country for Old Men?
Yeah.
And I forget the character's name who wields the silent shotgun and the bolt gun.
Anton Chigurh.
Okay.
Javier Bardem.
Something about that character, right? He just kind of lives in a world with no rules, right? Not the haircut, but that's not the point of him. The point of him is that he seems to have a complete disregard for police and authority and whatever. He is just a man who does whatever the fuck he wants to do, has his own sort of code, and societal norms, everything mean nothing to him. Fargo has that too. Fargo has a character that just...
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
Great.
And I am having a hard time verbalizing just like he threatens a policeman, and I don't want to ruin the scene, but there's a part where he threatens the policeman, and afterwards you're like, ooh. Like...
I didn't expect that to pan out that way.
Yeah, you can't.
Really went in there.
You can't threaten a cop and expect the cop to back down.
Especially with a bowl cut like he has in that show.
Dude, Fargo is great. I need to watch that. I need to see season 2. I wish I could binge watch it though.
Yeah, I like the movie.
Yeah, the movie was really good.
Fargo.
But the TV show might be better.
Yeah, it might. I don't know. I like William H. Macy in it a lot, but Martin Short does just as good in the TV show.
Oh, I want to see this now. It sounds like it's got an all-star cast over there.
Yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton's in it, huh?
Yeah, he's...
Yeah, and I almost always hate him, but I love Fargo.
Oh, he's strong.
I know you like him.
I like Billy Bob. He's a fucking performer, man. Come on. When he's that corrupt prison guard, fucking Halle Berry, and was it Monsters Ball or something like that? You go all the way back to when he was fat in Tombstone, and he's the one over there. He's dealing cards, and he's causing a big scene and making a lot of trouble. Nobody will come in there and gamble, and Wyatt Earp goes over there and slaps him around. And he's like, "Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens." It's great. It's gold. He like slaps him in the face. He's like, "Now, mister, I'm telling you right now." He like smacks him again. You gonna do something or just stand there and bleed, boy? And it's just like he just tears him down. And of course, he runs off and gets a shotgun and shows back up. And then Doc Holliday sees him and like dresses him down again. And at the end of it, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you were there. You may leave." He's great. He's got it's almost a cameo role, but I loved him in Tombstone, and I really love him in Sling Blade, man. Like after Sling Blade, like he's got cachet forever with Sling Blade. I feel like that's like I feel like he played a better mentally challenged man than Tom Hanks did in Forrest Gump. Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump was kind of a comedy, right? Like, I don't know many retards that act like this and meet 4 presidents and become a millionaire and become a war hero. It's kind of a comedy.
That's a really good Forrest Gump.
Thank you. And
yeah, it's way better than Forrest Gump. Definitely.
I need to watch Sling Blade. I'm not sure I've seen it.
So emotional. Oh, it'll tear your heart out.
Kaiser Blade.
Wait. It's something about a Kaiser Blade. Now I think I have seen it.
Some folks call it a Sling Blade. I call it a Kaiser Blade. I love you, boy.
1996.
That's pretty good.
I love you too,
Wow.
Carl.
Director, Billy Bob Thornton. Screenplay, Billy Bob Thornton. Story by Billy Bob Thornton.
I took that little feller and put him in the shoebox. He's still moving around a little in there, but I put him in the hole and covered him over. And
It's so sad, man. It just I'm sitting there listening to him like tell this story to this boy, and there are just tears welling. And when he gets to the final part where the boy's like, I wouldn't have done that. I'd have took care of my little brother, and he'd have had a chance to have some fun. And he's like,
I didn't know no better. I done the best I could.
and then there's just silence for a minute, and then the tears just like pouring down, and the boy goes, I love you, Carl. And Carl doesn't know what to think about it for a minute. He just puts his arm around the little boy and goes,
I love you too, boy.
oh, I paused it and just went,
Well, now I don't need to see it.
that's
at the end.
That's
Just
2 minutes in the middle of the movie. It's so fucking sad, man.
This sounds terrible.
It's a great.
Oh, it's so sad. It's emotional, and it's so powerful. You can feel when there's an awkward moment in that movie, you feel awkward. You're in it. It's palpable. When there's a funny moment that you know when Dwight Yoakam or whoever the fuck is Dwight Yoakam or Randy Travis? It's Randy Travis, I think. He's like, I want all the goddamn faggots and retards and cripples out of my house right now, because there's one of each in his house at the time. There's a guy in a wheelchair, there's Carl who's retarded, and then there's his girlfriend's. John Ritter's playing a homosexual friend of his girlfriend. He's like, I want all the faggots and retards and cripples out of my goddamn house.
How'd John
right
Ritter
now.
die? I remember he's dead.
He had a heart
attack
around
yeah.
2004. I think.
It was real sudden.
He was in the middle of filming that show, 8 Simple Rules for dating my teenage daughter, not filming your teenage daughter. And then David Spade came in and took over for him and continued his run of primetime performance. That's like we said last time, is like 10 or 15 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I like John. So like, John Ritter was always really good. I felt like in his roles, and he could, like when he was playing the gay guy in Sling Blade, did a perfect job.
Did you see that the movie he did with Belushi?
Which one?
I need to look it up. Ritter.
I really liked him as the mall manager from Bad Santa. He was F-U. What he said, F-U-C-K-I-N-G her in the A-double-S. He told her that she wasn't gonna S-H-I-T right for a month.
Real Men, it was called, with James Belushi and John Ritter, and it was pretty good.
I love it. He looks under the dressing room door in the women's big and tall section, and he sees fucking Billy Bob's like calves behind a fat woman's calves, and you can tell he's like fucking her from behind. And he goes, and she's moaning and stuff. He goes, "Yeah, you ain't gonna shit right for a month." I know you don't like that movie, but it's so dark and
Which movie? Oh, Bad Santa.
Yeah, I love the dark, rancid heart that's inside Billy. Like Billy Bob's when he beats up those kids, and the crazy raging alcoholism. I like Billy Bob a lot. That's I think he's one of my favorite actors, even though he's clearly a cuckoo. Remember when he had Angelina Jolie's blood around his neck in a vial?
No, but
you guys don't know about this.
That's cuckoo.
Yeah, well, they each had a vial of one another's blood in a vial that they wore around their neck. It's a thing. Yeah.
Well, there's lots of ways to show your love.
Can I have a vial of your blood, Woody?
Yeah, I guess.
I just like to keep it close. That's all.
All right, you ready? Call it a show? All right, Painkiller Already, episode 252. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I thought it was good this week.
Yeah, check out our sponsors below.
Woohoo!